Hello, VOD viewers. And anyone who is just waiting in the chat for the stream to go live, but I don't think anyone should be. Jupiter says hello as well. I'm not ready to ping the Discord, but we are doing the replay analyses today. Right link. It is. All right, the automatic feeder just went. They finally got their lunch. Jupiter should settle down for 2 minutes. So in that time, we got to cover everything. All right, Discord ping at Twitch. Let's add the URLs. Haven't done that in a while. Boom. Don't have the multi open. Boom. All right. That should be it. Now, whoever gets in here first and posts a match ID, that's what we're starting with. Beyond that, though, we'll do it a little randomly. I think I'm going to change this. We're still going to do this chaos mode because I think it makes it easier for me to pick out replays that are relevant to each other and also might be interesting for videos. But it helps when people have clear questions, and I think we should add that into the requirements. Even if it's a question, I don't know, of like, I have no idea what I'm doing, maybe that's good enough. But I find like more specific questions can lead to potentially me being able to either cut a video out of it more conveniently or just gives us more direction for the replay, and I think that helps. Callum, hello. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. I think I knew one Callum, and that's how that was pronounced, but I know sometimes there's slight differences. NPR. I mean, that's still kind of relevant. You can post it. Whoever posts it, whoever posts the first one is where we're starting. Maybe that should become tradition. Maybe that's just how it should always be. That way we'll bait people like rushing into the stream. Genius. If you're a Ford that scales and your offlaner is playing really bad, should you attempt to transition as soon as possible? I'd probably say so, Roia, but I would also take some quick consideration on how the rest of your team is doing. Because it's not like you're only supporting your offlaner. You might be setting up the mid, and it's like Huskar mid. It's some mid who's popping off and clearly like communicating being good, right? You don't have to have your offlaner to win in some pubs. So if that's the case, I would maybe still, hey, if I buy Solar, that's huge for my mid. If I buy the Blink to initiate for the mid laner who doesn't have initiation, right, and set him up, then that's how we win, right? I would look to do that. If you mean specifically, like, am I going to start taking the last hits? Maybe. But just keep in mind, some people are bad at the lane, but good at other things. So I would say don't steal the last hits too quickly, but certainly keep an eye out for ones that they're missing. And if they're truly that bad, it will be easy to find last hits that they're going to miss that you are not griefing and is actually just good of you to do. It is actually just high skill supporting to take those last hits. Now, if they're really, really, really bad, then maybe. But you might get reported and it will look bad when people are doing the Overwatch and they're like, I don't know, the guy has 4 support, you're just taking last hits, right? So that's where it gets a little dicey. Third death in 5 minutes, that was avoidable. Here's the thing, I don't think you'll even have to steal then, right? He'll just die and you'll get to farm. So maybe it won't even look like griefing. And at that point, there's really, if someone truly doesn't know how to avoid deaths, there's nothing you could do to prevent it. So like, you can still play support, and then as soon as he starts dying, you just go back to farming and all that. What is with this? Every time I try to post the link to the live stream for YouTube in the Twitch, I notice the thumbnail that pops up is always like the last stream or something. I don't know why that's the case. By the way, guys, if you missed the last stream, we totally did it. We hit 7K. Yippee! Now, truly qualified to give you guys some replays. Yo, boy, yes. Throw one in here. Whoever's first gets it. No, don't do... Just give me the match ID. Dota buff, the links will be blocked because just how the automated stuff goes. It blocks links that I know you guys aren't trying, but like, you know, some shady person comes in, pretends they're doing a replay, and it's actually like scam link or whatever. And maybe if it got me, that sucks. But I would hate if people in the chat were being nice and like, oh, Zach missed this one, I'll take a look. And, you know, and then someone else gets dealt with a scam or whatever. So all links are pretty much blocked besides from mods and myself. Ooh, Robin's the first with the match ID. But feel free to still send yours in, like anyone who's tuning in. You can send it early, but you can also send it later. Like as we finish this first replay analysis, we will we'll be picking the next one, and feel free to just like resend it at that time as well. Okay, you're playing Sven. Wait, let me type this info in. Is there a rank? It's okay if there isn't. It just gives me a rough idea of like what to expect and to also put in the timestamps. If you know roughly what your MMR is, could you let me know? But if not, it's not really a big deal. How do I usually do these timestamps? About 3K. Is that Archon now? I think that's about Archon. That's fine. 3K is enough for me mentally. I'm just going to type Archon, and if it's actually a little different, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so timestamp. There we go. Now let's go addressing, so anyone who clicks the timestamp gets the full picture. So we're watching Sven. How can I not lose these late game team fights? 50 minutes. Yeah, so that's pretty late game. That should give us a clear... Wow, what if I couldn't download? I should have clicked that first. This should give us a clear idea of what to look for. We can jump to... I would say late game fights start around like 35 plus. So maybe we jump to there. Juan, that's great news. Congrats on hitting 1K. Very happy to help you out. I'm sure you'll keep climbing. You got it. Okay, let's take quick stock. So we are Sven. Let's go to your map. How is this game looking? So you are top net worth, which is very good. Your team is generally winning 12K. We might back up a little minute because it looks like you guys just lost some heroes. So that might be the start of losing some of these fights. And then let me take a quick look at items. Is this a... Oh, it's support Leshrac. Okay. Core Venge. Interesting. Okay, team fights for you are not the easiest because one, there's swap to change your positioning and you don't like being kited, so that's really annoying for you. And then black hole, there's not really a good way for you to deal with that, so it would have to be your team. And actually, no one on your team can cancel black hole once it starts. So it is tough for you. You're also going to need an MKB or a Bloodthorn because of this butterfly. At this stage of the game, MKB is probably safer. Not a Sven player anymore, so I'm not 100% sure if someone would choose one or the other. I do see some value to the Bloodthorn, like silencing some other people up. But anyways, let's go back. Ooh, yeah, it looks like this is the fight we lost. So let's go back a full minute, and let's start here. Okay. Is Roche up, or is it just like one of those situations where it's bugged? Okay, Roche is up. It looks like you guys have a 16K lead, so it would be that would be a great objective to go for. And I think this was a party game that you were in, right? Yeah. So as a party, really recommend preparing for Roche anytime it's up. You guys might need to pick off first because Black Hole is scary into Roche, and maybe that's what you guys are trying right now. But depending on your vision, which let's go to this. Okay, probably not the best. But if you like maybe had vision somewhere on the map and you could see they're not in the bottom half. You see like Luna top, same as like one other hero. You have Bounty Invis to like stand and scout. Like you could maybe just steal Roche if they're not in position. But looks like you guys caught track of Luna. And if you guys could get this kill, that'd be great. It's close. All right. Gonna get the kill, but there was certainly some missed execution, and that's actually caused some issues here. Okay, let me double check who is not in the party. The Witch Doctor. Okay, let's go back. All right, so you guys were all coming along. I don't know who was originally smoked. Maybe you're smoked too, and it's just a replay bug. I think Mars is the one that smoked. If this is only showing on Mars. Well, I don't know. Someone smoked, and you should all be smoked right now. Because you could be walking through an observer and be revealed. But also, there's no reason for all of you not to be closer together, right? Like, why are you guys, if you are attempting to smoke, you guys are a little scattered here. So coming up here, you see how Mars goes in first. That's kind of okay. There is a way to initiate first with Mars. And usually get the stun off without the BKBs coming out. It's very high skill. You have to like spear and then arena. It's like very tricky. So I'm not going to blame your guy for not doing it. I don't understand why he jumped ahead though, when you could just stun with the Shadow Walk hit. There's like two ways you do it. The smoke target and the, like, you should also be smoked, should be close together, about to blink in together, and then Bounty hits. If she turns out to have a sentry here, you guys both just jump in right then at the same time. Otherwise, if she doesn't react to Bounty being next to her, he stuns first, and then you jump in, follow up all the stuns. This should be a very quick chain stun. No BKB even comes out. Kill her. So some of the missed execution on it, especially like the God's Rebuke instead of the spear right away, leads to it being a way harder kill. And this whole time, anytime you take a fight that is meant to be a pickoff and it goes longer than you expect, there should be like an internal clock. It's 3 seconds. 3 seconds is how long it takes for the first person to arrive by teleport. And if the longer and longer you go from that, more people are teleporting. And depending how close you are to the tower is then like, okay, we started here and Luna's running this way. We have some extra time because they got to come from here. But we're like by the tower, which means after 3 seconds, they're literally on top of us, which is essentially what happens here and why you guys lose this. So you guys had a great idea on the pickoff, but poorly executed in a bad spot too. Like, it's one thing to poorly execute on your half of the map versus right in front of their tower, which is why so many of these rotations were so fast. And then because we didn't jump together, we end up scattered. And now we're slowly retreating together, but also not retreating. So we're actually losing like a lot of people in this fight. You guys at least got 2 cores. But when we were 16 up and 2 for 4, that's actually a pretty bad fight in the grand scheme of things. So that's one fight. This fight is bad execution by the enemy tower, and then we chase too long into the rotations that are really dangerous. These are really scary rotations. Let's go ahead and jump ahead. See if we can find like another fight. So now I see Roche. Okay, I see a couple heroes dead here. Let's see what happened. So it looks like maybe you guys just did Tormentor. And you're trying to get this Venge. Gonna see the rest of the fight before I comment too much. So here's that lack of MKB I was talking about. You probably need to switch. Ooh, what should it be? These are all solid items. Probably the Daedalus. I'm not the Sven player, again, disclaimer. But Blink, BKB, those are all pretty standard. Harpoon, these all help you prevent being kited. Potentially the Echo into Harpoon is maybe something you could swap. A lot of times Sven only picks one of these items. I actually really like the Blink, so maybe Echo could be something else. But if you do both, I don't think that's that big of a deal. I'd say this Daedalus is the damage item that has the most freedom to be swapped, because then this is survivability, so it's kind of tough. I think if you swap MKB and Daedalus or go for Bloodthorn instead of Daedalus, that might be better. But regardless of itemization, the way this team fight happens is, again, kind of messy. So if we think about how this fight should happen, you're huge, so you'll kill like anyone, right? But if you get BKB ulted, there's nothing your team can do to save you, depending on Enigma's positioning. So you guys need to find Enigma. Before any fight starts, you have to know where Enigma is, or you have to know that it's a very scattered fight. So like 5 of you are down here, 2 of them are here, and then like the other heroes are somewhere else on the map. And you see this through wards or like bounty. But if you don't know where the enemy team is, you can't commit to a fight until you know where Enigma is. That is the problem with how this fight started. You saw the Venge and you wanted to go for Venge, but that's a bait because 1, she has the Ag, so she's going to respawn. So killing her, if her team is nearby, isn't even like, oh, she's dead, so the damage is gone, and if I get Black Hole, it's no big deal. Like, she's actually still contributing, and tower's still up. So, I mean, worst case, she could buy back and run into the fight pretty quickly. So this is fine. Witch Doctor, not quite here yet. We do see Invoker top, but he does have the global contribution, and he's got the Boots of Travel. So in terms of heroes who aren't in the area, he's the best hero on their team to not be with them, because he really is kind of with them. So he isn't enough to see on the map and feel comfortable doing this. But we go anyways. And then, especially once you see this is like the, oh shit, we have to kill Enigma right now. So you have to switch targets pretty much and kill him, which fortunately does pretty much happen, where Mars is doing way more damage than I thought he did. Maybe you got like an extra attack in there or something. I don't know how, because you were Black Holed. But the Enigma dies really quickly, canceling Black Hole. So this wasn't the worst case, but it still wasn't the best. Now you might be saying, well, Zach, I have Aegis, so can't we take this risk? Yes, but also why? Because you have 3 minutes. So you're saying, in the next 3 minutes, I really don't think it's possible to find a better fight than this. And that's kind of weird when you don't know the exact amount, but you know you're ahead. You've been generally winning. You're taking these objectives. So it's kind of weird to think like, yeah, it's just not like 3 minutes. It's just impossible to find a better fight with more information when we have Bounty Hunter and a Zeus, right? Like, it's going to happen. So you don't need to rush into the first thing you see, which is kind of what this one is. And then with you being dead, like, there's a big drop from you to the rest of your team. So once you're out of the fight, and you do respawn, but now you don't have God Strength, so your damage goes down a lot. And then here's like the swapping and stuff that we were saying is going to be an issue for you. Here we don't have the MKB, so Luna probably should have died like 5 attacks ago. Yeah, roughly 4 for 4 at the end, but also your Aegis. So this is another execution one. This one was mis-executing. This one was taking a fight when you didn't see Enigma. Okay, let's find like one more. We'll find one more, and then we'll go into other people's replays, I think. So if you already sent one, just send it again, because I'm not sure if I'll see it. If I'll like scroll back up. Okay, looks like something's happening here. I see an Enigma kill. That's good. All right, so let's see. You guys want to do something. The gold lead has heavily evened out now. It's pretty much an even game. In fact, we're technically losing because we lost barracks. So you guys want to make a play. Someone should finish pushing this in first. Someone should push this. I know it technically got pushed by Witch Doctor, but it's like, it's okay to show and then back off and smoke. Because now you're about to go make a play, and Witch Doctor might not have stun. You know, you might run into a guy right here, and now you can't like chain stun potentially. So if you can, try to deal with the lanes first. Especially, like, none of these lanes are in particularly good spots. So if you could have pushed the lanes in a little further to the enemy's half of the map before smoking, that would be great. But you guys smoke anyways. And then this is a blind smoke. So we have to do a couple things. First, Bounty Hunter should be in front. He's invis. He has the wrong facet talent. Tell your friend to take the minus 30% damage taken in Shadow Walk. It's much better. He should be in front to tank whatever you're blindly walking into. And you're only doing this if you have to. If you don't have to, you don't want to. That's why you want to push the lanes in, because then people are going to deal with it. You're going to see Invoker show bottom. You're going to see someone, they don't want to lose their tier 3 to like random creeps. So like Luna's going to show, a support's going to show. And that's going to give you some information about where to go. This is a completely blind smoke. I have no idea if we're running into 1 or 5 heroes. I know we lose several things. Like if we run into 5 heroes, we're done because we only have 4. 4 heroes might also be iffy, especially because the 5th hero could be TPing in for the enemy team, right? 3 heroes, but then Enigma happens to catch all of us running up a cliff, also could be a losing fight into like the AoE that they have. So it's very dicey what you guys are doing. And you, again, don't have to do it right now. I know you maybe feel bad because you like lost this barracks and you feel pressured, but it's still a pretty winnable game for either team. And so we don't have to take these kind of crazy risks. And that's what this smoke is. It's actually a very crazy time to do it. And then blindly blinking like this, right? Smoke didn't even break. He was just going and going to trust that he reacted and initiated in time with the Hex, which is kind of baller, but also really scary and really risky. Because what happens if there's actually 3 heroes here, an Avenge and an Enigma here? Like, you guys are going to start the fight and then immediately lose the fight. In the end, it happens that we lucked out and we find Enigma. But I hope as we go back 10 seconds and I show you the full map, if it's clear that this was very much random of whether it worked out or not. Like the fact that he happened to TP in and the rest of his team was up here was completely unknown to us. And so there's a world where they have certain heroes here that win this fight instead, and you guys smoke into your loss. Off of that Enigma kill, though, because that is good. Let's pretend it was a better orchestrated Enigma kill that was, like, fully informed choice, right? Let's go off of that. So you guys kind of want the Roshan, which is a great idea, but you don't know if it's up yet. So just pushing out lanes is good. One person can kind of check Roche while everyone else pushes. You do want to kind of stick around this ward if it's going to be here. This guy walking forward's great. I don't know why he did that. Now they're doing silly things. Were you getting pushed back there? What was that? Was that Deafening Blast? Oh yeah, it was Deafening Blast. Okay, you can take this fight because Enigma is dead. Alright, the Invoker Wombo comes out. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? All things considered, that wasn't too bad. You guys just didn't have the greatest control to actually finish the kills. But it's essentially a 3 for 2, which is kind of okay. You just have to be worried about Black Hole now being up. Okay, you guys don't want to fight right now because Enigma never used Black Hole in the last fight, and you're still waiting for 2 teammates. So you shouldn't even think about defending this tower. This is a maneuvering moment. So you can see that they want to push mid for whatever reason. You either like lose the fight here and you see them all walk down, you see wards, whatever. They're pushing mid, and for the reasons I just stated, you don't actually want to fight. Enigma has Black Hole, you're waiting for 2 heroes. They're technically waiting for 2 heroes as well, but in terms of like the Wombo combo potential, Black Hole into Refresher's down, but like still the Cataclysm and Meteors is pretty scary, plus a Luna attacking in that entire time. I don't know. It's scary, especially because your BKB is not up. So really, we're just giving up this tower, and you should be pushing other lane. So Mars pushes this lane, Sven and Witch Doctor go push top, and then after they take this tower, they either keep pushing, at which point these guys are getting really close to respawning, so are they, but they can't join the fight. There's no TP for them. There's TPs for your teammates and for you yourselves who are pushing this lane. So if they keep pushing, then you guys can all come home and take the fight. If one person TPs here, let's say he's Invoker. Invoker TPs here because you push this lane and he's like, oh, we shouldn't lose that tier 2. He TPs in. These two walk back, and you know they walk back because you have observers that happen to catch one of them. You go, oh shit, they're scattered, and they TP'd away. And that's when you TP home and immediately take the numbers fight again. But you guys are coming here, and this is another kind of coin flip fight. I think it's too scary to take this, but it could potentially work. Ooh. All right, kind of whiff on the jump, and then in the end, yes, we are not winning this fight. Oh, and he has no buyback. I didn't notice that. I guess because we skipped ahead. He used it earlier, but that's another reason to definitely not take this fight yet. Look how much damage Zeus just did. So if you guys were all together when you start that, it would be way easier. All right, so the 3 fights we saw, this one was actually great. Conceptually, fantastic kill to go for. You guys just mis-executed on actually killing the Luna. This one, you had the right tools, you had the advantage, but you didn't figure out the right priority, which is like, we can't take fights without knowing where Enigma is, and Venge is a little bit of a bait. Like, if she's really on her own, we can kill her, but if she's not, like, meh. This one was kind of random on whether it worked or not, and then this one was optional, but unfavorable. And you guys took it, and it turned out to be unfavorable. But it's optional, so if you guys had pushed other things, you could maybe wait for a better situation like I described, and then the fight would work out instead. Okay, let's see who else has questions. Origiratina. Yeah, I remember that question. You're climbing with some of your best heroes and phase-in heroes to my pool. Nice. Yeah, see how it feels. If you don't like it, right, you can always swap back. Robin, no problem. I think this was a good question. It happens to a lot of people where you have a big lead, but you don't understand how to end it. Or like, you know you're in the lead, and it's like, why are we still losing fights? That's the cool thing about Dota. It's very complicated, and so even when you're behind, there are chances to win, which in this case was like a big wombo combo type of spells. So in those situations, I think it actually feels more natural, right? When you're behind, your team is more careful. You're like, oh, we have to find like the right fight. And when you're ahead, it's really easy to slip and be like, we're ahead. Just go, just do whatever. But actually, as long as you can identify ahead of time, like, hey, we're winning, but this is actually still really scary. You keep that mindset, like, okay, we still got to find the right targets. Let Bounty find the guy. We have Blink Hex, right? You should be able to delete single target pickoffs. And you have the Zeus and the Bounty to like win the vision game. So just be patient with it. That's your advantage that game, right? You guys have vision superiority. They have wombo combo team fight potential. And the fights you guys ended up taking were more favorable to the wombo combo than the pick-off and vision game. The NPR, my turtle replay, we can podcast over it. Okay, let's save that one, NPR. Because at some point, I already expect to need a snack. Beta Bits, thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. I completely missed that. Thank you so much. I have some chia seeds soaking in milk. Gonna add some protein powder to that. And then that'll be our snack. We might eat some like baby carrots. I always feel even more than when I play, when we're doing these replays, I'm literally talking the entire time. And I find I get very tired and very like low energy, but eating snacks and all that helps to Helps to split it up a little more and stay more high energy. Okay. Oh, in that replay, I didn't see you ask Quan, what about a scan? I think this was for like when they were blindly smoking and I was saying this is bad. So you can scan, but the issue is if the scan hits and you still have no other information, you still don't know, like, am I going into 1 or am I going into 5? The main thing I know is that I am going into heroes or I'm going into no heroes. So if the goal is to scan and then maybe get vision down, yeah, you could kind of do it and then back off. I would actually say you want to use the scan in conjunction with, I don't know if I'm using that right, with more vision on the map. So either bounty is somewhere on the map, sees one hero, and you're like, is this hero actually on their own? So you scan near that hero, or you scan another part of the map that you think they're in. And if that scan connects, now you know someone's over there, which means at most 4 heroes are near the target bounty found, and then you could do that. Or like you have a ward showing like 1 hero top, 1 hero mid, and you're thinking about taking that jump. You could scan in between them, like in the triangle, and like the scan hits, and you're like, okay, maybe that's not the best, because like the 3 heroes could join the 1 hero, and then the one further away eventually makes it in. Maybe not the best. But if that scan goes and it's empty, then the 3 heroes are more likely to be somewhere else, or around like the top hero, the mid hero, whatever. But you have like, I don't know, you have more information to work with. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, let's start. Yo Boy has a game about bounty hunter and not griefing the lane. And then Senshi has a question about 3 Invis heroes constantly picking off Storm. Those two might go together, along with what we just talked about. So let's start with the bounty game. Talk about Invis laning, because depending on your matchup, one thing I might tell you is like, you should go roam mid. And then with that same mentality, that could connect to the Hoodwink game. Oh, okay, this is in time. It was being a little slow, so I was worried. It was more than a week ago. Okay, not soft support. Hard support bounty. You gotta know what you're doing for hard support bounty. For support bounty is much easier. Hard support bounty is doable, and when it was really good, I was trying it a bit. But potentially, the reason you grief your lane might be because of the weakness of bounty in the safe lane. And it may not work out because of that. What snack do you got? Probably some baby carrots, maybe an apple later. I do have it, but I didn't peel it or cut it ahead of time. I could like eat it like a, just like biting it, but that's kind of like messy while streaming. We'll see what else we got later. Will you try to get 8K next? I'm floating the idea. Either we're gonna goof off now and just play whatever, and I think that's what I'm leaning to, but I do have some double downs, and I don't love the idea of double downs now, but I did think it'd be kind of funny if I just did like 15 double down games in a row, and if we went on a decent enough win streak, it would shoot us towards 8K, and I thought that could be interesting. How are you always so kind? I don't know if I am, but I think it's just in the mentality. Life sucks, guys. Life sucks. So we gotta try to be nice when we can to each other and not be part of the reason life sucks. And I'm pretty like sensitive to it because I was almost forgot the timestamp. Bounty Hunter. I guess I should do the number. Yeah, Bounty Hunter 5 Ancient. I was depressed for like forever. Lately, I'm much better, but because of that, I feel like I'm very empathetic to being like, things suck. I don't want to add to that to other people, so we just try to be nice. Okay. So we're bounty 5. If you want Bounty 5 to work, you have to be able to play in the lane because roaming and creep dragging is less of an option for you. For support, you can creep drag if the lane is really bad, and offlaners are more designed to be left on their own. So you get the lane to come back, and then you leave, and then it's fine. There's like a cycle. You work in the lane to get the lane back. You have that like 30 seconds to a minute or more to do things roaming around. And when you do roam, the double stack is there. Ancient and hard, like the best, although Bounty can't actually double stack, so maybe not applicable to him. But the Ancient Camp single stack is still the best stack in the game he could do. So you have many options as Bounty. 5 Bounty, you don't get to leave the gyro. The lane is already here, so there's no work for you to do to get it somewhere. But if you leave, then you're freeing it up for the enemy to pull it back. And for gyro, or your carry, who is less optimized to be left alone, to struggle. And there's not as... Actually, I guess the thing about the Ancient stack is not as true anymore since there's an Ancient camp now. So I guess take that point away. You could stack the Ancient, though I think typically there are more offlaners and mids who can farm this kind of double stack safely, and it's difficult to steal compared to this one where not a bunch of carries, the gyro is one, who can do it. But also it's way easier to steal if the enemy were to make their way over and like go for this rather than the triangle. Especially once this tier 1 tower is down. But anyways, because of that, you kind of have to like play the lane a lot. So you need a lot of regen and like stats. You're part of the way there. You got tangos and a salve. I would get probably a magic stick as well, and then some stats. And you just have to be in the lane a lot, bodying, and you have to buy another set of tangos, potentially more, and just be very annoying in the lane. What is that observer going to show you? You are Bounty. You can place some very deep wards. But at 0 minutes into the game, what is this actually going to do for you? How often will someone go through here? Couriers won't even go through there. So this is actually just kind of a useless observer, in my opinion. Something for the bounty rune at least has value for the initial bounty rune attempt. Something back here helps with courier sniping for the usual 4 bounty. Even if you're 5 bounty, they're probably going to put sentries in the lane, so we can't really lane observer very much. But you could put it like over here to watch for their rotations. You could put it real far back to see if like anytime, let's say it's Ringmaster 4, goes for a stack, you can like pressure the centaur more in that time. This actually won't help you nor anyone on your team, if I had to guess. The very tail end of this observer might catch the mid farming and stacking this camp, but like, then what? Half the time you know that's happening because you see Ember walk this way, and the mid knows like that's what's happening, the timing works out, it's what's going on. You don't actually need to see it. When Ember's here at 5 minutes, no one's gonna do anything about it, so you don't actually need to see him. Like, let's say he's super low health. So what? Like, no one's gonna get over there to do anything. All right, block the camp. All right, step 1. We'd like to do this earlier. This is true for any position 5, not just bounty. Ideally do it sooner so you can be in the lane as much as possible. If you're doing it now, let's say Ringmaster was just here. Both of them are focusing on last hits and denies and your carry while you're blocking camps that you could have done earlier, and you're gonna miss out on XP, so they're gonna hit level 2 before you guys are gonna hit level 2. Gyro aggroed it under his own tower, so that's his fault. Nothing to do with you, but if you're in the lane, sometimes this is unavoidable, because they do the creep drag, and then the carry does not feel comfortable matching it, like aggroing the creeps and walking forward. So if they're on their own, that's right, you know? If the support is here, then you can both walk forward together. Or if you're in the lane anyways, you can at least both get XP and maybe both hit level 2 at the same time, which I actually do think you made it in time to get the XP. No, we missed a little bit. I think 1 creep must have died. Okay, kill that sentry. So as this second wave dies and we get into the third wave, how much have we actually annoyed the centaur? Right? As a bounty, all I feel I've done is I blocked this camp And then there was like a little moment here where we like hit one thing. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, this is the usually the strongest time before offlaners start picking up tank items, vanguards, whatever, phase boots, and it becomes really difficult to pressure them. Centaur's going to get very annoying to pressure. Level 1 is going to be the weakest moment. And we let the first minute kind of just pass by. You know, we haven't really hit him. Bounty has great base stats, but as a support, you're not going to be getting the items Centaur is. So maybe we were thinking about stacking, but we missed the timing a little bit. Stacking would have been good. All right, we hit him once. Let's look at the last hits. We did do a little sentry fight. That's another thing we kind of did. We're going for some denies, so that's not bad. But you have really good stats. You have bought the regen. Let me change it this way. I make this mistake a lot with mangoes. I buy multiple mangoes early, and then it'll be like 10 minutes in the game, and I still have the mangoes. If I bought mangoes early, I need to use mangoes. That's what the investment is. So you bought the tangos, you bought the second set. You've been going through some tangos, so that's good. But look at this salve just sitting in the backpack. This is 100 gold of your starting money that has not done anything. Sometimes you buy the salve, and like, if I take a bunch of damage, then I'll salve up. Many people take that passively, like, if it happens, I'll use the salve. But you should actually be proactive with it. I can push aggressively against the enemy. I can take big trades because I already bought the salve. So when we both lose 400 health and I fall back and I salve up and I'm back in the lane in 13 seconds, they can't. They can't do that because all they have is tangos, and you can click them to see this. So when you're playing like these melee heroes, this also fits like Ogre. It can sometimes be Clockwork. It's these heroes that can't always force something. They may not be the strongest in the lane, but they're bodies. Like, you just have to make the enemy waste mana and health on you instead of the carry. And that's kind of what I feel like I haven't really seen. And you probably also feel like I can't pressure that hard as Bounty, but like, then I would tell you, like, that's why we don't play Bounty 5 typically. It's why he's better as a 4. But even when I played him 5, I was more aggressive. Constantly making, like, poking with Shadow Walk to make them miss last hits, time the stun so that they miss the range, or skip Shadow Walk, get Janata so you can take trades with Janata all the time, take Shuriken Toss early. Like, if you go Janata Shuriken Toss, these are 2 aggressive spells. Like, just play as a visible hero. It's not like Ogre Magi can't play the lane, you know, like, they just see you, and that's fine. He probably even bought multiple sentries, and now he doesn't even have to use them because you're invis. You made him waste his money, and then you get invis anyways and surprise him with it. So you can mix things up. In these first 4 minutes, I just don't feel like we managed to do a bunch as Bounty. And part of that is Bounty being a weird 5, but then part of that is you not, like, getting in there. This is the best thing you've done. The 6-minute power rune rotation. You're right on time. This is peak gameplay. You got to hit him there. As soon as... Let me tell you what Embers will do, guys. Ember at 6 minutes, or as soon as he's level 6, he will... If he has no wards, which, by the way, this should tell you that there's no vision here or here. There's no observers in the mid lane right now. I know that because he's going into the wrong rune. He would never do this if he knew where the rune is. If there's a ward here, he knows it's here, and he keeps going this way. If the rune is top and he has a ward there, he would instantly remnant over. There's no vision in the mid lane right now, which is very important to keep track of for roaming heroes like Bounty. Like, where are their wards? This is good for any support, but especially invis heroes like Bounty. You want to get a constant read of this kind of stuff. Because there's no observer, he needs to see with his own eyes that there's no power rune.
Who's that? Thank you.
When he walks like right here, and I'm cheating because I just saw him do this, but like when he walks right here, this is about the 800 range of the power rune, he will instantly remnant because he will say the power rune's not here, therefore it is top, therefore I go top to get the rune, and I gotta go as fast as possible so Zeus doesn't get there and some other support who's up here doesn't get it. So if you're here to mess with him and like the rune doesn't spawn because it's 6 minutes and you go, oh, it's not here, you got to immediately walk this way and hit him before he remnants, because you're not going to waste your time chasing him all the way here. And at that point, he's going to have the water rune. It's going to be hard to kill him, and he's got 9 charges as well. So we just want to do some damage, which is mainly the Janata hit, steal a little gold, scare him a little bit, and then we leave. It's kind of minor, but it's also like a little bit of a thing. If you thought you could kill him, then all the more reason you've got to go before he reaches this point. Zeus should have gone for the other rune. That's bad on Zeus, but whatever. We're here for you. Oh, original routine. Thank you, Tina. Thank you for the Prime sub. If you sub, does it remove ads? Yes, sure does. Wait, what happened here? I looked away. Fast rotation top, and you go for the Lena. It does work out. We totally sacrificed the beast, though. Let me see. I guess it's fine, especially in the heat of the moment. I think what you did, it worked out in the end. I kind of think you could get Beastmaster more involved. If you hit Ember and stun him, Beastmaster can throw his axes, and then the Zeus ult will finish the job on the Lena. But it's kind of in the heat of the moment. I'm not gonna worry too much. I will say though, you shouldn't have queued Lena. You should have queued Drow, because you have through and through. So you should queue Drow here, because it'll go through Lena, because you're like literally on top of her. Queue through her into the Drow Ranger, and you'll get a little bit more value out of your queue. And I mean, the Zeus ult ended up finishing the Drow anyways, but maybe you didn't have Zeus ult, and then she lives with a little bit of extra health. All right, post laning, your rotations have been much better. 6 minutes into the fast rotation top. Off of this fight, you probably should have just twin gated down here to attempt the Wisdom Rune steal. It's a little late, so if you didn't want to, I think that's fine. But the other thing you could do is mess with the Centaur, because you were here, and then like if we can hit one more lane, like he least expects you at this time, I feel. So you could get him low, help out the gyro a little bit. You're going mid, but I think it's really tough for you guys to kill Ember. I say that as he falls quite low, but you guys don't actually have lockdown, and he's a very mobile hero. So he should be like keeping a safety remnant down, and then I think it's really tough to ever get this kill. Like, yeah, this, right? So I don't actually feel like we have a lot of success in the mid lane. If it was 8 minutes, I would go, but it was like 7 minutes and you came here. What's probably more valuable is potentially double stacking. I forget exactly what time you could have left. Or just stay top for Drow to respawn and then try to fight her with the Beastmaster. All right, it sounds silly because it worked out, but I would actually recommend you don't do this. So you did do one D ward back here, but what that means is that they know you're in this area, and there could be another sentry in this lane. I think the fact that you caught sight of Ember was really good. And if I was your team, I would actually just leave now. I would just take top, and you guys fall back to farm here, and you can see, because you're the first with this information, so you can react first. They still are expecting you guys to walk up. Ember is going to be waiting here. Let's just assume they don't have vision of you. They're going to be waiting here. They're like, okay, Gyro's going to walk up. We're going to get him. We're going to get him, boys. No one shows up, and they're like, don't worry, he's on the way. We're going to wait 10 seconds, you know? And in that time, so much mid damage, tower damage going top. It's like, surely he's coming. And then at some point you give up and you're like, okay, just push. Gyro's not here. But you have the few seconds advantage on that play from that. If you guys are going to take a fight, we know they have the numbers here. We only have 2 heroes. So if a fight is going to happen, it requires the rotations. So rather than want to fight anywhere out here, we actually want to fight further back here. So the fact that you caught sight of Ember is enough. Either you leave now, or if your team thinks they're going to fight, you want to wait back here. And like Gyro will go farm in that time, but you'll wait in the area. When you come out here, we know that they have the numbers, and essentially what happens to you is that they do catch sight of you, and they kill you out here really quickly. And that's because they have multiple heroes waiting in this area, and you have heroes back here. But if we know there's going to be a big fight, do I want to fight outside of the tower or in the tower? And are we pressured to fight? Do you guys have to kill the Ember? Do you have to kill the Ringmaster or the Centaur? You don't have to. You guys are winning. This is an idea that we've been talking about recently in these replays. The current state is good for you guys. In fact, Wind Ranger TPing here is too early because the hero you saw come here is Ember. That's a really big hero. If it was a support, it's like whatever. Ember is waiting here, not showing himself, not farming because he's hoping to kill this Gyro. As long as Ember doesn't kill Gyro, it is a waste of his time. That is a success for you guys. Zeus is freely farming in this time. So Zeus farming. Ember moved. If Ember kills Gyro, it's worth it. As long as he doesn't kill Gyro, Zeus is winning. And if Zeus is winning, like as a team, we're winning because like, let's say everyone else is farming and we're just considering the Zeus and the Ember, right? That tilts it in our team by a few hundred gold, and that's enough. So you don't actually have to step out this far. If you want to like take a peek, I would step like here at most, like at the edge of this tree, but still under the tower. But I actually think like none of you should even engage in this creep wave. You're only risking giving them the fight that they're hoping to find, and you should force them to dive the tower to do so, and it'll be in a better spot for you guys. Because you end up walking out here, they do find at least 1 kill. It does end up being a heavy price, and you land like some pretty good cooldowns and everything. But I swear, like, that won't always happen. There are times they'll kill you and get out. There are times the spells won't connect as well. So I do think it was still risky, even though 1 for 3 is an excellent trade in the end. That's why I said I know it sounds silly, but sometimes it'll work and then sometimes it won't. Okay, this is mostly a laning question, and I think we kind of covered it in the first 5 minutes. You got to get in here if you're gonna play Bounty 5. You gotta get more involved in the first few minutes. I feel like your life started after the 5-minute mark, which is kind of the reverse of what you want as a hard support. Bounty is already an unideal 5, so like you gotta really push it. Okay. I didn't expect the Bounty 5, so it didn't really connect in the way I thought it would to Senshi's. But since we said it, we'll take a quick look at the game. And then we'll pick a new one from you guys posting it in. Oh, never mind. We're not going to do that because this is older than a week. Replays only last about a week if you don't already have them downloaded. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch this one Senshi. Your question is, though, about like how do you deal with 3 invis? You pretty much need to pick a few areas where you want to play. So like if you try to play every area of the map and sentry everything, you will eventually lose sentries because Nyx going through bottom is going to get run to a sentry and he's going to deward it. Like they have priority on where they play. So hold on. Let me make sure I'm explaining this clearly, because this applies to all Invis heroes. Invis heroes, whether you're playing Invis or not, is a battle on the sentry supply. because there's only so many sentries, and there's an economic cost to buying the sentries. Who is the one who needs the sentry? Like, where does it matter the most? It's the invis hero. If they aren't in your sentry, and there's only so much the sentry can cover, the advantage goes to the invis hero. If you try to cover the entire map, it will never work. You have to pick a limited area, because not only do you want to see the invis hero, you want to punish the invis hero. The advantage of invis is that you're invis. The disadvantage is that you are often ahead of your team on your own. And most invis heroes are actually not that tanky. Actually, the 3 heroes right here are a great example. These are all really squishy heroes. They just happen to be invis, and that makes it difficult to kill them. So you want to pick a couple areas of the map that matter the most to you, not the whole map. Typically, 2 lanes and like the jungle in between. That's a very rough rule of it. Early in the game, it can be like the spot in front of the lane you're leaving alone, and then the other 2 lanes where you're actually playing. You want to play those areas so that you don't have to keep re-sentrying. Because even if he realizes there's a sentry in the triangle, but he can't deward it, because you react to him and he's like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here, right? He can't go in there again. When you ward the entire map and he goes top and he gets spotted, he's like, okay, I'll go mid. No one's in mid, he checks for sentries, he kills your sentry uncontested. When you trade sentries, it's gonna hurt you more, because eventually both teams will run out of sentries, and that screws you over more than the invis team. So you have to play where your sentries are to try to preserve them the longest. All of this to say, when it comes to getting picked off, the most common issue is that people are trying to play the whole map versus invis heroes, but you have to play where the sentries are, and the sentries can only cover a few parts of the map. I don't know if I explained that very well. I feel like I didn't. I think I have to think on that longer to think of a better way to explain it. It says League is the game I'm playing. What the heck? Twitch, I preset to Dota, and it's always that way. YouTube, for whatever reason, despite being a Dota channel for, I'm gonna say 5 years, but even beyond that, I was doing the occasional random Dota video. I have maybe 2 April Fool's videos on League of Legends. I actually think it's just 1. I don't know what AI is doing. But this is what it should be. It should know that I'm in Dota. But YouTube does not save the game category in between streams. Every single time I have to remember to set it to Dota 2. And I don't usually remember to do that. So I guess it auto set it to League. That's weird. With this invis meta, does Slardar support gain value? But why would you pick Slardar support instead of bounty support if both supports are going to reveal at level 6? Bounty is strictly better than Slardar. Like, if you're thinking of invis, but also what the heroes do, bounty is always going to be better than Slardar. It is true, though, like, if there's a lot of invis heroes, Slardar does gain value, but you should probably just play him as a core. I would love to play Slardar support, actually, but I don't think it's good enough to right now. Okay, let me see who else put in some replays. If you'd like to repost any of the match IDs and stuff, now would be a great time, guys. Throw them in. I kind of want to sit down, but Hephaestus is sleeping in my chair. Yesterday, we played badminton. We usually do on Tuesdays. It's kind of hit or miss who shows up. We just play at our friends go to like a Chinese church, and classic Chinese way, they use the gym for badminton, like in between stuff. So we just tag along, and it's a hit or miss how many people are there. But yesterday there was a lot of people, and more people who actually play badminton, because it ranges from casual to like people who actually play. So there was like more people who actually play. So it's really tiring. I don't want to stand anymore, but I can't sit. Hephaestus is in my chair. I play pickleball at Chinese church. So they also have, there's 3 courts. Usually we do a 2 for pickleball, 1 for badminton, because usually there's more pickleball people. Yeah, pickleball's fun. I tried it once. I didn't get that into it. When I went to ESL Raleigh, apparently a lot of the town are into pickleball. So one of the days we went to pickleball, and I tried again a bit more. It was fun. I might try it more. Go get wrecked by like the old Chinese aunties and uncles that are playing pickleball there every single week. Go get wrecked by them. Let's see, Paprika and Caesar. Maybe we can take a look at these. Let's start with Caesars. Can you recommend a few heroes to learn the game as position 5? Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me type this in. I actually think I'm going to remake this video soon. Beginner heroes. So maybe keep an eye out for that in the nearish future. Uncalibrated, but looks like this game is mostly Archon through Crusader. So I'm just going to throw you in that. I'll say Archon. Start that download. Okay. New player heroes. Let's see. Do I have a... Ooh, best support for beginners. That is kind of good. That is kind of what I need. But actually, I think I want to start a new one that is like all the roles. And maybe we could fill it out real quick. Okay, actually, let's. Oops. Whatever. I did the timestamp I did is best beginner videos. I'll have to change that later. Let's do a quick, because actually this question comes up a lot, so I think it'd be really useful to set this up. Then we'll go back to the replay we were about to watch, and then continue from there. Let me. Is this the best way to do it? Do I have one that's set up in a better way? All roles. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, let's use this. Best beginner heroes. What the heck? Hold on. Is it because they had the same name? Usually it copies the format of the last thing you were... Okay, cool. Get this shit out of here. You can stay, actually. That's a good one. Yeah, Invoker. Let's leave Invoker in there. What a grief. Get these out of here. All right. Best beginner heroes. Let's do this real quick. We don't have to cover every single hero because I'll think about it more later. Let's start with some basics. Things I've said in the past, I think Lich and AA are good. I also think this changes depending if you're playing with friends or not. And I think if you can play with friends, that's usually the best case scenario. But I'm going to assume you're not for this particular topic. Okay, get him out of here. Let's see. Sven. Carries are easier. I'm going to start with them. I think anyone with a stable lane who farms pretty well and can like farm early is good. Dragonite should be in the... Dragonite's number 1 for all of this. There we go. Who else? Oh, I think Wraith King. I think that might actually be like the best. Maybe Lifestealer. Actually, I don't know. I feel like you need to know what you're doing. I'm going to start with these. Okay, mid lane, easy heroes. Mid's actually the hardest lane to start in, I think. I actually think Dragon Knight is probably one of the best. Oh, who's that? Thank you. He's like Viper.
How's the latest patch? Or did a new one just drop?
Most recent patch is 7.38C. Hugo, what's up, dude? It's been ages. Hope you're doing well, man. New patch is pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a water map. We've got like more waters. We got like frog camps. And you can like run faster in the water. It's pretty cool. Came out a couple months ago. I forget exactly when. But yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it. What else is an easy mid? Easy mid gameplay wise. I think Pugna is also not that bad. I think there's high level shit you can do with Pugna, and maybe I'll take him off the list because it's easy to grief your team with Decrepify, but long attack range, fast movement speed, and you press Q on buildings. Like, that's straightforward. Death Prophet might be forgivable. I think you need a mix of like simple heroes, but also hard to kill heroes. Sniper? Do I think Sniper's easy? Conceptually easy, but easy to screw up? Because the positioning's bad. Positioning is very important to him, and if you mess that up, it's really easy to do nothing. You know, maybe offlane's the place it's at. Actually, there's so many bulky boys. Just go and hit things. Maybe Sand King's a good beginner hero, because you'd be playing against bad players, so Invis. Invis be good. I think there's some other complications there. The ult might screw people. Let's leave it at that for now. All right. Wait, let's go back to hard support, because I think soft support is... I think soft support is maybe one of the harder ones to get into. And I gotta think of like a good heroes for LC. Warlock, I think, would be good. You'd push the lane a lot by accident, but I think it's not a huge deal at that bracket. Maybe Witch Doctor. I think Timbersaw is maybe a little complicated. Huskar, you also need... So I want to base it on two things. I think there's like a level that's easy to play on Huskar of like you press W on people. But I also think there's a much more complicated that like to actually play the hero, you have to have a really good understanding of pushing the tempo and like pushing your limits. And that's really difficult to do as a new player. And as soon as you feed once or twice on that hero, your life is done. I think new player heroes should be very forgiving, and that even when you die, you still have good contribution. Like, even if you have the worst game in the world, but you land a big golem, or you land an ice blast, that feels good. Even if you are pretty poor on axe, but you get to a blink, and you blink call, like, that's very meaningful. That won't be true for every single hero, because it's impossible, but... you're gonna screw up as a new player, and if the rest of the game feels bad after one mistake, you're not gonna have a good time. And that's what like a hero like Huskar is. Like, as soon as you die once, it's done. Now, probably not, because you're playing against beginner heroes, so you'll get more wiggle room. But like, you will have games like that, which is like, wow, that felt bad, and I never felt good ever again. That was me when I gained consciousness at 13. Wow, I feel bad, and I never stopped feeling bad. Until years later. Maybe Abaddon. I'm gonna think about that. Okay, position 4. I think Spirit Breaker is good. Press Q. The lane is awkward, but I think it'll be more forgiving for newer players. The thing is, a lot of the overlap for a beginner player, I would tell them don't treat 4 support and 5 support differently. Even though that kills me a little bit, that's just the reality of it. Like you'll play them the exact same way when you're new, and that's okay for learning the game. I think a lot of actual position 4s are kind of complicated. Because then we're talking about creep dragging and roaming and stacking. Like you just want straight up lane winner, I think. Maybe Jakiro can go on the list for both position 4 and 5. His abilities is weird to think of, but they are skill shots. And he's kind of slow. I think that's the danger for a new player. But he's relatively bulky, and I guess it's not hard to imagine how to use the abilities. Ringmaster's way too hard for a new player. Dark Willow, guys, these are way too hard for new players. It's too much. You're like trying to explain to them what going out of the map yet disjointing but still getting hit by some stuff is. It's like, it's way too much. Ringmaster's got like 9 abilities when you factor in souvenirs. Pudge? Oh shit, yeah, throw Pudge in there. Tinker. This is how we get no new players, guys. I think I would just leave it at this, honestly. I think a new player... I think about this more. I talk about Age of Empires lately a lot. We're in a phase. We used to talk about RuneScape a lot. Now we're in Age of Empires. Age of Empires, every single civ has something unique about it. And I think, you know, trying to play to that specific unique element is tough. So I think a good way to begin, like my approach has been like, what is the generic stuff that most civilizations have in common? I saw someone mention Earthshaker. Like now bringing that to Dota. Earthshaker does some generic roaming things. But Earthshaker has a uniquely specific thing, which is like, you might fissure block your own creeps. Literally no one else does that. But it's an important part of playing Earthshaker. And I think that's kind of complicated for a new player. It's like, hey, here's the thing you're going to do. Don't do it on any other hero in the game. Just this one. Like that, you should start with things that like very much carry over between different heroes. I'm going to leave it as this for now. I'll think more on this later. Veno or Rubick. Venomancer, maybe, except that I think he's pretty squishy, and it's really easy to go out of positioning in the early game and then feed. I'd say Rubick, you don't even know what the spells in the game do, so you have no idea what to steal. Rubick is also considered a high difficulty hero. Like, even when he's good, his win rate is low, so I'd say that one's dangerous for a new player. I think a lot of these heroes are pretty tanky and straightforward in like what they do. Like you could give a very clear beginner game plan to someone with these heroes. There's probably more. I think Timbersaw is just a little tough in mana management because you have a lot of spells, but you have to be careful how you use them, and you have to be thinking about like cutting trees, and you have to think about trees. I think that's confusing. Okay, let's go back to our original. Do I even still have? Oh, we do. Let's go back to this. Started to rain again here. Okay, back to Zeus. Did I lose the lane uncalibrated? I don't know if that means you're new or you just haven't played in a while. Maybe I can see real quick. Does it show the number of games or something? Okay, just you haven't done ranked, but you do play. Okay. I was just making sure you weren't like a new player who came from another MOBA, so you're like relatively high in the unranked versus like you know kind of what's up. I play Age of Empires 2. I've been playing more lately. I go on and off. But I started again because Jack KBBQ We played it a little bit at Raleigh, and I've been in again. I've been doing more ranked in between stuff. You are Zeus. Can I recommend a spot? Either Zeus for support. You will de-ward with lightning bolt, so you don't need a sentry for your own camp. So you can go ahead and use sentries to block the enemy camp. But try not to overlap it, because like when they block your camp, and I'd say like in the back is more common and you're probably safe at that point. But sometimes people put it over here and then they would get the D-ward for free. And then that sucks in general. But as Zeus, one of your advantages as a support should be that you get a little bit extra money where the enemies have to buy sentries to block and to unblock. You only have to do one of those. So if you give them any chance to like get away with it for free where they get to go even with you, that's a loss to one of your like, I'm not going to call it minor because it actually does. It's part of why Zeus gets to be greedy, but it's also not going to like define your life. So I don't know. Minor advantages of Zeus is that sentry advantage on this. So put it over here, like further in usually. The other spot I would recommend is behind this tree line. Like right here, above this tree, and then in between these two trees, because a lot of people miss it. It got me recently, and now I've become aware of this spot. And even if they use a spot here or here, you will see their sentry and kill it, and they'll still be looking for your sentry because it's like behind the tree. So I would at least put it over there. Let's keep moving. Switch out these two clarities. I don't mind the Sage's Mask start. I think it's greedy, but you could do it in general. If Anti-Mage is in your lane, it's not going to be good. You need a magic stick and you need mangoes as Zeus. The other thing to Zeus, support. And based on your itemizations, I feel like we're going to see this. Way too many people heavily rely on the spells. For Zeus, for Skywrath, a couple other supports. Your base damage is actually really good, 55, because you're a core hero. Your attack speed's solid. So you should actually be right-clicking a bunch, and then when they get low, when you need to mini-stun, when you're full on mana, and when you want to use a little bit of it, then you lightning bolt. And then when you get people low enough that you can go for a kill, and they're a little far out, like the support walks up here, you can lightning bolt. Jump to slow them. They get to about like here in that time because of the slow. You lightning bolt again, you chase them, and then you lightning bolt again when they're like over here. The triple lightning bolt in that short time frame, the 12 seconds, is what finishes the kill and catches people off guard. You don't want to use all your mana to get them into that kill range, and then you have no more mana to do the triple lightning bolt like chase. So you actually want to right click a bunch on Zeus, and we have no right click items. So 2 clarity should be 2 sticks. And then versus an anti-mage, or potentially versus the anti-mage, I would replace Sage's Mask with a magic stick. But in general, I would be open to it if it wasn't for that hero. Though even then, if there's any excuse for the magic stick, I would do it. Okay, you guys get first blood. I feel like with everything we said, we just set the stage. It's essentially what I'm looking for you. How much you right-click in the lane versus how much you use spells. So because a first blood happened, we actually do get to use 1 clarity. So that's not too bad. But even before using that clarity, I will point out, you still had enough mana for 1 more lightning bolt, and you had the mango. So even in a case where we used lightning bolt several times before the lane started, we didn't actually need the clarity right now, and you would have had time to buy the clarity or buy a mango with the money you now have from the bounty runes. So if this was a magic stick and a couple spells got used from the enemy teams, you'd already have some free charges. If you had the stats, you get some like bonus regen that's gonna like kick in. All right, so he ends up killing off the sentry. Let's actually close that point. Where did he put his? Boom, right there. Came into play. If you put it behind the tree, he might not have noticed, though it turns out someone ate that tree. That's actually kind of uncommon, but... Uh-oh. All right, free kill. Shouldn't usually happen, but we take those. You should immediately clarity. Like, if you're gonna have it, you should do it now. The one who's gonna break it is Morphling, outside of a Pudge Hook. This is the issue with clarities. Do you see how far back you are now? But you could easily go for these denies. You have 55 damage, Morphling has 64, but this is also Archon. So it's not a hard rule that because he has 10 more damage than you, he'll get every last hit. Like, you can still make him sweat for the last hits if you right-click, but because you're claritying, you're too scared to be up here. If you can't help with this stuff, you should just do creep stuff. You walked halfway and then got scared. So far, you did get a kill, but your actual lane impact in the right-clicking has been lacking. In fact, so far, I think the only thing you've done to enemy heroes is press W. So now you're unblocking with the sentry, which defeats the purpose of Lightning Bolt. Now, I know this uses a lot of mana, so it feels bad to have to do, but two things. One, because he killed your sentry here, I know that you can put another sentry here and kill his for sure. Sometimes you don't know. Like, if you didn't do this earlier and then this camp's blocked, I don't know if it's here or here. And at that time, I might choose the guaranteed unblock with my sentry versus the block and hope I catch it. But I know, I didn't see where he put it, but the fact that it killed mine here must mean that another sentry there will catch it. So you should at least double dip in value here, where this sentry should go here, especially as Spirit Breaker is zoning them for you. But also, I still think it should still be using Lightning Bolt to deward. And then, oh, I don't have mana in the lane? That's okay. You got 58 damage. 60 if you got Magic Sticks here. Nether Clarity, so we sit in the back. Oh no, Clarity got canceled. So that's worst case scenario. We left the lane and the Clarity got canceled. So now I'm like literally doing nothing. But if you get stats, if you get the Magic Stick, and then work your way to this Bassi, then I don't care. I can be in the lane just hitting people, and if I don't have mana, I'm still doing a bunch. You. All right, let's run home. Yeah, so you're buying so much regen. This is the issue with buying consumable regen. All the advantage you're supposed to have from like saving the sentry, from having high right-click damage to zoning people, and then also like securing some last hits, you're burning through all of it with clarities. So you're actually bond of net worth right now, despite now having like 3 kills, or 2 kills and 1 assist. This just comes from like, you're playing too much around the spells and not around the right clicks. And I know it's usually scary to get close to punch people as a ranged hero, but like that's what Heavenly Jump is for. So push it when they try to get you, Heavenly Jump away, and then you wait for this to come back up. But otherwise you should be right-clicking way more than you are. I think you've probably done like 10 right-clicks this game. And I think you should be aiming to do 10 in like the first 30 seconds. Maybe a minute. But like honestly, the first 30 seconds is pretty doable. And 10 auto attacks. Let's make it easy. Let's say 5 auto attacks. 5 auto attacks would be 2 lightning bolts. Like level 1 lightning bolt with 25 magic resistance. Right? Let's do raw damage. 300, keep the math easy. 300 magic damage from lightning bolt for 2 lightning bolts at level 1. You started with like 55-ish attack damage. So 6 attacks. Boom. Phew. I think that's probably enough. All right, let's see what else. Anti-mage doesn't spell spam in lane. Yes, but the issue is, let's say you use the Bassi. Bassi is 0.7. let's use Ring. Let's use Ring of Basilius. I meant Sage's Mask. I was saying Bassi. But we'll use Ring of Basilius. Ring of Basilius is 1.25 mana regen per second. Anti-Mage, I know he ended up mid this game, but like whatever. Let's say he's in your lane. Let's say he's just using level 1 Q. So 25 mana burned per hit. There's actually also the max mana, but let's just use 25 and maybe round it to... Let's just round it to 30 for ease. He needs to hit you once every like 15, 20-ish seconds to cancel out your Bassi's value. And that's once per creep wave, right? Like let's frame it that way. If he hits you once per creep wave, your Bassi will not contribute anything meaningful, because when you restore 30 mana, almost no hero has an ability for 30 mana. And then he'll hit you and it'll go down again. So you're always going to be sitting, in theory, really low mana versus a Zeus. So the important thing is that when the fight happens that you need the spells, you have the burst of mana to use the spell at that time, which is Mangoes, and it's the magic stick. Even though you're not going to get a ton of charges from Anti-Mage, except when he blinks, you'll get some from the support. And even if it's less than usual, it's like 5 magic stick charges. That is way better than like 3 Clarity, Sage's Mask, whatever, like all combination of those, because those are all a slow buildup of mana and 1 hit per creep wave, and it's useless. So that's why the Magic Stick versus Anti-Mage, despite him not being a spell spammer, is still really good. Let's scroll up. Where are you guys? We had a lot of discussion on the new player heroes. Just scroll up far to find you guys. Maybe another laning one? See another lane question here. Ooh, okay, we got some here. This would be like some back-to-back stuff here. So here we talked about Zeus not right-clicking enough. That's actually true for like everyone. Almost all supports don't auto-attack enough in pretty much every bracket, myself included. Gonks. Rubick 5. Yo, this is a high one. Let's go. Rubick 5. Rubick 5 is not as popular as it used to be, by the way. I mention that specifically because it does kind of matter for Immortal. There's still wiggle room, of course, but like if the meta were to matter, it's like this rank. So Rubick 5 not being the strongest laner is why he's like dropped out. We're gonna lane what? Omni Bristle? What? Is there like some lane swapping here? This is kind of a wacky draft. But anyways, we're gonna start with this one. Because it should be a quick laning focus. That was your main question. And then there's another one that was above that was also lane focused, and then some team fight later. We might focus on the lane in that one too, but let me see. Let's zoom around here real quick into the laning stage. Okay. I think the starting items are fine. I'm gonna block one forward. It is Omni 4 that we are currently engaging in a right-click trade despite being a ranged hero. So you shouldn't take that trade. We should only be looking for free hits here. It's double range versus double melee. Like you should whittle them down over time. This is not the lane I was expecting. Like if I was you going into this game, I would not have expected this lane. I would have assumed like Medusa or Morphling 4, but whatever. This is what we're dealing with. You should just right click them down over time. Any like one-to-one trade when you're next to each other doesn't make sense. It should be like 4-to-1 trades over a long period of time, because it should just be you hitting for free. So he kind of bopped you here with his innate as well. Or did it change? Oh, he is just taking Healing Hammer instead of... I thought not that I play much Omni Knight, but isn't the good Omni Knight facet the one that like does more damage? Didn't they like buff that? Where the hell's Omni Knight? Yeah, omnipresent. Whatever, he took Healing Hammer. Either way, you shouldn't let him hit you that much, Gonks. And it's actually going to lead to your death here, it looks like. They're actually going to get Arc Warden too. But this like... So, because this is Immortal, this is actually the only thing I think we really need to highlight. This doesn't make sense for like how the lane should go. And it's like super punishing for Immortal. It's like the end when this kind of stuff happens. So when you see Omni Knight go this way, it's 38 seconds. You don't need to move here until like 52 seconds. So when Omni starts moving this way, you should start moving this way. Quill Spray is pushing your lane a little bit, so when you draw a little creep aggro, it's not a huge deal. Just avoid bringing them under your tower. But you have time to like start moving this way, and even if you like just stop here and hit your own creeps for a little bit, I think it's fine. Omni shouldn't have gone close to you, and he should have done at most like 2 auto attacks instead of how much he got done. So you should still be like here in terms of health. Losing the courier is unfortunate, but we're not going to worry too much about it. So now we're moving away from the tower again, but this is really dangerous because they'll run you down. Like, even without Nasal Goo, they're a little bit faster than you, and he never has to stop because of Quill Spray. So it's kind of dangerous to move this way. I think you should actually be moving backwards right now, which is kind of what happens to you, right? They just start hitting you and you can't get away. So you got to back more. I know we're rewinding a lot, but like I think this is the level of detail we need for this. Can I do the permanent range indicators here? No. Okay. You see how you moved in? This is the attack range. Well, I'll just try to remember this because it blocks a lot if I don't. So you can attack here, and then you have to back away again. I'm going to slow down. But you see, like, you move in a little bit there. It's super minor, but it does add up. Like, we're moving closer, and then we're standing still. We're not, like, backing up at all in between this. And I'm pretty sure this is, like, part of why you get killed here, along with the Omni Knight trade there. And then I don't know why he's taking so much damage. I guess it's just all these creeps from earlier, too. This guy, like, built up 1 million Quill Spray. This guy's, like, not backing away despite having, like, 4. So I just don't think that, like, this double kill is supposed to happen. And from there, this lane is now very difficult. Because Bristleback, he died, but he already has enough to get the Ring of Health if he wants to go that route. And if you think about how much auto attack damage you can do, like, we were just doing the math on anti-mage. So, let me actually break out a calculator so I don't have to do fake math. I'm not using my brain on stream, guys. This is not what my brain is for anymore. Anti-mage, we said like 1 auto attack per creep wave was about right. For you, who does... Let's see, you have 60 attack damage. This guy's got 22% damage reduction. So 48 damage per auto attack, and then some of those will be blocked. So we'll subtract 8 damage. So 40 damage per auto attack. Currently, he has 3.9 health regen. So every 10 seconds, you have to hit this guy to cancel, essentially go net even with his health regen. Now you have to do 1 every 5 seconds as soon as he buys this Ring of Health, which he now has at 2 minutes into the lane because we gave him a double kill and like the first wave. So it literally doubled how hard we have to work. And that's why this like first mistake at the Immortal level is massive. In a like Legend game, the guy's going to feed you a kill back and then give you a bunch of free damage and then it's going to even out. But for Immortal, we just made our lives so much more difficult off of that. I'm kind of curious what he does end up buying. Okay, he does get the Ring of Hell. So now it's just really tough to do anything to him. This pretty much means we can't right-click harass him anymore. I mean, that's not true. Like, we still need to, but we were supposed to have probably till 4-ish minutes to do that. And now it's 2 minutes, and right-clicking him is kind of... What's the point? Now, to some degree, it'll be fine, but... It'll only get harder. True, I don't join nearly enough lyrical stacks for the turbo experience. I don't mind looking at turbo games, though, if you want to send them. I know there's an audience of, like, only turbo players. I can't give you as much feedback because I don't play turbo as much, but I can share, like, a little bit. I think some stuff remains true no matter what. Yeah. This one's snowballing out of control. Okay, and then the other one I want to look at is this one. No, I forgot to do the timestamp for that Rubick game. But, well, I'll still stick it in, and then I'll just have to change the time manually later. Kessar, are you still here? Because I was going to look at your game, but I actually don't know who you're playing here because I'm using the anonymous mode, so I don't even know if your name matches. But if you are here... Oh, you are. Ursa. Okay. Oh, cool. I was expecting a support, but actually that works out because now we'll have a carry game in here. Okay, you are interested in getting out of this Crusader to Archon bracket. A very worthy goal by many. You do end up winning this game, it looks like. But the better you can have, the better lane you can have, then the more consistent you'll do the climb. How do you choose replays? Nepotism. It used to be a raffle system, but now I just do whatever I want. Sorry, Kessar. I just realized this is over a week. If you have another one, we can look at that. But this one will not work. Just throw them in. So, for example, now that we have to choose a new replay, everyone just dump them in there, and I'll pick randomly. To some degree, I sometimes try to chain some replays together when, like, we have several replays in a row that feature laning. Then I try to do those back to back because we get to, like, build on ideas. Otherwise, like, it's a little random. Or if someone moves my heart and they're like, please, I cry every night over this game I lost yesterday, so I've cried one night. I'll never sleep again unless I get your replay. I don't know. If you threw something in that moved me and I thought it was funny, I might also pick you. Like I said, nepotism. Ooh, Math Magician, Undying 5 and 6K in-house could be good. Kidders, I also think is interesting because today's video just featured some high ground stuff. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Undying is fast. I bet Math, in the same way I just held this Rubick Immortal to a very high standard, and they lost one fight at the beginning, I'm like, it's done. Because that's what it is. If you're also doing in-houses at that similar rank, and Undying even more so, it's like... When you make a mistake in the first 10 seconds, I'm going to ban you from the chat. And that'll be your feedback. Can I even download this as an in-house? It doesn't have the data, but I guess I can. Oh no, there it is. I'm just stupid. Alright. Art, support, Immortal. This is an in-house. You're going to be playing Undying. Let's just jump ahead. Oh, count your minutes left, Math. About to get banned. All right, let's see. We are Undying, playing with Clinks. I guess a Wraith King off lane, and because this is an in-house, I'm gonna guess Terrorblade support. So Decay should be pretty strong. Terrorblade does not have high damage or high health. They can kill your Tombstone somewhat easily, which is the downside. And Clinks being all physical, also a downside to these high armor on Terrorblade. Wraith King's lower armor, but not as bad as he used to be. Yeah, Math getting in here. All right, one of you guys got to call a target. I think Wraith King, or sorry, Nature's or Rubick would be dead, but I think you guys scattered your damage in the early fight. All right, not banned yet. It's fine, it's fine. Ooh, free kill. All right. We TP in. All right. Mistakes, that'll get Math banned, guys. If I see this guy fighting over the pole camps and... like, no one... if it's just the other support and him in the pole camps, he's getting banned. And what else? That's the main one, actually. I think that's the main thing. I think back here's better, but it doesn't matter that much. Oh my god, Matt. It's over. It was nice meeting you at Raleigh, man. Never look me in the eyes again. Okay, the issue with this is that Undying is meant to win the lane, guys. And so any space you give the offlaner is no good. Oh, it did end up being a Rubick 4 anyways. Fortunately, this was only a little... We'll go a little further, since this was only a quick dabble. But it's really like... you want to be crushing from the moment the lane begins as Undying. This is why I actually think this hero is kind of hard, and people recommend it for new players, and I kind of get it, but I also think... like, Undying is supposed to be this super baller hero that, like, absolutely bashes you in the first few minutes. And he has to, like, go with some crazy pushes, low health and stuff. And if you don't, it's like, you should have just been a different hero. You should have been Jakiro. All right, at least it delivered our stuff. We used the Blood Grenade earlier. Otherwise, level 2 Blood Grenade and Tombstone's really solid. One deny, but if we take a look, like every time you decay, so let's use Wraith King, right? Every time you decay Wraith King, you're going to pick up some extra damage, and so you should be able to get denies on this guy. So when this happens, this is like Undying feels lost already. So let's go back. Very first wave, just walk right out here. I don't even give a shit that Rubick's over here. In fact, it's good that Rubick's over there, because you should be here in front of Wraith King right now. You should be punching him in the face. And I don't even care. Sometimes you're careful to do that in case there's two heroes here. And it's like, oh no, Undying would be like, oh yes, double decay. You know, so you should be in here already hitting this Wraith King and keeping him away. And you don't want to draw the ranged creep, which is why you can like meet him so far out, because decay is really good. This little detour that begins. So let's see what we lose because of that detour. So this creep already in deny range. So if we're in here, we can be punching Wraith King, and you can do it now, because sometimes it's like, oh, I'm drawing creep aggro. He's drawing creep aggro. So actually, you drawing creep aggro is perfectly fine here, and it'll be 2v1. So Clinks will also... you draw creep aggro. Now Clinks is free to attack as well without drawing creep aggro under the tower. So you both hit Wraith King twice, while Rubick is goofing off over here. And so he takes 100 damage because you both hit him, and he runs away. He takes another 50 damage because he's running away from you. You turn around, and then you both hit this creep. So now we've done 150 damage to Wraith King, and we've denied one creep to him. Instead, we've done 100 damage to Rubick, who wants this to happen. Anytime you play versus Undying, guys, you just want to disrupt the lane. You don't want to play a normal lane. Anytime you get Undying out of this area right here, consider that a win. If Undying is doing pulls, that's kind of a waste of his time. That sounds weird, but like you want to do as few pulls as possible on Undying because it brings you out of the lane, which is where you just bash people in. Okay, Wraith King just picked up a last hit that he's not supposed to have. This under tower shouldn't be happening. He just got a deny he shouldn't have. And now he's like, he's getting the lane back. That's a good deny. Hit Rubick. Forget Rubick. Just keep hitting Wraith King. Just be here with the Wraith King. Whack him. Whack him. Double decay. It's time to fight. This is free health, free damage. We don't decay to back away. We decay to go in. Look, we're looking for Rubick over here. No good. Stick to the Wraith King. This is what I do. This is why I mess up every time I play Undying. We pull out Undying because we haven't in a while. And we're like, okay, let's do it. And then you play like a regular support doing this stuff. But Undying is very specific in how much he is supposed to like body the offlaner. Like this is good. Yeah, get him out of here. Like, why do you even back? Why aren't we, like, you can chase him up to here, I think. You see, like, sometimes you're, like, backing your way, like, ooh, kind of scared of Wraith King. No, I'm not. Get in his face, man. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Don't give him space. Look at him walking back up here. Beat his ass. And then throw decays. Because you can do the, like, tombstone slow into the chase back. Once your courier brings, like, a new blood grenade, you can get kills. All right. All your worst plays are being baited by this Rubick. And then the fact that the lane ended up coming back here, Rubick didn't even do anything crazy. He didn't have to creep drag. He didn't do any body blocking. Like, it was all off the very first wave that Wraith King got the first creep wave to go under tower, which is a little bit of a slip up from Klink's too, because Klink should have aggroed forward to avoid that. But the bigger slip up is you not being there. And now there's a defensive tombstone. Sickening. All right. So I know there's like usually more you can talk about to like recover, but that's honestly, that's a lot of it for Undying. What was the other one we were going to do? Kidders. Because you were struggling with high ground here.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Sup, Zach?
Hey, Jimmy. I'm good. I will not grieve Boris next in-house. Nice. All right, let's do this one. Undying is just one you have to be like very specific on. You gotta like really pressure them at the start. Kidders, who are you playing here? Oh, Tiny. You told me, I just can't read. I'm thinking of only playing position 5 and grinding ranked. Is this griefing? No, of course not. Tiny 1. I'm gonna put unranked. I don't know. Let's see if there's... Let's see, Crusader, Archon... Random Immortal Veno. Crusader, Archon, Divine. Alright. We'll also throw this into the Archon rough area. We've done mostly like Archon and up this stream so far. Maybe we have to find a couple lower ranked replays next. Okay. You said 38 minutes. Ooh, yeah, we definitely got to see what happened there. All right, let's go back a little. I'd be scared to show any of my games. No, no, no. This is a safe place. I was messing with Math Magician there. It's because we're friends. It's all friendly here. Don't be worried about it. Feel free to come in with your games no matter how bad they look. Okay. So you're asking about high ground. We Necro Maiden Veno. Okay. So the dangers for you this game. You've got a good lead. You got Aegis. Disruptor glimpsing you back as you leave is one of the big dangers because you're going to be forced to BKB or, be glimpsed back and take that fight. And you don't like doing that because it's probably going to be mashed with a global into like a channeled epicenter and everything. So that's kind of one of our dangers. The other scary thing is if they wombo us, like in the middle of the push, epi plus whatever, plus static storm, we get bound by everything. Like that's the tough part. If it's just you on the front though with an Aegis, that's not as big of a deal because if you just hit this tower and they try to do that combo, they'll get you. And then you'll respawn. And that'll be that. It won't matter after that. They only have one set of ults. So as long as they only kill you in that ultimate, you guys are fine. And as soon as all their ults are used, you can take the fight with the rest of your team. I would say the dust is less important than the BKB. Hopefully someone else on your team has dust at this point. Like the Night Stalker should replace a Bracer with dust so that you can have your BKB in. I know usually it is safe to have like BKB backpack with the Aegis, but I just think it's funny like if you're also being forced to carry dust. But it's also fine. You can push this, I'd say, because you have Aegis. You don't have to. You have 3 minutes. You guys could just wait. You can wait 2 minutes. Look at these two observers. You got this one and this one. So the only other ways they can sneak out are through this and through this, the two edge paths, which is why I actually recommend you guys slip an observer in here because this camp and this camp are the most common ones to farm when being stuck in your base. So I actually think if you guys can slip observers in, like, for example, one shown in my warding video, you guys should totally check out. Over here gets you a little, like, triple split of vision. And you can see people coming in this way, but maybe also leaving the lane to go farm. So you could, instead of this ward, put it there where I just mentioned. This ward is fine in general. And if you don't see anyone on the map and you've got a feeling, you can just scan this. But you can also start here, farm it, and then cycle this way towards where you do have vision. Because, like, to talk through that, you guys push top, you cut top, turns 39 minutes. You guys farm this stuff, you start going this way. If they slip through this way, there's no farm until they make their way all the way out. And that'll give you room to, like, teleport and try to catch them as they try to cut waves and stuff. You keep going this way because your vision is over here and they like saw you cutting top and moving this way. They're like, oh shit, now's my time to get out. So now you have your target. Now you guys smoke over and run over. So you can just wait for the pickoff for 2 minutes. And if that doesn't work, as you get towards the end of the Aegis, you come and try to push this. I don't mind going for a longer and slow siege with the 3 minutes if you guys want. But then that's what I want to see. I want to see you guys pushing this slowly for 3 minutes. You walk in with a creep wave, whack, 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 back out. If they ever commit to the glimpse and the combo, your team is just nearby, ready to fight after you respawn. Not on the initial glimpse. After they commit enough abilities to kill you and you respawn, then you take the fight. If you jump, that is literally the topic of today's video, which everyone should go watch. That will be the part that screws you. It will literally be the same. It'll be the tiny into the disruptor. So why are we doing this? Are we fighting now? Nah. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Tiny walked up and hit a couple times, and the tower went down a third of its health. All you gotta do is wait for 2 more creep waves and repeat that. And then this tower is done. But now we're running in. Glimpse back. Crystal Maiden coming in because she's thinking of this Night Stalker. Crystal Maiden never should have died. Now you're dead. Now we're getting to the later half of Dark Ascension, and we don't have Crystal Maiden. And they didn't even have to use big abilities for it. Night Stalker just BKB'd. I'm not sure why. Now you're respawning, and they didn't even have to commit the big stuff. Epicenter's about to come in. All they did was like tap you with the Muerta. So they barely had to commit much to kill this. Does this guy not have Epi? I think I just didn't give a shit. All right, Muerta's actually just walking in and killing everyone. So that's kind of wacky. But part of the reason is because Night Stalker moved in here looking. So like Night Stalker was here and Crystal Maiden was here. But it should have just been you here and everyone behind you. You guys want to see that happen again? Let's see. Okay, so the reason that kind of stuff is really bad, and actually let's go back to it. Let me show you the difference in minimap after that kind of throw. All right. Compare and contrast, guys. This was the Radiance map prior to this fight. Completely dark. No observers down whatsoever. The Dyers was phenomenal. I critiqued like some stuff, but they have 2 aggressive wards to watch the enemies leave their base. They have 1 back here, I'm going to assume from doing Roche earlier. They have like sentries. They have like every watcher in the freaking game somehow. Their vision is unbelievable. 1 losing fight. Speed forward. Observer down, D-ward. I hate this observer, but whatever, it's down. Or not a D-ward, but it killed your sentry. Pushing out all the lanes. Support's not doing the best job in terms of D-warding like I want them to. Falling back. Silencer. Lord knows he doesn't have any observers or sentries ready. Should have been going through this area to ward and D-ward. Looks like a Disruptor slipping out of here. You guys managed to kill this Sand King. Okay. Compare and contrast again. They now have 1 observer down that they didn't have before, so it's much safer to move up in here. This area should have been cleared. Silencer was unprepared off of the last fight, but he also just did it. He killed the one on this cliff, now that he has a sentry, and he maybe he gets this, maybe he doesn't. It kind of depends where he puts his sentry, but he at least had the window to do that. So in that one fight, they had the chance to remove every observer in the game. They don't know that unless they've been really like guesstimating where the observers are. But the potential was there in that one fight to swap it, where the Radiant now has vision and the Dire has none. That's why these kind of fights that lose so many heroes and then lose map control are so bad, because you give up so much. That amount of observers was the work of like 5 to 6 minutes of placing them, moving around, whatever. It was supposed to give you power for the entire time the observers were up, creating that flow of vision. We lost all of it. We now need like another 5 minutes to get enough observers in the stock to place one. This one lived. Let's say one lived, right? That one lived, so it gives us the comfort to place this one. Now I gotta wait 2 more minutes. It's like, okay, now I can place another one over here. Okay, another 2 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna save this one in case a team fight breaks out around a cliff so I can place that. All right, you gotta wait another 2 minutes. Like, it takes so long to rebuild the observers. And that's why these fights are like so big, and we're back to an even game off that like one thing. So really, your team should have just waited. I guess I didn't realize how farmed the Muerta was. Maybe we should have been more scared about hitting this, but you guys should have just never, like... It wasn't even a good jump. Like, Night Stalker just kind of, like, walked in and watched, but it should have just always been the tiny, walking up, hitting this, and this is kind of why I felt like you could have the BKB in instead of the dust. I don't think I really mind if you use the BKB to, like, take the building safely. I know it's the 9 second, so it feels kind of bad, but... If we're scared of that kind of stuff, sometimes it's what we gotta do. Okay, so now that we no longer have our deep vision, and then now they no longer have their ward because it sucked where it was placed. Now we're back to that same original spot, but minus an Aegis, and I think about like 10k or something. But the plan is the same. Wait for her to pick off, or wait for Aegis, and then whack, 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 back off, whack, whack, whack. In the meantime, looks like Aegis did do Tormentor, great. I was gonna throw that out there. BKB before Aegis to take tower. It's not that you want to, it's more that a core player might have different advice for you here. From my perspective, the goal, like if you're trying to push this, then the goal is to whittle this down and take it. I think you have two avenues to avoid that. One is the Aegis to respawn and then you're fine. But the other thing is that if they're going to kill you, it has to be with magic damage. It has to be Epi, and it has to be Pierce the Veil blasting you. As long as you have BKB, I think it's incredibly difficult to kill you. BKB is reusable given a window. So with 3 minutes on the Aegis on that initial push, and you had BKB and you're hitting it, and you're making good progress, and then you see them committing a lot, you could choose to BKB, disengage, and you have enough Aegis time to wait for the next BKB to come back up and then go again. But without the BKB, we're not approaching high ground. But without their abilities, they're not doing anything. So if we go back to like that map situation where you had like incredible vision across the board, you had like a huge lead, you have no BKB and they have no abilities. Who do you think feels better waiting out 2 minutes of time or like 90 seconds for BKB, right? And however many seconds for their abilities. Like they're going to feel way worse moving out anywhere on the map where you can get an easy pickoff even without BKB, but they have no chance of taking a fight without their abilities and without the advantage of their base. Stepping out is like incredibly scary. And that's why I think you could do it. If Aegis had less time and there's only going to be a chance to Aegis BKB once, then I think you do want the Aegis to go and then BKB after. If you had another big item, you're definitely doing that. It's just the fact that it's dust makes me think, like, I don't think dust is worth it. Like, what's the invis? It's Sand Shroud. Why don't you have a sentry down in the fight? Like, why doesn't a support have a sentry down? And if Sand King is coming in to hit you, he's in the sentry range and in dust range of a backline support. It's not you jumping a Sand King back here. If he's back here, we're not going there. That's why I think, like, dust is such a small item for this state for what can be covered by other means. I think it's not worth it, and it's better to have both BKBs, or BKB and Aegis ready to use whichever one is necessary in that specific situation. Okay, another lesson about trapping the enemy in base. Let's go back to their vision, because I think this is easier to understand from the enemy's perspective. No vision on the map. Don't look anywhere else, guys. Only look at this mini-map. In fact, can I set up a second? Hold on. Only look at this mini-map, guys. Don't get distracted by everything else. Just look at this. Okay? It's scary as shit on the Radiant to go anywhere. There's nothing on the map. The only thing that gives you vision is your base and the creep waves. Without any hero showing, the vision is not that far out. It doesn't matter that much. So now we progress. Crystal Maiden top, dealing with that creep wave. Maybe we should kill a support, guys. Oh, it's kind of scary. There could be other core showing. Oh, Night Stalker's in the bottom at the same time. So let's go. You just need to give Crystal Maiden 5 seconds to kill the creep wave and then get out. And then you can show mid. Then you can show bottom. Because they can't react after that fact. In most cases. You want to play it safe? Give it even more time? That's fine. So Night Stalker... Oh, Crystal Maiden show top again. There's no way Night Stalker can be here. Now you jump. In trapping the enemy in the base, you should not farm all 3 lanes at the same time. You shouldn't even farm 2 at the same time unless your positioning is really good and it's the strong heroes doing it. A Crystal Maiden, like this close to the base, is not the strong hero to be doing that. And because of that, you know, now they're showing, like, let's help the Crystal Maiden, but, like, the other heroes are still showing bot. So that is why you guys get caught out here, and you're going to end up losing heroes. 8k lead's not that big of a deal at this point, but it is still kind of something. Looks like we messed up a toss combo. Now we're losing, like, on each side. So to me, this is, like, the mistake to learn from here is that I don't think you guys understand how to siege a base safely and how to trap someone in their base. You guys are kind of set up to do it, but then not acting on it. These situations are a lot of patience and then very quick action. So you set up all the vision patiently, you wait for the right opportunity patiently, and the second they show something that gives you an opportunity, you have to go instantly at it. Because they're going to push it and then immediately back. And you have to catch them on one of those openings. And the thing about having Aegis and having 5 minutes is that you have about 4 minutes to do that, to patiently watch and catch one of the opportunities. If you don't in that 4 minutes, you can then try to force the issue with the last minute. This is the common mistake. People get Aegis and then immediately force it in the first 30 seconds, lose the Aegis. Don't take advantage of the 4 minutes of, like, fishing time of, like, I saw Muerta farm here and Sand King push here, so we, like, smoke through and try to catch her before she can get out. And she got out. Okay, 3 more minutes. Try again. Wait. Have another smoke ready. Keep the vision up. Okay, Disruptor's here, and then, oh, Sand King got caught in a ward there. Kill the Disruptor. Go Sand King, whatever. Ah, we didn't get it. 2 more minutes. Like, you just keep waiting patiently for that, like, final opportunity until you don't, and then you just, like, force it, whatever. Okay, that Disruptor kill, let's go back to that. Let's talk through it. So, like, from your perspective, you see 2 heroes here. Can you get to them quickly? Yes, because you guys have the outpost. Can they get to you quickly? No. This is the defender's advantage. 1 hero here can be 5 heroes here because this is their base. Even if it wasn't just here and they were actually, like, across the map, they can all TP home in 6 seconds at max, but, like, the first hero showing up in 3. So when trapping them in the base, you have to be very careful about how you're trapping them in the base. Oh, we're pushing in every single lane. That means it's easier for them to group up as 5 and pick any of these spots than it is for you guys 5 to get together and act on it, because that's just the nature of the map. This is a smaller area. They can defend all closer together than you guys can push. You guys are literally farther apart by a few seconds. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's what these late game situations are. It's a few seconds and the hero's dead. You saw when the Muerta killed you earlier, right? So, like, the few seconds make a huge difference. So they're taking this fight top, and you guys, I guess you guys want to try to punish that, but this is the really scary thing about a hero like Disruptor. You're going to be forced into the BKB or something, potentially. You guys actually do catch Disruptor out here, but don't jump him immediately, and he actually just walks in and static storms you. So that's a mistake. Like, this isn't like, damn, Disruptor's good. This is the first Night Stalker ult caught sight of the Disruptor, and this is your pickoff. This is the blink, avalanche, toss, insta delete this guy, and then we're good to go. Instead, you guys hit the buildings, he walked back, and then he Aghanim static stormed you guys so that you couldn't use anything. So this is just like a mistake from you two rather than like Disruptor being good or High Ground being tough. It's tough because you only, like, one mistake like this is massively punishing, but that's the patience and waiting for the opportunity and like seeing it and going. So that was just good from them. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's stick them in here, guys. Let's start a new train of thought. Throw in the replays and we can find something. Kidders, let me know if you still have questions. I think looking to hit the buildings is the right idea. In that situation, though, you guys just happen to see Disruptor. And also, Disruptor having Aghanims is like... It's something to be extremely cautious of. Even when he's on his own, if you can't see him and you know he's in the area... This is one of the best Aghanims in the game. This is one of the most powerful abilities because of the... it removes items. So... That's why, like... he should get, like, a blink next. Because then, even as you and Nightstalker come in here and you're like, oh, they're fighting top, we're good to go. I just told you guys, 6 seconds, and as long as they have TPs available, the whole team can show up. Static Storm is 7.5 seconds at this point with talents. And Kinetic Field is 6.4 seconds. So when you push thinking like, oh, it's just Disruptor, you can be trapped in the Static Storm, unable to get out because you can't BKB because of the Aghanims, and the entire team can show up and then stun you before the Static Storm ends because it is that long of a duration, which is what happened to you to a lesser extent, but like, it can happen to the full extent. Sand King comes in and as time, he like sips his coffee, changes into like his work shoes, and then he can start channeling Epi and then blink Burrow Strike you. And the whole time you're just like staring at the kinetic fence, like, let me out, I'm stuck in here. Like, I can't do anything. This Disruptor in the late game with Aghanims demands insane respect. Just like Enigma Black Hole and like Chronosphere, stuff like that. This one is really scary. Okay, guys, keep posting games. I gotta refill my water. I'll be right back, and then we'll read through them and find one. Okay, let me see. Let's see. We got the Turbo Marcy game. Find it hard to find impact as Marcy in lane other than for kills. That's what she does. Marcy goes for kills. Even in regular Dota, that's actually That's right. That's not a like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. That's why you pick Marcy. You go for kills in the lane. You're not like a casual harass hero. You roam potentially, but you're pretty much there for the kills in the lane. And actually, that might be some of the trouble in Turbo. I don't play Turbo. My gut read is that the window for Marcy to find kills in Turbo is kind of small because Marcy commits to like a big trade, and even if she doesn't kill you, she got a bunch of your health, and now you're too scared to move in, and it's off of being able to jump in and dispose and all that. Turbo feels like it counters that because you can buy so much regen and it gets to you instantly, and you're getting really quick levels, which means that window for when she like throws you out of position at level 1 is pretty small. So actually, I'm not sure if that's the best. However, Marcy supports scaling in Turbo, picking up a ton of gold, and then you've got like Armlet Basher BKB or whatever, like super quick, and then you're just playing like a core at that point. That might actually be fine. Those are just my thoughts reading it. I'm gonna read through the other stuff first to like figure out what we're doing, but I at least wanted to share that. Even if we can't get to all the replays, which we never do every week, but like hopefully we can at least share like a little bit of insight for like, I appreciate you guys showing up, and I feel bad that we can't make it to like every single replay. But hopefully you guys pick up like random little bits, whether it's directly to the question or not. Jigs. We just did a game like that. I kind of, should we double down on it? It'll be the exact same advice is the thing. Pretty much what I said. It does change depending on the draft a little bit about how you approach the end of the game, but a lot of late game scenarios are actually quite similar in that. One lane, lost game. Also lost high ground. It's tough. High ground is tough, man. Okay, how about we start? Let me try this. Where is this one? It's in YouTube. Johniel. You're trying to get into Immortal, and you're a carry player. You mentioned having double downs. I wouldn't even worry about the double downs. If you learn to play well, you'll get in there. If you get lucky with double downs, but you don't actually have the Immortal skill, you'll just immediately drop down again. If you want to use double downs, totally up to you. But I agree. We got to focus on just like improving the base skills to get there. And I'm going to give you some feedback here to do so, because if you do successfully make your way to Immortal, which I believe in you, like put in the work and like you can do it, that means you can end up in my games, and I need you to be a good, responsible carry player when that happens. So, just some quick feedback for the carry players here. Carry Ancient. And then I think we're going to try to find a lower rank game after this one, because we've been on the high side. Ah! Dang. We can't do this one. This one needs to be... It needs to be from a week, guys. Otherwise, I can't download it. If you have a different one, you can find one and send it in. Let's see. Where is this? Sorry, guys. I can't... It's taking me a little bit to navigate because the multi-chat I can't actually copy and paste from it. So sometimes I do just type in the match IDs, but it's also a little bit of a pain. So I then have to like switch to the Twitch and the YouTube chat specifically, and then scroll up and find what I'm looking for, and then copy and paste it and then grab it. Okay. Well, Johnny maybe looks around for a different one. Let's jump into this first real quick. This is Dark Willow. And okay, you mentioned, I don't think I got enough of an advantage out of lane. Didn't sync up Brambles with Wraith King stun. That sounds accurate. We can take a quick look at it, but I agree with that assessment. If you can combo things together, it usually is better. Mid game, missed a bunch of Brambles. Fights always felt awkward positioning-wise. So positioning in team fights could be a big thing to talk about. Applies to multiple heroes. Felt like I was using my Cursed Crown on Tide a lot. Yeah, that one's not going to be too useful. Tide is an unfortunate matchup for you. You can wreck him with your ult, the Bedlam, but then he doesn't really care about most of your crowd control. Late game itemization. How late are we talking about here? 74 minutes. Damn. Let's take a quick look at itemization. We're probably not going to watch this whole game, but we can at least discuss it real quick here. So I see Blink, Yules, Force. We get an Aghanims at 43 minutes. So I don't fully mind this, but then I see you pivot as well. So if you're going to decide, like, I'm going to be carry Dark Willow now, the game is going late enough, I see it happening, commit. Get the Aghanims, Hurricane Pike, Moonshard, like whatever follow-ups. Like that should be the next couple choices. You got this, and then you go for Lincolns. But the Lincolns isn't really going to help with like doing right-click damage. So then it doesn't quite make sense. It's like I got the Ags, it's like, oh shit, wait, no, I'm still dying too much. I still need a bit more survivability for myself or for my teammates. And then it's like two different ideas, and they're both subpar at that point. I'm going to guess some of it is that you got killed by this Hex, and you're like, damn, that Hex sucks. So does this Hex, and then you decide to go back for it. Damn, a third Hex too. You could actually build Hex, is what I was going to say. After Blink 4-staff, Hex is a pretty good late game item for Dark Willow, and that's where you're sticking to utility. So instead of Aghanims, the Hex could be next into like Wind Waker. I don't even mind the Lincolns in these late game scenarios. But this late game itemization does look like a mix of utility and right click, and it's not going to feel great either way because like it's half-assing it. Got a full ass, both cheeks into whatever you're doing. Let's just take a look at a couple team fights, I guess, and take a quick look at the positioning. I can see both chats, so I have like a multi-chat tool, but it doesn't let me copy and paste from the multi-chat, and I have no way of showing the multi-chat to you. Or I guess I could like screen cap it, but it'd be kind of a mess. Okay, let me see. It's kind of open-ended. Let's just take a look at the graphs real quick and see if we can identify. Oh yeah, we got stuff to look at. Okay, how about we do a couple things? Let's compare and contrast a couple fights, because you guys are actually losing. I don't know the scale of this graph, but let's just assume it's a modest 70,000. So you guys are 70,000 behind at 20-ish, 25-ish minutes, and you guys managed to come back. So that's a cool fight to look at. And then we throw it back. And then we get it back. And then we throw it back. And then we kind of get it back and maintain, back and forth a lot. So to me, it looks like there's some key fights at these points. So maybe that's where we can jump to take a quick look. And actually, it just looks like we got a kill here. Dang. Looks like my modest guess of 70,000 was a little wrong. It's only 7K. How do you decide when a game is just unplayable or unwinnable? Ooh. I do have thoughts on that, but let's do a little bit of this replay first before I get thrown on the tangent. Don't let me forget to answer that. Okay, wait. I already got distracted from the game because I was thinking about that. So maybe you guys were even trying to do Tormentor. That'd be amazing. You guys are wrapping around. A scan hits you. Okay, wait, I think I need to go further back. I don't understand how we got to this point. Kill Wind Ranger. 4 of us bottom. They're pushing top. You're maybe suggesting a twin gate play. Okay, I'm actually pretty up for that. I don't know why Storm TP'd so far back, though, and didn't just go with you guys. Guess he was a little late to it. So that's thrown us off a bit in terms of connecting on this play. When you come in like this, sometimes you have to pick the most important target to go for. Other times, you just have to enable the best person on your team. Those are different things. And it's tough to know when is the right thing to do in a given game. Some examples would be like there's an Enigma in the game. So maybe your job is to take the Enigma out. And as long as he's out, you guys will win the fight because that's how big Black Hole is. In that game we just watched earlier, Disruptor with Aghanims, right? That I was saying like that's so strong. So potentially your job could be like, I have to keep Disruptor out of the fight. Other times you have someone like Lifestealer who is maybe doing well, but he can be easily kited. Someone like Ursa in the early game, also easily kited. And if that guy gets to hit, we win. So I just got to stick to him. Dark Willow can do both. You have very generic utility that can be used to zone people or to try to provide control for someone doing damage. So you have to pick in the game. This time, I don't see what is so critical that you have to keep them out, right? Like, if you could keep Tide away from the fight, that's kind of cool. But also, Ravage should be blocked by Rage so that it doesn't even affect your carry. So actually, I don't care that much about Ravage when it comes to my Lifestealer doing damage. And even this Repel has debuff immunity. So, like, 2 of your heroes just shouldn't care about Ravage. So sometimes it might be worth keeping him out of the fight, but this time I think we can actually just ignore him. Invoker is a good target to go for. You don't want him to be in the back lines just doing spell damage. Clinked, if you can find him and kill him quickly or keep him out of the fight, could also be good because he's high damage. The supports, I don't care that much about this game. Storm should be able to join whatever he wants. And just based on the way this fight's breaking out, I'm nearest the Lifestealer. So even if I find an important target out here, we're like split on what's happening. So I think you should go with the Lifestealer. All of this to say, when I see this Invoker, I think that's what you should prioritize. You've got the detection and you've got Brambles and Cursed Crown and all this. So you should go to this Invoker, dust him, Bramble around him, Cursed Crown. Sometimes you could do the Yule setup. If you were on point and Lifestealer was still back here, you could maybe do the Yule setup on the Invoker. Cursed Crown, Yules, let him drop, stun, Bramble after, terrorize. Lifestealer's on the front, so you kind of waste his time if you do that. So just like try to land the Brambles as best you can. He's gone. Lifestealer, he's a carry player. He doesn't know detection. Actually, he is carrying a sentry, but he doesn't have it in. So Invoker, pretty close to the Lifestealer. That's gone. So that's kind of what I mean when it's like try to understand like if you need to enable this Lifestealer or not. Sometimes you don't. It's like a carry who can do their own thing, and it's like there's no reason following him because he'll be fine. A lot of the high mobility carries are like that, like Anti-Mage. Like trust Anti-Mage will just jump in and out of the fight as needed and let him do his own thing. Weaver will do that. These very kiteable heroes often need more help. All right, yeah. So this fight ends up kind of messy because of that, but starting to work out just because Lifestealer is hard to kill. Yeah, in the end that worked out, but I think it could have gone a little smoother. Where was the next big fight? It was from here. It was like a slow decline back to you guys till around 30 minutes. It looks like you guys were able to just find a series of smaller pickoffs, all very good. Life stealers on top. If you ever get a rough read on who's doing the best in a game, and you know that life stealer is the most farmed hero in the game, that shifts our priority to like do whatever is needed to help lifestealer more than zone out other heroes. That's not a fully given truth. Like, for example, Enigma would be a big pain for lifestealer. So if you can keep Enigma, like Enigma's back here and you just start like zoning him, solo terrorize everything, that's fine because you're indirectly helping him. But in a game like this, when it's like, ooh, should I help my team kill Crystal Maiden or Invoker? Or I see lifestealer killing like a whoever else, like Clinks, you should probably help the lifestealer. Just as a very rough rule of thumb. I know this thing is like in the way here. You're like very close to reaching them. I think you can still go in. You even have the blink, and I see the Invoker here is pretty low health, and Lifestealer's gonna pop back out. Storm still has enough mana to zip. I think you can blink in, Cursed Crown the Invoker, and then Yules him. And then by the time he drops, he'll be stunned shortly after, and your team can finish the job. That's kind of another fight in a row that I think you had access to the Invoker. Didn't quite commit on it. I think you also had Bedlam available, so you might actually be able to kill him yourself. Oops. I think he just didn't respect the Bloodthorn. Roche is happening. Let's maybe see what you guys do with this Aegis, and then maybe that's a good place to start looking at other stuff. Okay, so it was happening. They came to contest. Okay, quick look at the minimap. Clinks is over here. There's two ways Clinks enters this fight that is breaking out right now. It's either running straight through or teleporting here and engaging this way. If you have wards, placing them somewhere here, like a sentry in this area, or an observer, depending if you have enough, you could observer sentry this area because that would let you know when he's entering the fight or not. And then this could be a case where it's worth zoning out the Clinks, because without the Clinks, they're severely lacking in damage. Clinks brings a lot of it with the Bloodthorn. So if you keep him out of the fight, that could be worth your time as a Dark Willow. He's pretty far out of this fight now, though, and I suspect he's going to teleport, so we're not going to, like, make our way to him. We're going to be heading over here. But, like, in the heat of the moment, dropping ward is pretty instant, so it wouldn't be the worst idea to, like, drop him over here to make sure you can, like, eliminate which way it's going. If you don't know where Clinks is, another thing you can do is scan the tower to know when he teleports in, and that won't always work, but that it is something you will see people do. Especially when, like, for example, in the early game, you're chasing for a kill, and if people were responding, you should back off and stop, but you're not sure. You'll scan this area as you, like, chase the offlaner to try to kill him, and if it starts popping, you know people are responding, maybe the mid, stuff like that, and you just, like, you run. This is kind of a similar case. Okay, we have Blink Yules available. So we can maybe keep going. They're going in without us, though, so we're starting to be like a follow-up. This looks like a pretty good blink here, bramble, and terrorize this whole section. Maybe drop a sentry, too, in case the Clinks is here right now. But I see them, like, in the trees. Bramble in an open area. Let's use, like, here. In an open area, it's easiest to, like, move around the brambles. Anytime there is anything constricting the path, it becomes extremely difficult to dodge brambles. That's why in the lane, using brambles here versus using brambles here has like very different effects. So I think that could be good. I see like 3 heroes in this clump, and I think you could hit at least 2 of them. We do come in, but it's just a little late. So now we only catch the Tide Hunter, which isn't the worst. You are kind of get him killed. Oh, shit. Yeah, good Yule's dodge. Okay, Clinks is in the base. All right, and Lifestealer has chased too far. What was that? With his own free will? Dude, he really spent his time in that Storm Spirit. He should pop out here already and help you guys. And then he went way too far and then died to the Bloodthorn again. Okay. This is the game where he should do Manta instead so that he has a Dispel for this Bloodthorn rather than the Sanjan Yasha status resistance. Or he has to stay close to the Omni Knight so that Omni Knight can use Repel. But this doesn't have a Dispel on it anymore, right? So I think he probably still needs the Manta. Or his own BKB or Satanic. I think BKB would be not bad for him. All right, I'm starting to feel like this game is less about what you did and more about Lifestealer keeps getting picked off. Oh, I do appreciate he also realized it and is going to disassemble this for the Manta. That is now 3 deaths, though, which when he's top net worth is massive. Like, now Clinks is going to be top net worth soon. Honestly, less about what you did and more his deaths. Okay, let me see what else.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Oh yeah, the question I was gonna answer. I have it still in my chair, guys. We're gonna have to stay the whole time. When is a game over? So you need a pretty deep understanding of the game to be able to kind of map that out in your head. Way too many people think the game is over when it's difficult, but it's not actually over. But more people understand how to play from ahead than from behind. So as soon as you fall sufficiently behind, they like stop understanding how to play, and that means it's over. When you understand how a game should go, and you have the knowledge and the ability to do that, there does come a point, especially at high-level games, where you kind of do know a game is done. This happens a lot at like pro matches where one team drafts an early game strat, the other team's going to scale better, and the early game team doesn't build enough of a lead at like 15 minutes. Ricky and I talk about this sometimes. As casters, you're like, this game's done, you know? And if we were just watching casually, and in the back rooms at ESL, like the casters and stuff who are watching the game are like, this one's over. And the game drags on for 30 minutes, and then they eventually lose. But it's like, you can envision it. You know how the heroes are going to scale. And outside of like massive mistakes from the enemy, there's nothing you can do that should win you the game. Those are the games I think about as like, okay, this is unwinnable when it's the enemy team must allow us to win, not that we can do things to win. But again, I think very few games actually enter that point for the majority of Dota players. Because outside of high Immortal, most people don't have the capability to play the perfect game of like, here are the step-by-step plans to win, here are the things they will try to do and how we should respond to it, and I see them instantly on the minimap, so we respond to it, and we like follow the textbook plan to end the game. In most brackets below high Immortal, you simply will slip up. Full good intentions, you will mess up and you will lose games. Throughout all of Dota, no MMR restrictions. The mentality to win is often lacking in Dota, and you can sometimes get people to rage out even when they're like 30k ahead, and then you might win. Or they make one mistake and it snowballs because they want to start blaming each other. So for pub matchmaking, I would say, you know, play to the end of all games. But for your own mental sanity, don't... there's a difference between I'm going to play to win versus I think I should win, and I'm now a little bit upset or like a lot upset that we lost. Because you will not. Like, that's the important thing. I think it's fine to recognize this game's done, we've lost, but I'm still going to try. I'm going to try my best, and we might still win. But when we lose, that's okay. I will understand why we lost because mid stopped playing, because our draft is meant for early and we didn't win enough, like whatever, blah, blah, blah. I think that's a very important distinction to recognize for yourself so that you can start dissociating to some degree. Not that you play worse, but that you're like, okay, I accept that we've lost, and I'm now going to spend the rest of the game doing my best for my own self-improvement. And even though I lose this game, I practiced creep cutting for 20 minutes and I got a little better, and that's my own little mini victory. And if creep cutting ends up causing the enemy to slip up and you end up winning, fantastic. But if it doesn't and you end up losing, like, it's okay. Okay. I'm gonna find a new game. Let's see what else. I do want to try to find some lower ranked games. Because we've done mostly like Archon and up. We usually end up with mostly lower MMR games, I feel like. So actually it's kind of a nice mix up, but I still want to try to cover our range. The Jasper has a Crusader safe lane Monkey King. Also unconventional. We don't usually have this many carry replays, I feel like. Let's see. First time ever playing on this hero. Thought I started really well, but didn't understand how game turned down to other way, and I don't know. Okay, we can take a quick look at that. To be honest, if it's one of the first times you've played a hero, then it's not really that surprising if you slip up and you end up losing. All right, never mind. We're not going to look at it because this is a little too far back. Sorry, we can't download this one. Just looking at the draft, though, I can see that they have like a proper draft. It's a little greedy on some of this stuff. And support tide's a little weird. But like they have Glimpse, they have Static Storm, Ravage, they have dual pickoffs, they have the global rotation, the scaling hero. They have a more cohesive draft. Your triple cores are very greedy, and you all kind of do the same stuff. And then you have two supports who really aren't the best initiators, and they have many ways. They really aren't bothered by global all that much. So this game is just hard for you guys draft-wise. Monkey King is actually a better carry or mid. At a high level, I'd say mid is the best. But for pubs, carry or mid is fine. Offlane Monkey kind of was a thing. Some people will do it. I'm not going to say it's the worst, but let's pretend you have the same draft, but you play Sand King. You play Darkseer, you play like whatever classic initiator mid, suddenly your draft is way better. And you or your mid are the ones who are more likely to do that. So not to flame your pick too much, but I do think part of the reason this game might have fallen apart could just be like you have 3 right-clicking heroes who all die to Blade Mail, and that doesn't give you much room. They're just going to build armor and evasion and counter all 3 of you. So I actually would expect Radiant to win over time. Okay, let's do this one first next, because I said we were looking for like Crusader rank is about right, and this will be a position 5 silencer, which silencer is really strong right now. So hopefully several people will find this useful. Silencer 5, Crusader. And then I saw Joniel. We were going to do one of yours earlier. It was out of date. I saw you post another one. Let's do yours next. But let's start with the silencer, which... rough start, but we won. Any general advice? Itemization would be good. Let me see. Let me look at the graph real quick on like where rough start begins for you. If it's in the lane, that can be our focus. If it's the early game, it's like a little different. So relatively even for quite a while. Even though you said a rough start, your team as a whole is doing fine. Maybe you're having a rough time, which I'm looking at this. Yes, we are having a rough time. But the team is kind of okay. I guess you have a core witch doctor, which is kind of funny. We won't worry about that too much. Okay, I think we can start with the lane then, because it does look like you lose your lane, and Silencer is actually a hero who would like to win his lane. You're usually relatively strong, so let's start there. Blocking the hard camp's fine. If you actually move this to the left, it's actually better for you. The way a lot of 4s block this camp is like, or unblock this camp is like a sentry over here. And then based on where they're standing in this general area, the sentry is often blocked behind the tree. They might know that it's over there, so they gotta walk over and get it. But sometimes it gives you a window where you can kill their sentry before they can kill yours. So I would actually recommend this side. Now, technically, at a super high meta mind game, some position 4s are now preemptively putting the sentry on this left side to get vision behind the tree, which if they did it from like over here, then maybe this tree would block it from the other side. But I think most people would be doing it from here, so then it wouldn't matter. They would still see your sentry. So I'd still say put it on the left side of the tree. Starting items look okay. You can maybe change the second tangos out for another item to start and then buy a second set later. Because even if you lost like all your health right now, you would either A, go home, or just chew through 3 tangos, and by the time the 3rd tango's up, right, it's 16 seconds each, you could buy another tango and have it come out. So it's not the end of the world to buy double tangos. I actually think it's generally fine unless you're worried. It's good if you're worried about them killing your courier, but if you can sneak something else in and you think it could help you in these like early fights, like that's fine. Try to be near your team in case any of this stuff breaks out, because Q is really good. And if you were there earlier, maybe this fight would have gone a little better. So they end up with a double kill, so that's kind of rough. And let's see who ends up in our lane or not. All right. Some small moments to already do some meaningful stuff. So you TP in early. You already blocked this camp earlier. We just need to not die and need to start doing useful things. Most of them were here, so it's unlikely to run into anyone here, though do be careful of that in other games where sometimes, like, they're in this area, you walk out on your own, you lose a lot of health than you didn't need to, or you die and then you don't have a teleport. That's worst case. You have nothing to do out here because you did it earlier. You can go ahead, block the back half of the creeps, not all of them, otherwise it'll end up under the tower, but you could block the back half, just in case someone who also TP'd here and is doing any blocking, you're kind of countering that preemptively. Otherwise, go stand like here, because one, if they are blocking, you'll see it. You'll see, oh shit, where are the creeps? They're being blocked. So now you come and body block your creeps. So if you stand over here, you'll get vision of that to know. And you'll also get to start harassing people. Like if the offlaner's here, you get one free auto attack in, like right off the bat. No one's here. That's okay. You're gonna walk over, gonna make your way to this watcher. I still stand. Way too many people baited by the watchers. Doesn't usually matter. You actually do have some free time now, so it is okay. You could also start hitting your own creep because I am not confident in Crusader that Phantom Lancer won't drag the remainder of this first wave under his own tower. So if you get ahead of the game and start killing this creep, that's what I would go for, personally. Look at this. He missed the last hit. Very first one. Okay. You see how you're standing over here? Somewhat fine. Let's imagine... let's take Pudge out of the equation, but Pudge is a big part of the reason I'm about to make this critique. Let's just say you have a standard offlaner. He walks in here. If you harass from where you're standing, what's going to happen? These creeps are going to walk under the tower. And then that's going to screw you. So then I'm going to have to reposition over here so that if I do draw creep aggro, it goes this way. But I'll also have some wiggle room to like try to do some aggro tricks and not drag it out. You were here and then moved here. And now you're going to have to move back. It's kind of like unnecessary. You should just stay here and start hitting your own creeps, which is extra important this game because there is a Pudge. And what is the most common way for Pudge to hook people? It's from this side through here. Now, sometimes they swap it up and go over here, so you do have to be careful when you don't know where he is. But I saw him from the mid lane walking this way. So he's either continuing the walk or he's TPing into lane and coming in this way. If they hook me, if he moves all the way around this way and then manages to hook me this way, more power to him, because I don't know how he would have made it that far that quickly. Jupiter, what's going on over there? Come here. I was going to try to trick him. I was going to bring him over here and then lift him up to the camera. But as soon as I reached for him, he bolted away. He knew I was about to exploit him. Good deny. Oh, yeah, now... Okay, so we see both of them. We'll just have to be a little careful. But we're the only ranged hero here. So we do generally want to harass a lot. And we just have to avoid the hooks. And in this case, there's also Reality Rift. So this is a bit of a hard lane for you. Like, these are windows to harass, and we're not really doing it. Just like go back here. So if you draw creep aggro right now, is it that big of a deal? Not really, because you'll actually run back right into your own creep wave. So it won't be a big deal. So when CK walks up like this, I know he wants to hit this creep. So it's not a trade. This is a free hit. He can't hit me. One, because I'm ranged and he's melee. But two, he's going for a creep. So you get one free auto attack here. Maybe even two. And then as they start to chase you, we're not even taking damage immediately. Like if you did it in the middle of the creep wave, net even trade, because you would take damage from all the creeps for your one auto attack to a Chaos Knight. But you're ranged, so you're back here. So you can hit him once. They'll start to run at you. And then you'll just lose them to these creeps. You do usually have to be careful about fighting into a big creep wave. But you had like one creep alive still. The next wave is coming. And it's like level 1. So it's like not that big of a deal. So they end up dragging the creep wave under tower. If you can do this pull, it might be okay. If you stack it, that's also okay. Don't get either. If you're keeping track of the time a little better, you can pick whichever one you want. Both would be better than neither. But so far still, your denies have been good, but we really are not hitting double melee heroes. Using E doesn't really make sense if you're not going to use both. If you go QE, you can use Q to casually harass, but you should really combo the two of them if you're going to use, like, E. Archie, am I remembering this correctly? Hold on. Because I forgot they kind of changed this. This still works the same the old way, right? Hold on, guys. Let me check on Jupiter. Yeah. He's gonna run away in a moment, but he's been locked out. Fiance's focusing on work, so that's why he's meowing up a storm. Doors have been closed on me. I think that was the first auto attack on a hero. Oh shit. All right, so then here's the other thing. As you can see, we very much don't want to leave the lane, which is why I think you blocking this earlier was really good. Actually, I don't know why you have a sentry here. I'm not sure if this was a misclick. You don't need to put this sentry yet, but also you should just let him kill this. I know it sucks, and usually we want to contest, but you also have to judge the strength of your lane. These two will kill you. We need, as they are, we need the creeps in lane to help us. One, body block the hook, but two, if a melee hero tries to fight into a ranged hero, the melee creeps will aggro on and add a little bit of damage to help you out. When you're out here, you're always going to lose these fights as soon as they get close, and there's nothing to help you, to get in your way, to make them take extra damage for it. Once you're dead and you kind of know you're gonna die, try to throw out your spells and just like auto attack a little bit. But yeah, so far this lane is mostly just, my main critique is you're just not attacking enough. You're like really scared of this Pudge, totally understand, and you're kind of scared of this Chaos Knight. Here's the thing, Chaos Knight can kill you kind of once, maybe twice. He really doesn't have a bunch of mana, so if he does kill you once, unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. And then you come back to lane, and he probably doesn't even have enough mana to do it again. So you just kind of have to force it, especially level 1 when he doesn't have the combo to do the damage. You got to try to harass him earlier. Now it is getting very scary. Now he's going to be able to pick up some items soon that'll give him more mana. And then like it gets scarier and scarier to walk out. So that's, I don't think that'll change. Like the fact that we've already missed that window in the lane is just going to keep going that way. Generally, try to press Q when they stand next to each other and then just auto attack a bit. Like when you get a good positioning to auto attack and you're full on mana, Q, auto attack, auto attack. Don't go too far if it's scary, but like, and then back off. If they respond, that's when Arcane Curse is going to do more. So typically, if you use Arcane Curse first, that is your window for 6 seconds where they don't want to use spells against you. So full mana, walk up, press Q. Try not to hit too many creeps with it. Q on hopefully 2 heroes, auto attack. Around 3 seconds, 4 seconds, start backing off ahead of time because you don't want to go too far. It ends, and then they turn and they get you and you're out of position. So that should be your window to do it. They might return fire and throw spells, but then you're getting extra value out of Q, and you're probably not going to die level 1. Level 2, maybe. It is scary against these 2 heroes, so I get it. Other matchups will be a little easier than this, but yeah, you gotta find ways to harass more in this lane. To your credit, PL is not a good carry right now. He really can't do much. He can't help you in the lane. It takes forever to get good, like scale up. He is not in a strong spot. But there's many carries like that. And you just try to be strong in the lane for them. Another thing you can potentially try, this might be easier for you too. If you start with Glaives of Wisdom level 1, when you manually activate it, it doesn't draw creep aggro. So this is kind of easy mode, especially versus heroes that aren't going to cast spells. You can try this. I think max QE, perfectly fine, perfectly viable build. So if you prefer that, it's okay. Play the way we talked about. Q, attack, back off. If you do see them committing, like use the E, or if you want to play aggressive, use both. But Glaives of Wisdom level 1 and just like manually casting a bunch can help build up. It builds up damage. You don't have to manually cast it every single time. So you can manually cast it a couple times, steal some intelligence, gives you some extra bonus damage, then turn, get like 2 denies. It's very similar to Undying Decay. You decay, scare them off, and then use the bonus strength to hit your own creeps. Silencer, you like walk up, glaive, and then turn around with your... I know it's 3, it's not the most, but like it's like 3 free iron branches. Turn on your own creeps, whack them down. You know, just like auto attack all the time. Both builds can work. I'd say QE is safer, but doesn't matter too much. Anything to get you harassing a little bit more first is like the main thing. Yeah, ion timers will be very good. That's a skill that'll last forever. When you start a new game, it's very tough because I know there's like a million things going on here and like pudge hooks you're trying to dodge. Again, Age of Empires 2. I struggle with like resource management to like keep an eye on resources. An important part of the game that I'm not used to. I'm looking at a million things on the screen. So for Dota, that's like the mini map, the time, and then to a further extent, having the space to like click through enemies, sometimes your own team items, sometimes keep track of like health and mana in the lanes. All of it will be very good no matter what role, what hero you play, but very difficult to just start doing when you're like watching what's happening here and looking at hooks and Chaos Knight bolts and all this shit. It's okay. Okay, I think that's the main piece of advice I would give you for the lane. I'm trying to see what else you asked in that question. We can take a look at your itemization real quick, and then that might be it. Because honestly, just learning to harass in the lane is actually such a huge focus, and you don't even need to... For anyone who is struggling to work on this, I would just make it the priority for like 20 to 30 games in a row. Especially if you play ranged heroes, just like only play ranged heroes and focus on harassing a lot. Melee heroes, you can still do it, but often the way they play is a little different. Melee heroes, I mean. So just like make it your focus for a bunch of games in a row and you'll get a lot better at it. Items. What was the order you did? You got the 4 staff. I actually think that's kind of okay. I would say Solar Crest is actually really good versus these heroes because Drow pierces base armor and Chaos Knight's a lot of physical. So the Solar's really good. You don't want it when you have an illusion hero like Phantom Lancer on your team because you reveal the real hero and that's no good. So I think Force is solid to just like kite away from stuff. Glimmer is also okay in that it will help protect from the AA blast, and the magic damage from the other two heroes is good, and the Vortex reduces your magic resistance, so it'll protect you passively. And then although they do physical damage, if they can't see you because you've gone Invis, then that you're kind of protected from that in that way. So I wouldn't mind that either, but I think Force is fine. You do get the Solar, typically a good item, just in and very good versus these heroes. Just in this case, not going to be the easiest to use with a Phantom Lancer. I'd probably get Ghost Scepter. It'll protect yourself, but they don't have good ways to deal with Ghost Scepter. And Nullifier is criminally underbought, even into Divine and Immortal. So you'd probably get a lot of value out of it. Lotus, same issue with Lotus actually. Like, the armor is good. There's some stuff you can reflect here that's good. You just can never use it on your carry hero, and that makes it very iffy. So like auras are very good when you have illusion heroes, things like drums, Vlads, because it affects everyone, and you're not revealing anything by doing it or enabling yourself. Very common build on Silencer right now is like one item, Force Staff, into Refresher. And then you just have double Refresher in team fights. I wouldn't mind that build this game either. Okay. I said we would do... Let's see, where is it? This one next. And then I'll have you guys send in games, I think, while I'll try to give Jupiter a snack so that maybe he'll settle down. Maybe I'll get my own snack too. Okay. Let me see what you asked about this again. Playing Weaver here. Is this how you play against a good Tinker player? And then I think you were also talking about just general advice to climb. Okay. Weaver into Tinker. Oh, this is a turbo game. Okay. That'll still be kind of okay. I should have added that to the thumbnail, though. Or to the timestamp. I'll just add it later. I'll add it here, though. Turbo. I believe I've heard that Tinker is really good in Turbo. The nice thing about Weaver is that you can try to use your Invis to get him killed and buy like a... I don't know, do like your usual damage farming build and then get like Bloodthorn or maybe a Hex in the late game. And then just when Tinker is coming into trees, you like Shikuchi up to him, catch him, kill him. He's going to have the Matrix, which is annoying, but you can also buy a Nullifier and then nullify him into the Bloodthorn and then Nullifier into Hex, whatever. And you can get like right on top of him to minimize the travel range. That is true regardless of Turbo or not. In a regular game, you would usually have more team coordination to do it. Turbo, sometimes you get so farmed you can try to do some of this stuff on your own because you will have access to this many items. You also have a Lion and an Earthshaker to work with. Weaver, you usually build power treads on carry Weaver. I don't think you need to start with them, though, because of Shikuchi. It feels like 500 gold that isn't really doing anything. I would just get like whatever damage items you want. You want a Wraithband, go for that. Falcon Blade can be good. I don't know the exact Carry Weaver build right now. But most Weavers will just deal with slow move speed. And then for Carry Weaver, building Power Treads. But even then, some people won't. Okay, I think I'm just gonna skip through the laning stage since your initial question was about Tinker. That seems easier to just like, you're not gonna interact with him for a little bit. Okay, let's just jump forward. Let me actually just check your items real quick. Okay, so we get the Power Treads, rush straight to the Deso, get the Shard. So usually I'd say that's fine. I feel like this is a game to get Maelstrom. I think Maelstrom or Deso can both be good on Weaver. Deso has more synergy with the bugs, but negative armor and physical damage is not typically the way you want to try to kill a Terrorblade. If you can switch to having like magic damage and a mix of damage, that's usually better. So I think this game you should get the Maelstrom. It'll still help your farming speed, and it'll be better versus the Terrorblade, in my opinion. I like the Orchid into Bloodthorn. I think here, instead of the Daedalus, you should get the Nullifier, because this is support Tinker, so the main way he contributes is the healing and the matrices. So when you have the Nullifier, the sooner you have it, the less relevant Tinker is as a hero. Because support Tinker, you don't have to focus as much. Core Tinker, you have to get him killed. This is Turbo, so he might be able to do both. I guess we're going to see, and based on his items, it kind of looks like he did Core Tinker anyways. I think he was supposed to be a support. I don't know. But this is essentially a Core Tinker that we're going to have to kill. So the sooner you get the Nullifier in combo with the Bloodthorn, I think that's how you kill Tinker. This Daedalus, if you think about it, this extra damage doesn't matter if he is blinking out because he has the Matrix, or he already buys the Ghost Scepter earlier, and so you can't even hit him. You'll need this sooner. The rest seems fine. Late game, maybe consider the... What a turbo build. The Hex to like catch people off, but I think what you have is okay. Yeah, Brooch instead of Daedalus I think is also good. Okay, you actually come up here. Go for an early tower. This seems fine. I think this is good to do versus Tinker. Turbo or not, again. Take the early towers before Tinker's 12, and it really restricts him. Turbo, probably hard to do that since you just get so much XP. Oops. All right, couldn't help yourself. I understand. But I do think Weaver... As you can tell, you're insanely squishy with this build. 868 health. So I do think you want to use it to farm a little bit and then join fights. Like, you're 2 spells and you're a third of your health. It's so difficult. These 2 back-to-back deaths are really painful. Turbo, I don't have as good of a read for the flow of a game in Turbo, but in a regular game, if a Weaver died at like 20 minutes back-to-back like that, it'd be really rough. Once you pick up more items and stats, it gets way easier. So you just have to be careful about what fights you join, especially when they have this much spell damage. Go ahead and use bugs to help yourself farm these kind of triangle stuff a little easier. You're like scared to Scoochie in. You like touched the bugs and died. Third death. Yeah, we just need to like go farm up some stats. This is why I think Falcon Blade would be better than Wraithband, because it would give you more health. I would probably casually switch on Strength Treads as well. What else can we buy as Carry Weaver? Scotty used to be a thing. I don't think you really do it nowadays. I guess you could just do the Maelstrom into the BKB. That could work as well. Yeah, I think if we look at the net worth graph, there is a... I think your start was good. Top net worth. And then I think around here is where we've now had like 4 deaths in a row. He still gained 4,000 gold because it's turbo. But if we kind of see the graph compared to like some other heroes, they're shooting up while you're not. And then I'm going to guess here, you start winning fights and or farm more. So you're like, your graph starts shooting up again. It should be like right around here. Let's see the difference. Respawn. I think you should take the strength. Core Weaver doesn't even need Shikuchi to farm, because you get the shard. Shikuchi through and shard plus whatever Deso Maelstrom, whatever item you ended up getting, that one-shots creep waves. So I don't think you even need more Shikuchi damage. You are dying, though, to like a bunch of damage, burst damage. So strength, and then if you have any, I don't know what your options were, I wasn't paying attention, but any health options would also be huge. Ooh, nice. We do kill the Tinker thanks to the Orchid, so that's good. Off that Tinker kill, I feel that you should be pushing top more. You're kind of retreating preemptively, but you see all the enemy heroes and you kill Tinker. So this whole top half of the map is free to you. If we even switch to like the full perspective, you're giving up all this space for free. They didn't even force you out of here and you ran away. Some of this is maybe because you're thinking of TPing in, so you're like watching this and trying to be safe, but yeah, you should be like farming this stuff while you think about it. And then that way, if you decide not to go, you can immediately start pushing in the lane again, compared to over here, which now you have to walk over here and soon Tinker's up again. So then it's like a bit of a miss. Also, you could like farm one more wave and then it's pushing in even as you TP down here. And now your whole team left, and so now we're not even fighting. So now I sure wish I was still up there farming. Good kill with the Orchid and the Blast Off. These fights are better because they're smaller fights and you have teammates to help distract them from you compared to the earlier deaths. Nice try. Sometimes they slip away like that. I'm not going to worry about it. You do want to try to catch Tinker TPing in and kill him like you did earlier. You tried again there. A deep ward will help you. Like, you're already playing up there, so if you buy some observers for yourself, next time you're up here, you can place the observer, like, back here. So then maybe you'll see the Tinker, like, jumping in. No, I kind of... Okay, you did take a look and you were deciding to join or not. I guess you decided not to, but actually, it looks like a fight you can join. Especially when it gets this deep. Oh, here we are. Okay, nice. From here, it's been looking pretty good. I think the first 4 deaths were really rough. I think you just Really, we're underestimating how little health you have. And still do. Your build still does not incorporate very much health, but just by the nature of leveling up, and that's it, just leveling up, you now have health to work with. But when they have this much burst damage, you should consider a stat item in here. Again, I think this Daedalus, make it a BKB, maybe a casual Falcon Blade earlier, and then you can go like Nullifier after that. We'll see, Port. I got 7K, but whether we'll actually keep trying hard or go back to goofing off and playing whatever, I'm currently leaning to the latter. Okay, guys. Go ahead and drop in the replays. Isn't this all the way to the right anyways to begin with? How strange. Yeah, drop in the replays. And then I'll be right back. I'm going to check on Jupiter. Get my own snack. Because we'll probably still stream for a bit. What are we? We're like 3 hours in. We'll be going for at least another like 2. So yeah. I'll leave it. You guys can continue to judge this turbo game for me. I'll be back.
Let's shake things up.
Like Deuce a support in our games. That's actually fine with me. I'll be like clockwork to be all the stuns for the team. Okay, let's see. Got a lot of you guys. Where do we want to start? I think two of you are somewhat similar. We have several who are a couple that are like new to the game / guardian level support, want to leave the MMR, climb, all that. So maybe we can do some of those and it will help multiple people. Okay, let's start here. Okay. We're going to go for a little bit in this one. I'm going to tell you right now that hard support Tiny is not going to be very good. Just like we saw Bounty 5 earlier, and I mentioned like this isn't the ideal role, but you can kind of make it work. Tiny is similar, but even worse than the Bounty Hunter. So if you really want to, you can try. There are things you can do no matter what hero you play, and that's going to be the main stuff I look for in the lane. But honestly, if you are looking to climb out of this MMR and you feel like you've been stuck here for a while, before even getting into the game, let me tell you some nerd math stuff, but it's kind of necessary. Because if you, for whatever MMR you're stuck in, guys, it doesn't matter what the MMR is. If you've been stuck in there for thousands of games and you feel like you haven't improved and you feel like you've been trying to get out the whole time, it's usually a mentality / like it's not about the heroes and the gameplay specifically. It's like something you are doing that has not changed in that time. So for example, let's say you play Tiny Hard Support. You don't usually do that. It is just more likely to lose when you play this suboptimal hero in a suboptimal role. Now, if that's what you want and you just love this stuff, totally fine by me. But you have to recognize there's going to be a downside to it, which is like, well, maybe I'd be a little higher rank if I played like good heroes, but I love Tiny, so I'm just going to like keep doing that, you know? That's fine, but you just got to recognize that. It sounds like you really want to get out of this bracket. When you play Tiny 5, you are preset to have disadvantaged games every single time. And when we think about climbing MMR, let's say you want to get out of Guardian and you need like 1,000 MMR. Let's use a full 1,000. That's 40 games you need to win. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? Just 40 wins. We start smaller than that. We start with like, okay, 100 games at a time, and I go for a 55% win rate. That means 55 wins, 45 losses, 10 wins. You're a fourth of the way there. That might already get you out of Guardian because you are at Guardian 4. If you lose 5 games because you're picking Tiny 5, or you're like, oh, you know, I haven't played Lich, I'm going to try Lich, you know, and then you don't play that good of a Lich game, so you lose. Those are all free losses that are going into, you know, in our win rate. There's like, yeah, I just lost this like handful of games that I shouldn't have even been playing those heroes. And that's going to really slow you down. So that when you try hard and you like, I'm going to play my best heroes for 20 games, and like, I'm burnt out, I'm just going to play like whatever I want for 10 games. Like, the 10 games can counteract the 20 tryhard games. So you have to be very careful about this kind of stuff. With all that said, we're going to go into this now. And look for things you can generally do better regardless of what hero you're playing. But I'm telling you, it will be easier. You don't have to play the most meta heroes, but stuff like Tiny is just not a good 5. This is not a good... This is what I mean, and I mean this with zero offense whatsoever. I would put this at 20% at best. Like, in how meta and how likely I think a Tiny 5 is going to win any given game, no matter the draft, I would maybe give it 20%. Like, starting Sage's Mask and starting whatever. And that's just hard, right? That's like so much harder to climb with than something else where you're at least at like a 50%, you know, and we just got to win a couple games here and there. Any Hollow Knight today? Maybe. We honestly made it farther than I thought I would in Steel Soul. Maybe towards the end of the stream when I'm like, I'm done talking, we sit there and quietly play Hollow Knight. That might happen. All right, let me explain why this isn't good. And again, no... This is not coming from like a flaming you. This is literally, I'm going to try to fix a fundamental issue with why you're stuck in this rank. And it comes from like the wrong mindset with these items of what you're trying to do in this lane. Jupiter, you're overlapping the critique. Okay, let me give him a snack. I forgot to do that. I was getting my own thing. Let me give him a treat. The big brain play out of that was that Hephaestus woke up to go get a treat. Oh my god, we can sit, guys. Okay. I know, right? It's probably reinforcing the wrong behavior, but what can you do? Okay. I'm just gonna clump both support roles together in Guardian because it will be very similar between the two. So starting now. Wait, new timestamp. I'm gonna give you a crash course on how to get out of Guardian if you've been stuck here for thousands of games. It is almost always a systematic thing where you feel like you're trying to improve, and I fully believe you. I don't mean to like dissuade your efforts, but like we need to refocus them into more productive and faster improvement ways, and we'll shoot you out of Guardian real fast. So this is all going to be from the support perspective. For Guardian, 4 and 5 are essentially the same, and it's fine. Mindset. We want to have high impact in the early game, especially the lanes. We need to do a lot without a lot of gold. We would like to scale decently because in Guardian there will be all sorts of mistakes. So if you can just properly support, great. But if you need to do some scaling, then you have that ability. Let's start with that. So the issue with Tiny 5 in the lane is that, one, you're a melee hero and you're very slow. So harassing in the lane is going to be really difficult. your early impact is not that good. Tiny typically needs more items to become good. Things like a blink dagger, scaling items. You're not gonna get a lot of those as 5. Even though I just said the scaling potential, Tiny technically has a lot of scaling potential. But from the 5 position, it's quite difficult. Now, it might still work in this bracket because what you do have going for you is Toss being very good. Avalanche Toss is very powerful, especially if you throw people under the tower. And in this bracket, you're more likely to get it. But this brings us back to the issue of being stuck in a given bracket for a while. You do things that work versus the players in this bracket, speaking of Guardian. So like Guardian players don't think about Avalanche Toss. So they walk up too close and they let you Avalanche Toss. And then it works and you get kills. You climb because you're winning the lanes. You get to Crusader players. Crusader players don't let you... I know we're really focusing on Tiny. I don't think you only play Tiny 5. But like I'm just using Tiny as an example. Crusader players see Tiny and they go, holy shit, I don't want to be Avalanche Tossed back under tower. So they step away. So now we're doing the same stuff and it was working. So we felt like we were improving and now it's not working versus Crusader players. And they beat us because we don't get the avalanche tosses. So we never do anything. So then we drop again and then we keep doing it. So then we climb again and then we drop again and we climb again and we drop again. This is where a lot of people fall into if they get stuck in any given bracket. Again, we're on Guardian now, but I've seen it happen in Ancient. I've seen it happen in Divine, like every bracket. Like you do things that work and it's okay to adjust to your bracket, such as playing Tiny 5. But as soon as you go up, you have to recognize like it doesn't work anymore. What I was doing was capitalizing on the mistakes Guardian players were making. But now as I move up, I must now capitalize on the mistakes Crusader players are making. And those are different mistakes from the Guardian players. Another common way this falls into is bad warding. Many people just put it on cliffs. And it balances out because the opponents are also just putting things on cliffs. So even though they both lose all their wards, both teams lose all their wards. So it is neutral. It doesn't really matter. You go up a little bit. Holy shit, some guy evolved. He put it on the low ground and pressed Q on this cliff and he put his courier there. He now completely wins the vision game against you. It goes from neutral to 100 to 0. And you get stomped because you have no vision on the map. And you're like, damn, what just changed? Like Smurfs in the game. But it's not. The mistake you were making that you have been doing for thousands of games, which is why you're stuck in a bracket, that like sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. Those are the things we're looking to eliminate. We've been stuck here for a long time. So now we're going to play. Now we're going to look at Tiny 5 gameplay. You have to Avalanche Toss. You have no mana. You get to Avalanche Toss once. As soon as you Avalanche and Toss once, that is your impact in the lane, and you will do nothing else. That is why you bought a Clarity and 2 Sage's masks. But that is not a good game plan. That is very inconsistent. We're looking for consistent impact to gain MMR. This is why... Great body block. This is actually really good. This is why if you're like Jakiro, if they give you a really easy kill and they go under tower, great. You get those kills. If they don't and they play properly, you can still do things. I am currently Tiny 5, and I have done nothing. Because I can't get to this troll. Okay, wait. You body blocked. That was really good. But there were creeps that you could have hit and denied your own creeps. You didn't go for those. Troll is currently in a 1v1 with Morphling and doing perfectly fine, even though it's supposed to be 1v2. So that means we're actually losing. We're splitting XP, and he's getting everything because the other hero wasn't here yet. And we haven't been able to do anything to him because we're tiny. We can't get to him, you know? Like... If you're Lich, if you're a Lion, you can poke for free. If you're a melee hero like Undying, you just get in there. Decay spam a little bit. Your Ogre, you whack him. You use the Ignite a couple times. But we have our one chance. Our mom's spaghetti is starting to rise up, and we just like can't. Notice for how much of this lane, if you play a melee support and your carry is ranged, you should almost always be in front of your carry, or you should be like weaving in and out. We're almost 2 minutes in the lane and we have been behind Morphling for almost all of it. I'd say the only impactful thing you've done so far is body block this. Now the only impactful thing Lion's done is the same. He wasn't even here for most of this. But that's why you can climb as a support, because we can do more than this Lion as soon as we shift up a couple things. Either we pick a different hero where it's easier, or as the tiny, and we really want to make it work, we are like weaving in. We're getting in there. We're avalanche tossing. I feel like you had to wait till level 2 because you're like, yeah, the avalanche toss doesn't work till level 2. That's why Tiny 5 doesn't work. Like, we can't wait till level 2. I should be winning by level 1. I win several of my games, or like lanes. We'll focus on lanes. I win lanes in the very first wave because like that's how impactful it is. You have more room to work in Guardian, but that doesn't mean you can't do the same things I do or I suggest you guys do. Because like, why not? If you can win the lane in the very first wave, why not do it? If it gets thrown back and you got to win it again, that's okay. That's the MMR. Let's see how long it goes until we do something to troll. So these Sage's Mask and these Clarities, which is 2/3 of our net worth, haven't done anything because we've never used a spell. If this is coming across as harshly, I don't mean it to be. But I think I have to speak strongly because we need to break this habit if you want to climb out of Guardian. So I want to heavily emphasize, I'm really not trying to flame, but I want to speak sternly so it's clear, like, this is the problem. This is not like, oh, just change a little bit. Like, we got to change a lot to, like, change, and you will shoot out. I promise. Like, if this is happening a lot, not just Tiny 5, but, like, any hero you're playing this style, as soon as we shift it, it will be a massive improvement. Avalanche Toss, 349. This is the first time you've done something in the lane. For the most part, you have sat and watched Morphling. So Morphling being 9-0 and Troll being 15-4. Like, Troll was on his own for most of it, and we're losing the lane, and now we're doing something. But that's why, like, your lanes aren't going great. You are completely handing it to your carry player and saying, like, win this lane, or don't, you know, like, it's up to you and I'll be here. But we don't want to do that. As a support, this is our strong point. We want to get in there and we want to crush people in the very first wave, like I was saying. So that's why someone like Lion could have been auto-attacking the whole time, using Earth Spikes to secure creeps, draining mana, should have been doing it. He hasn't really been doing it either. But, like, this is why when it comes to Tiny, it's like, oh, well, how should I do it with Tiny? I guess we walk up and hit them because, like, we get one set of spells and that's it as Tiny. And that's just why he doesn't usually work as a 5. You have no options to creep drag, like, position 4 as position 5. That's it. Now we Clarity and we sit in the back until we have enough mana to Avalanche Toss again. Okay, and we kind of get the Lion and we get the kill, right? So this is why it kind of works. We have sat doing nothing for 4.5 minutes and we finally Avalanche Toss twice. And then we get a kill and it's like, damn, it's working. But, like, as soon as you go up a little bit, they're not. They're going to be crushing this lane more in the 4 minutes of space you give them. You're doing great with pulls. Pulls and blocks, you're remembering to do them. This is not the best time to do a pull, actually, and you should actually go for a half pull, but I'm glad you're, like, doing some of them. This is actually just going to shove your lane out again, and then you're not going to get to Avalanche Toss. But your timing is good, so that's the key plus. For your rank, you're, like, you did the body block, and, like, I've seen you do a couple pulls, kind of because you have to do pulls because there's nothing else for Tiny to do. If this could be a half pull, then better. Lion, we'd like to toss him back, but we need to be here. So when you're stronger and you want to go for these kills, let's say you're Tiny, let's say you're Clockwork. I can't be back here. I can't be behind the ranged carries. I need to be in the front. So, like, why is Lion contesting this pull when Lion should be dying when he walks up here? Because I'm in the wrong spot. I need to be over here to threaten the toss back, and then Lion will sit back here, and when he's back here, he can't get anywhere close. You do have to be careful of doing this when you are at risk of dying, but I mean, if you're playing someone like Tiny, then we're not really at risk of dying. And now we're, like, back in the trees.
Who's that? Thank you.
What do you reckon would be a fun and strong combo playing as a 5-stack? Archon, legend players.
Holy crap. Morphling actually just died to right clicks. I went the wrong way. So that's who we're trusting to win the lane on their own without us doing anything. Why does this work? Why do you guys find so many observers here? This is another classic, guys. Like, the observers here... Well, I literally call this the Crusader wards usually, or the Guardian wards. I forget which one. But here it is. Who asked me what? Kimblin, what's up? What do you reckon would be the fun and strong combo playing as a 5-stack? Like all 5 heroes, or like for a given lane combo? Because you can do different things, right? You can do like kill lane combos. You can do bigger strategies like global rotations, really fast push strats. So it kind of depends. If we're just talking lane combos first, really any kill lane can be cool. Right now, there's a lot of generically strong supports. So let's say like Jakiro and Ringmaster. Pick those, and then you can pick like whatever offlaner that has any aggressive potential, and that's good. If you're playing as a 5-stack, you actually have communication. Keeper Light is really good right now. Not an easy hero to play, but the low cooldowns, rotating around, really fast gameplay. I think it's really fun and rewarding if you make it work. And if you're playing in a stack, you actually have a chance to make it work. What else? You want some meme shit? Techies, also an aggressive laner, into like whatever kill combo, but Magnus. And then later, you skewer people into mines. Hilarious. You want an actually good version of that? Dark Willow plus Magnus. Skewer people through brambles. It's an insane amount of damage. Pick Grimstroke. Aggressive laner, get kills. Pick teammates with single target abilities. Just destroy people. That's it. There's nothing else fun in Dota. I don't know. It just depends what you want. In what position would you put the strongest players? Depends on the MMR disparity. Mid would be the easy answer. Whoever your best player is to... In my opinion, you want the best player to be active, not the passive, I'll scale the late game. I actually think the worst player should be carry. That's my hot take. Carry players are like, no, it's high skill, I gotta press the buttons. It's the easiest role in terms of conceptually what to do and for higher MMR players to direct. So I actually think the lowest ranked player should be carry, but it does depend on the range of MMR. Whoever the highest MMR is, though, has the most responsibility to do well and be active and direct the team. And that is almost never a slow farming Spectre Medusa type hero, right? Like, if you're Spectre, it's like, oh yeah, I can get active. I don't start any of it, though. I have to tell them to smoke and go do things, and then I'll haunt in. And if I can't get them to do that, I can't do anything. Like, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, like, these active heroes who, like, I did well in my lane, and now without anyone needing to direct me, I made the play. I showed up here. If you're closer in ranks, position 4 is your best skilled player, because that has the most flexibility on, like, I'm going to do this creep drag, I'm going to roam, I'm going to do whatever. Most impact at the start. Yeah, I would say mid or position 4 for the most skilled players. But as long as they're playing someone active who can do things, I think it's fine. Wait, what is this? Wind Ranger Shackle Damage Facet. Where the heck's Wind? Shackle Shot affects more enemies and grants damage per unit shackled. I did forget about that, actually. And then what is it with Coddle? Stack camps. Blinding Light it over. Wait. And blinding light it over the gate in your base. Shackle huge stack for like 2k damage. Hit through back door with relocate and focus fire. Wait, I'm not understanding the like bringing it into the base thing. Are you doing the side? Yeah, I think I need to watch the video to understand this, which we'll do later. We're trying to help. We lost focus a little bit. We're trying to help Tiny get out of here. You see this? This is like the inverse of what you want as a support to the carry. Like all the focus on the carry while the support's in the back. If you're a melee support, you need to be up front. If you're a range support, it's more okay for this to happen, but you must be returning fire in this time. This is Morphling laning alone, and you slow him down by just absorbing XP, and then you occasionally do things. This is the not good supporting, because it's not really supporting. Like, see, he's like 3 more attacks on Troll, no return fire. We get a Lotus, and now we're going to go for the Wisdom Rune, which is not bad to do. I feel like you know support things, but you don't know the right times to do it, and then you don't know how to lane. Like, you know there's supposed to be pulls, you know you're supposed to, like, Sentry and Ward, and, like, okay, they're Lotus and Wisdoms. So, like, you can keep doing those parts, but you have to do more in the lane. You have to attack. Okay. The easiest way to start improving. Pick your favorite ranged hero. I don't care who. Whatever ranged 5 you want in the game. Take a look at this list. You can use this list for position 4 as well. Pick your favorite hero on here. Every wave, try to do 10 attacks on the enemy hero. That's more realistic the longer the range. So like AA, you could probably do more. But like, count the number, like go play a game, count the number of auto attacks you do, and then go check Dota 2 Pro Tracker for a non-pro but high MMR player. Watch that same hero, and then notice the factor of difference. They'll attack like 5 times more than you or like anyone in your rank. That's what we're aiming for when I'm talking about like how do we do things in the lane. They're doing things. If they're not hitting heroes, they're hitting their own creeps. And if they're not doing one of those 2 things, they're positioning to set up to do it more, or they're like blocking pulls, doing pulls, lotuses, whatever, the actual other things. But like in between the other things, the things you're doing, in between those things, you must do stuff. I would try for a deny on every single creep wave. Like that's the minimum. At least 1 deny every creep wave. You don't have to get it, but you have to go for it every single wave, if not more. This is just like Pudge 5, like only waiting for the hook, only waiting for Avalanche Toss. You took both observers, so now the rest of your team is blind. You've also been using a lot of sentries down here, so the rest of your team can't do anything vision-wise. This is like really greedy play for very little payoff. See, look, Lion's now killing. This is like the 3rd, 4th observer that's died down here. Lion keeps putting the same observers, you keep putting the same observers. And sometimes we get kills, but let me show you, those kills are not paying off. Troll is at the top, he's down here, because the last hits matter a lot when it comes to laning, and Troll is almost doubling the Morphling. This is just core. This is like, you should go, okay, like Blink is good, but like, this is just position 4 Tiny. You should play position 4 Tiny, but not position 5 Tiny. It's very different. Position 4 Tiny can creep drag, and you can block, and you can get the lane to pull back, and then you can rotate. You can't do any of that as 5, because your carry needs your help. Your actual playmaking after that is fine. It seems to me like your laning is... Your other elements, if I had, like, I'm going to put an arbitrary number of them. Your other elements of gameplay are like a 7. Your laning is at a 1. So, like, if you improve your laning, it's going to be a quick shoot up. One true Dottie, or you could just never play melee heroes. Boom. Yeah, ranged heroes, I'd say, are way more about harassing without drawing too much creep aggro and learning to do that. Melee heroes are a lot more about positioning and learning how to pick very good fights and learning how to distract at the right time. Toss in a tower is so good as Tiny 5 and Guardian, though. So, I mean, that's what I talked about earlier. Like, it'll work in Guardian, and then you get to Crusaders, and it'll stop working. And then you'll fall back to Guardian, and then you'll keep doing it. This is how you get stuck in the same habits. Like, the Lion did the same thing. Observer in a bad spot, in my opinion, but whatever. He puts the Observer down, it gets dewarded, he kills, he brings his own sentry, dewards it, and he puts the Observer in the exact same spot. That's the type of warding that will get you stuck forever. That is showing no active improvement in the game itself. You have learned that the enemy checks that area, and you're like, yeah, I'm just going to put another one here so that they can kill it again. Like, that's not the point of the Observer. And if you get lazy with this stuff and you just repeat it, like, that's how you get stuck in the same MMR for thousands of games. There needs to be focused improvement. The build, like the Tiny 5 build being so bad, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, go to whatever hero you are playing and just look. I know there is a difference between Guardian to no longer pros, but like 7K to 8.5K. But like, if not a single person plays Tiny 5, or like a very tiny percentage, right? Like on Tiny, 2,614 matches, 58 are played as hard support, and he's got a 33% win rate. That is not good. We don't want to do that. But then if you click that and you look at their build and you see not a single person goes double Sage of Mass Clarity, maybe I shouldn't do that, right? That's something very quick, but it has suddenly jumped you far ahead because you are no longer doing a very suboptimal hero and build. So like, pick a couple of heroes. I don't really care, but I care a little bit, but I don't really care, right? Pick who you want to play, even if it's Tiny 5, but you have to craft like what you're doing, what makes the most sense, harassing in the lane, focusing on last hits, and not just like waiting for things to happen. You know what? Okay, I don't believe in Tiny 5, but let's go ahead and just take a look at a random Tiny 5 7 to 8K player. They might be griefing. They might actually be a carry player who got stuck on 5, but even I feel like the theory craft behind it will still be better than what we saw, and we can draw some comparisons of like what they're doing in the lane itself. And I think that'll help showcase that like even when you play weird things, there's more you can do to like climb with it. So like here's, I don't know who, some pub player doing Tiny 5. Yeah, taking tree and denying creeps. Position 4 Tiny does that a lot. I guess I wouldn't mind seeing a position 5 Tiny do it. This one has opted for boots first. So if you want the tossbacks, here's the same way. The fact that he's going to start toss, I assume, same playstyle idea, but implemented differently. Boots, way more likely to close the gap and force the toss back. Because they know they are at risk of being tossed under tower, they will back off. In the time they back off, they will go for a deny. That is what my theory craft on what we'll see from this Tiny in the lane, if he's going to get boots this early. This is actually Tiny 4. I'll feel scammed if it is. Hey, this is just Tiny 4! What the heck? All right, we're gonna go find a different game. I've been scammed. How about... I want someone who's starting with toss, because it might have a better comparison to like what we were talking about this game. This won't take that long to do, guys. So if you guys want to start resubmitting games, we can do that. Okay, actual Tiny 5. Let's see what he does. So he has more stat-oriented items so that when he does get the toss back, he can Blood Grenade and slow them under the tower, or he can slow them and then close the gap to toss back. Has more stats, or like the magic stick value to get health and mana back when they use spells. I would buy more stats, but perhaps he's saving for boots really quickly. I guess we'll see. So, posturing. He shouldn't have drawn creep aggro, but posturing to make the Dawnbreaker back off. Dawnbreaker is scared, partly because of this giant treant running at her, but also because Tiny is threatening, like, I'm gonna get close. I'm gonna toss you. Tanks a spell from Ringmaster at least, so the Ringmaster spell is not messing with natures. There's the same body block. So that part, right? We said that one's good. Tanks another spell after walking in, getting kind of like intimidating. Now he's going to come do a pull, but he's actually late. That's actually bad. It was blocked anyways, so I guess it wouldn't have happened. This is where Tiny is awkward, right? Like, I can't get close to harass. I'm just trying to get close for the avalanche toss. Here's the avalanche toss. I thought it would go under tower, but that's fine. Had to hide to make that work, to bait the enemies in and then get in there. Goes for a range deny. Posturing. Running at the Dawnbreaker, making her back away. Weaving in and out of sight to make her question if he's like getting closer or not. Does get his boots now. Third body block. We saw the first body block from the last replay, but then that was it. He's now done 3 body blocks in a row to skip on sentries and get to his boots a little faster. Avalanche, but fast whoopee cushion. Coming through the trees again. Wastes a spell from Ringmaster. This is not just Tiny, but like melee heroes in general will weave between the trees a lot. 4th body block in a row. For the record, even though I'm talking about what I think is being better than the last Guardian game we saw doing this, I still don't think this is good. I still think this is a really bad 5. You could do everything Tiny is doing, but better. You could have done every single body block, all the D wards, all the positioning with a different hero. And you wouldn't have had to, like, rush boots. Doesn't have the mana to toss because Tiny is the brains of a rock. Has to eat his mango that just got delivered to do it. Still dies. What I think about baloney? I don't know if that's a specific spelling for something that I don't know about, or if we're just talking about bologna, like the meat. I don't eat that much bologna in my life. I don't have strong thoughts on it. I feel like if you eat a lot of bologna, it's because you're like a sandwich kind of family growing up, you know? I am an Asian family, so we didn't really do that many sandwiches. I don't even know what else you use bologna for. Guys, what else do you guys use bologna for? Bologna for? I have no idea. Lately, I try more things, more types of food in my life. So maybe bologna is the next thing out there for me. Okay, Aaron. Position 4 Ringmaster. Pretty new to ranked. It's a close game. We end up losing. I want to be more active on the map during laning, but not sure how. Okay, great. Position 4, Ringmaster 2. Position 5, Ringmaster is going to have a harder time moving around in the laning stage. Let's see. You're new to ranked. Oh, but the ranks are still here. Cool. Crusader. So for you to be active in the laning stage, first decide if you even need to. There's almost always some way to do something, but sometimes it's more important than others. Sometimes all you have to do is win your lane, and that's all you need to do. You don't have to move around a lot. Other times, there's going to be no success moving around because of the draft and your heroes. So it's not worth your time, and you can just stay in the lane. But again, usually every game has at least one chance to move, if not more. And that chance is typically get the lane to come back. The offlaner is going to be okay on their own, and they're not interested in immediately looking for a kill, and then you're free for 30 seconds. Every time the wave comes up here, and the amount of creeps is kind of arbitrary depending on exactly what happens, but I'm just going to give you the rough rule of thumb of 3 creeps. Every time at least 3 enemy creeps push up to here, you almost always have at least 30 seconds to go do something else. The reason it's 30 seconds is because this is the creep wave that came up, 3. The creep waves spawn every 30 seconds. They usually meet here. So until all the creeps are dead, it won't reset here. That includes these 3 creeps that are alive and the next 4 creeps that are coming in on like wherever the creep waves are. To deal with that amount of creeps typically takes at least 30 seconds, no matter what you're doing. Some kind of pull this way, or pushing into the tower to kill all the creeps, whatever. Like, whatever you can do to fix equilibrium takes at least 30 seconds if you can do any of that. Because there are many cases where the camps are blocked, or like it's a kobold camp, or like this one's half dead, or you can't push it in fast enough. And so it's often more than 30 seconds. It might push in and then push back out and then push back in. Offlaners need to understand that and not die when it pushes out here temporarily, because in a few moments it's going to come back here. Position 4s need to identify it, because as soon as this happens, that is your window to go down a checklist and say, here is my free time. Do I want to do anything with it? Start by looking at the time, start by looking at the minimap, and then in this phase, like in the draft, evaluate like who's the most important to mess with and all that stuff. So in this particular game, it looks like is this Marcy 5? Let's do this rundown. Okay, Tinker 4, offlane Bristle. Okay. So in the draft, I am, are you Viper? Okay, you're with Viper. So Viper as an offlaner likes to get kills. So that encourages me to be there. But as long as he is out farming, that is good. You don't have to be 100% getting kills all the time. So a little bit leaning towards playing the lane more if it means we can get kills. But a little asterisk, Viper wants a couple levels to reach that point. Level 1 Viper, not good. Level 2 Viper, meh. Level 3 Viper onwards can be more aggressive. So if there's a window where like he's level 2 and I'm thinking between staying in the lane and fighting versus maybe going for a double stack, I might go do the double stack first, because this is not the fighting time. Viper wants to hit level 3. And then the next time he's level 3 and I have the choice to stack, I might go, well, actually, I think we can get a kill because Viper is now ready to fight and we have them low and the lane's here. So I'm going to stay here and ignore the potential like rotations around the map. So we've set a window on the offlaner of what he wants before he's ready to fight, but then still understand we don't have to nonstop fight. We can still adjust based on what's happening. Mid is Dragon Knight. He doesn't need power runes, but it's always nice to get power runes as the mid hero. So this one's not critical like a bottle builder, like Puck, Storm, all those. So the 2-minute rune, a lot of pubs you don't have to worry about. 4 minutes, still a little iffy. 6 minutes, you should always think about going. For Dragon Knight, it would not be the end of the world if he didn't get it, but it might be a problem depending on who the enemy hero is, which I keep forgetting this game because it's such a wacky draft, is apparently a mid Muerta. Also a weird hero. I think also not going to make the most use of the power rune. So I'm going to actually feel pretty neutral about the power runes in terms of the matchup. It's not essential for us to get or essential for us to prevent, but it'll still be good to get. So if it's something that comes up, that's affecting my decisions. In terms of mid matchup, Dragon Knight versus Muerta, Muerta is not that fast of a hero and has no escapes. She could deadshot us back, and like the calling is annoying, so I'm scared to dive. But in terms of successfully ganking her, it could happen. It's not like a Queen of Pain who instantly blinks away and there's like no chance. I might actually be able to do it as a Ringmaster with the Dragon Knight. So there's actual kill threat there. I am open to ganking this depending on what happens. Our top lane, I expect to be kind of volatile because Marcy 5 is a hero who likes to go for kills, but they are playing, I don't know it at the time, but eventually we're going to learn it's into Tinker and Bristle, I guess. So this is one where maybe I do want to come and help through the Twin Gates if possible, but it could also very easily be the Bristle stomping them, and like I'm just going to also die to the Bristle if I show up. So, final talks on our lane, our safe lane opponents. It's Weaver, who's going to be extremely difficult for you to kill as Ringmaster and Viper, and then the Wyvern. Wyvern's pretty killable. So the fact that Weaver, we said Viper would like to kill, but Weaver is probably not possible to kill. So now my choice to stay in lane also now weighted versus that. There's a whole bunch of talking, but as you play more, you can do this quickly. So these kind of thoughts are going through my head when I am in the draft and I am loading into the game, like right now, walking out. These are the thoughts that go through your head to set the stage ahead of time. And if you can't do it in the immediate, like in the game, that's okay. After you finish playing the game and you even have the experience, think back on it and go like, okay, I wasn't sure how that lane would go and if I should care. But now that I've seen it and how it played out, I think I should have cared, right? Just reflect on it later. This is the knowledge base you're building over time, so you can do it quickly once you get in the game. Okay, so back to Ringmaster now. With all of that in mind, some friendly good luck, have funs. Criminally missing in Dota, and I myself regularly forget to do it. We should bring that back, though. As part of our positive mindsets, guys, let's start wishing good luck, have fun in our games. Did you see the Wyvern? How on earth did you know that was there? Did I miss something? I guess you were just checking the camp and you happened to get this, so fantastic. I actually don't mind that much. You're gonna need to buy more sentries because you're against a Weaver. I suppose maybe you don't know that yet because I certainly would have thought it was like 4 Weaver, carry Muerta or something like that. Once you know it's Weaver in this lane, though, you should buy another, maybe even 2. All right, and then we want to avoid this like dance in the jungle. It's not the focus of this because you're talking about rotating, but classic, support's messing around in here. The lane's over here. Let's get in here. Let's go do things. We're fighting the Wyvern. Hit the Weaver, make him, like, push him off this range creep, get the deny. These are the things that are important. This is much less important. It's okay when both supports do it, but, like, as soon as they do it and you don't do it, you're winning. This is super dangerous. You're about to die. Ah, and we even left a little too soon. So this is kind of why I was surprised you put the sentry here right away. I would usually block their camp first. As part of finding time for the lane to come back, if they do a small pull, this is the hardest to contest, especially for heroes without escapes. Ringmaster's pretty fast with his long legs, but still no actual escape. So if you have to walk all the way out here, you'll die, kind of like you did. That will never change for the rest of the lane. So I thought you would block this with the first sentry. Against a Weaver, I kind of understand opening this camp up, but or like putting the sentry here because it'll be useful in the lane, whereas this one isn't. But if this camp spawns or doesn't, it's actually not as big of a deal. As long as you can get this lane to come back, if this camp's blocked, that's actually fine for you because they need this camp more than you do. And you have some tools that you can do in the first wave to get it to come back if we're in the wave rather than out here. All of this is important because if you do want to get more active in the lane, this is what we need to do. We need to get the lane to come back as fast as possible. Even if we choose to stay here. If the lane is here, you can't really leave. If the lane is here, you can choose to stay or to leave. So that's step one. That's precursor. I want to get active, then I need to get equilibrium back. This is one of those mini habits that's very good to change. I know the sentry is here. Do not place this at max range because you open the window where you, by chance, Wyvern happens to be in the area and you don't always know if she is or not. And suddenly the sentry you need to kill is over here. And now you've got to walk around and in that time, Wyvern kills your sentry. This sounds like it won't happen that often, and it doesn't. But when it does, it's a huge loss because now one sentry from Wyvern has killed 2 of your sentries and the camp is still blocked. It is... I'm not going to say it's going to lose the lane, but it's very much losing the lane. I feel a massive... I feel defeated if this ever happens to me in my game. So I want it to be... I want you to have that sense of impact, but it's not the end of the world. But it's kind of a big deal. So if you know the sentry's here, try to walk over there, have vision of it, and then drop your sentry. It's going to minimize the chance that you lose your sentry first before this kind of stuff. And the same way you died because you had to walk here in body block, when you guarantee that you kill it, you then set up a couple games where Wyvern feels like she has the body block, and then you guys run her down and kill her. So it's like, it's minor, but it could matter. Actually, kind of case in point, you guys almost killed her. You can probably... This right here should actually be a... if you're new, I don't know how much you played Ringmaster, so if you don't have like a strong feeling of how much damage you do, totally understand. This here, she's dead. Press E, throw the blood grenade, and have Viper attack her. Like, ask him, like... I don't even know if you'll need to say anything, because like when he sees you use both, he'll probably understand. But ping it, say it, whatever. She is not fast when you hit her with double slows and then a third slow from poison attack. She'll die by like here. But you need to throw everything at once. And yeah, you could like hold the blood grenade for a second and then like if you decide, oh, it's worth it, and also Weaver's running in, throw it now. But let's see how low she gets. She would have died to blood grenade damage. She almost died to poison attack damage. But also, this actually now cost Viper his life. That's not your fault. Viper could have just let her go. This is already a good fight. Even if you could have killed her with the blood grenade, if you don't kill her, maybe you used the blood grenade earlier. Like, this was already good. She's out of the lane. But this is just to highlight why level 1 Viper doesn't want to fight unless you're given free stuff like this. Like, she walked way out of position. But you don't need to force a fight when the lane is even and stuff, is what I mean. She has 4 stacks. She's taken like what? 16 damage at a time. It's really not that much. When you jump up to the level 2 poison attack, it's so much better for aggressive plays. Amazing strongman tonic. And that's why Carney Classic is so good. Okay. This is another chance to rotate. When you want. As soon as you get a kill, double kill is the easiest, but any kill warrants considering it. There's an old video on this. I think it's like walk left to MMR, something like that. Some title like that. That's actually not true anymore because the map has changed. Now there's things on the right. But anytime you get a kill, or even if you don't get a kill, like let's say that Wyvern, you don't kill her, but she slips away with 10 health. She's not doing shit. Especially if you clicked her and she sees there's no salve, right? She has one option. If she wants to stay in the lane and contribute, she must do a pull. That's like the only thing she can possibly do. So you can pretty much consider low health to be like kills. Look at the time. Look at the minimap. Because that will... The scary thing about leaving Viper or your offlaner alone is that like, oh, they'll die while I'm gone. If someone is dead or they're just super low health, they're pretty much not in the picture. So it's a 1v1 if you leave. So this is your window to do things. Look at the time. Look at the minimap. 150 on the kill. probably can't do that much. You know, I'm level 2. I have all my resources, but I don't have boots, so walking to mid is a long time commitment. And how likely do I think we'll get this kill when Dragonite is like, he doesn't even have his stun, you know, he's got like no mana for Breathe Fire. Like, okay, mid's probably not happening. What about twin gating over? I mean, maybe. Could certainly catch the enemy off guard, but you'd have to walk through these creeps and or in front of the tower, so they would see you coming, unless we did a very long path around, at which point they've respawned, they're playing the lane again, and like, hang on, I'm still on the way, right? It's probably a little too hard to get there. Again, no boot, so even slower. Stacking, always great, but we're not going to make it without boots and at this time frame. So those are all the rotations you would probably do at this time. And we've just crossed all of them off. So I'm just going to stay in the lane this time, but I will think about the pull camps and all that. So maybe I'm stacking, I'm body blocking, whatever. That is what I would do at this time. And if all of that is done, then the final thing is, are there creeps to deny in the lane? Then I'll do that. So you guys walk back here, buy any items you need, pass tangos over to Viper. This sentry is for the Weaver, so I appreciate that. You should actually try to be... the sentry war versus Invis heroes is very important. So you want to do your best to not let them know where you sentry. And eventually it'll be unavoidable because they might see it because you're both putting sentries, but you want to have the slight edge in your favor so that you catch him off guard, or sometimes you kill the Wyvern sentry before they kill yours. So for example, putting the sentry in the lane here is exposed, and so if she puts a sentry down, she'll see yours immediately, kill it. You have to bring yours, put it, kill hers, repeat. If you put yours in the tree line, or here, the same way you max range this, and I said, like, there's a chance you lose this, same with Wyvern. She's like, oh, I think they have a sentry. She stands here, she puts her sentry down. She's not behind these trees right now. You see it because of creeps in the lane, and you guys start killing, and she's like, oh shit, I don't need, like, where's the sentry, right? Boom, she's lost the sentry, you're winning the sentry war of the Invis heroes. You're up 50 gold on the Wyvern, they're down 1 sentry supply. At that point, you can brute force it. You can just like, go ahead, put your sentry down, I'll put my sentry down. You put your sentry down, I'll put my sentry down. Because we have more sentries than you. And it's going to cost us a buttload of money, but I'm going to buy 5 sentries, and you're going to buy 5 sentries, but I killed 2 of yours with 1 of mine. So like, I will always have 1 more sentry than you, and I will always have vision of Weaver for the rest of the lane. So that's why it matters so much, and that's why like this sentry in front of the creep waves is bad, but also might as well be behind a tree to like give yourself the highest odds. And rather than even go for that sentry, you should have just gone for the Wyvern a little sooner. So if we actually go back to that. Okay, catch sight of Wyvern right there. Just immediately turn around and go for her. Because Weaver is dead. And there's like, yeah, you don't need to be doing this right now. So you would just immediately run at the Wyvern and take the 2v1. Or just the one-on-one. Because you still have 5 tangos, so if you trade a lot of health, in the same way I just talked about the Sentry War, same with the tangos. Like, oh, I tango, you tango. I tango, you tango. I tango, you're out of tangos, right? So you can just brute force the regen war and just keep hitting her, and she hits you back, and it's fine. Like, you're good as long as you don't die in that time, right? Space it out enough. But as long as you just keep chipping each other down, you have 5 tangos, she has 2. Now, she might take Cold Embrace, but then she's using mana to heal herself, and, like, that's also fine. Okay. You got kind of low. You're going to heal up. She's really low, so I know she's either walking home or she's slowly healing up. Same deal. Let's pressure the Weaver and stand on the right side so we can get the Lotus. Okay, you decide not to risk it because you're low health. That's fine. Be careful. You were sneaking your way here, so your timing was actually really good. You threw the Impalement Arts to try to help Viper a little bit. Be careful, guys, of revealing that you're going for the Lotus, because a lot of people will just not pay attention to the time, myself included, of like, you just forget. You know you're supposed to do it, and if someone reminds you, you're like, shit, that's super important. I'm going to go do it. But if they don't, you just kind of slip into the last hitting and everything going on. So when you throw the Impalement Arts this way, it's like, huh, why is Ringmaster? Oh shit, the Lotus, you know, and then they like rush over and take it. So if you hadn't thrown it, he might have just forgotten, and then you might be able to get it for free. Not always guaranteed, but potentially. If you need to throw the Impalement Arts, then throw it. But I think that was a window where don't think you actually had to throw it. Okay, I agree with your choice to buy more regen, because we want to get kills, so we need all our spells. I walked up a little too far versus the Wyvern. We didn't know where Wyvern is and got hit by the slows. Weaver with Shikuchi, you have to consider him much closer. You have to think of him like a Blink hero, essentially. And with that in mind, they could 2v1 faster than you guys could 2v2. That's kind of why they won that fight. But you at least got the Weaver kill. Okay, this right there. Well, let me go back. Getting back to your original point about being active in the lane. This, I can be active now. If there is anything you need to do right now, you can go. Mid is still kind of iffy. This lane's kind of iffy because I'm back here. I'd say the double stack is very good right now. Why? Because Viper's going to get this range last hit, and then it's going to be 4 versus 3 creeps. And they might push him off when you're gone, and he has to stand here. But what's going to happen, 4 versus 3 creeps? It's going to push in, and it's going to come to Viper. This is where the offlaners will feed on their own while you're gone, but that's their own mistake. This is your time to be free. Let's pretend these creeps were even, and it wasn't pushing in, so we're like, okay, we still got to be here. Hitting your own creeps, fantastic, not only for the denies, but just get them killed faster. If the enemies aren't doing it, then that will build the push this way. When the support uses an AoE spell, also free. I'm gonna be free now. This will push in. It might stay here for a little longer, but it will push. So any of these things should just be an instant, I know my time is coming. Check the time, check the minimap. Do I actually want to go to anything? If you do, go. If you don't, that's fine. Double stack for the position 4s is this one. Actually, you can do this one if you have a spell to do it, because you can't really see both easily. You can Impalement Arts and hit this and then pull back this way. They often block themselves, so this one's pretty tough to do. This one's way easier, especially for any ranged position 4. Unless you're super slow, you can almost always like just auto attack. It doesn't even matter which. 53, and then just walk over and hit the other one as fast as you can, and then just pull this way or this way. So like 53, 55, for example. It's very easy to do. If like practice it once or twice if you've never done it, and then once you can do it once, you're like, oh, that's it. Like you can do it forever. This one is trickier because of the spawn boxes. If you pull this one, it like often comes into here. And then if you're having to like pull this way, then you're like really far out of the lane. This one you can pull this way, so you're already coming back to the lane. So this one's better, along with the fact that this is ancient and hard camps. But let's say you're like with a Beastmaster and he's like, I'm double stacking this with a boar. Then yeah, you can come over and try this one. Okay, this one. So if you feel like you gotta put it here to make sure you're unblocking the full camp, I understand. If you're not even unblocking the full camp, then this should go a step further and be in the tree line. This is again exposed, and also where you placed it before. So when it comes to the Sentry War versus Invis heroes, unless their Sentry is blocking a camp, their True Sight in lane doesn't matter. It doesn't affect you and Viper if there were 50 sentries in this lane, right? Like, we're not the Invis heroes. So when she puts a sentry here, and you know the sentry is like, I forget it was here or here. It doesn't matter. You don't have to kill her sentry. We don't give a shit if they have a sentry here, as long as you're not putting observers here, which you shouldn't be. So you don't have to put this one to kill it. You can just put your sentry over here and miss this one, but still provide vision of the lane. Now, yeah, it won't cover this area, so then it's up to you to decide, like, do I need True Sight there? Then yeah, I should do it. But again, you should at least put it in the trees. Other places are like, you put it over here because the lane keeps pushing up, and I don't give a shit that she has a sentry here. The only issue with her sentry is that it's killing my sentry. So if I can get by with putting my sentry on this side and I see enough of the lane, maybe I can't chase in this area, but I don't want to, then sure, keep your sentry over there. I don't care. And that way they don't know where your new sentry is. I mean, they know it's not here, but she may not know that right away. She might waste some time looking around for it, and then eventually realize it's somewhere else. Then, once she kills your new sentry, you come in with one sentry in the middle, and then you get both. Boom. 5D chess. I probably wouldn't put it in the middle. It's probably still better to put it like in the trees still and just kill like a different one. Okay, you do a pull, check the time, check the map. Because this is going to cause the lane to come back. This is my time to leave, and Viper will be okay. Mid lane, still don't really feel like I can get a kill, but it is getting close to 6 minutes, so maybe I want to come here, stack, and pull this way. I think that's what I would look for right now. Drag this wave into your own creep wave, and then you're free. Yeah, so that was your window to get active at 6. Another pull, another window. Check the times, all this. This time, you probably shouldn't even be doing pulls. Viper should do the pull himself, and you should go stack into the Wisdom Shrine. But let's ignore the time and the Wisdom Shrine specifically. Then, like, every time you do a hard pull, once you have a few levels and you probably have boots, you should think about moving. Okay, let's see one more. Oh, we're TPing in for an aggressive play. Actually, that's fine. Didn't quite happen. That's okay. Twin gate back. If you think Viper needed you, it's fine to twin gate back. But let's actually look at this while you're gone, okay? What's going to happen here, if you understand creep equilibrium, this lane is going to push. It's going to catch the next creep wave here, unless they do some kind of pull. It's going to sit here for a little bit, and then it's going to push in again. So Viper farms, waits, farms. So me as the Ringmaster, I can move around and do stuff. So you attempt this top thing. So when this doesn't work and you're like, oh shit, I got to get back to my lane. Could be what you need to do. But if there's anything else you can do, you can consider doing it now, because Viper will be okay, because it's going to come here, then it's going to come back. For example, 730. Okay, if I try to twin gate and come here and then go for the power rune, I'm never going to make it. So we do this a little bit, doesn't quite work. Okay, gonna go this way, potentially stack into the power rune, maybe just do the power rune, that's fine. You have an observer along the way, you could consider a deep ward. If you have a sentry, you could sentry mid lane, check, and then do the power rune. This twin gate is like, I gotta get back to my lane right away, but in terms of being active, this is actually the time to do it. Here's the lane, Viper's farming, being safe, same thing. It's gonna come out here. It's gonna meet like right here, and then it's gonna come back this way. This one did not get damaged as much, so this one Viper's gonna have to work for a little bit, but this one's half, almost. Okay, it's pushing this way, and then Viper said, nah, it's good, I'd like to risk my life. Nether talks in the creep wave. You can't do much about that. That is Viper being bad, but as long as you can tell from the creeps what's supposed to happen, that's all I care about. You probably need to TP as soon as those bugs hit. Oh, you don't have one, right? You used earlier. Good bait, though. Completely intentional bait. Probably okay to buy dust now, too, for anytime it pushes up. Okay, I think that answers your question on roaming. Let me know if you guys had questions. I was not really reading chat during that. I have a bad habit of not doing it. Wait, where did this chain start? Let me find here. After we gave feedback on your bounty hunter replay, climbed from 6.4 to 6.7 in a day. Nice! Were you double downing? That's a lot. That's like 12 wins. How much of a grief is it for me to buy core items as support tinker? I still go repair bots, but I find myself printing MMR with Ags, Blink Rush, even if I don't intend to play overtly greedy, find ample farm even from untended lanes. I think it's fine. Just make sure it's a good Ags game. I mean, that's like the precursor. But I think it's viable. It's the greedier option. So also consider if your team needs damage. But I think both builds are viable. It just depends what you need to contribute to the team. Doing it every game is technically potentially griefy. Like you have 4 damage dealers and you're like, hey guys, how about 5 damage dealers? That's the grief part. Understandable in a pub game to give yourself more carry potential. But I do think you could do like lock it, 1 item, and then the Ags blink and it'd still be okay. Oh, Moomin. I see you comment on the VODs. One of our VOD viewers. Let's do yours next. Let me finish reading all this stuff, but thank you for watching the VODs. Nepotism choice. Let's go. How do you decide to leave versus zoning the Wyvern out of XP? I think that was earlier when Weaver was dead, right? It just depends what you need to do. So, like, it's kind of a math question. Let's say it was at, like, level 2, level 3. You're probably too slow to go do anything else, so just zoning the Wyvern is fine. It's also in the early levels, so when you hit level 3 to level 2, that's a huge deal. Later on, it's like, oh, he hit level 5 and we're level 4. It's an advantage for them, but it's not as big of a deal. So in the very early waves, early levels, zoning XP, like zoning Wyvern off the XP is a big deal. Every creep matters in like the first 5 minutes. The later it goes, it's like, okay, let's say we let Wyvern absorb XP. She gets 1 creep wave. But if I spend that time double stacking, this is actually a bigger net win for my team in terms of gold and XP. So she might catch up temporarily, and then in a few minutes we do the stacks, and then we shoot past her again. So I think it's just like, what are you doing instead of zoning the Wyvern? And then you do kind of a quick cost-benefit analysis. Early game, I'd say it's good to zone. Some stacking tips. I'm having a really hard time stacking with the new camps this patch. Pretty much any camp will stack at, if you hit it at 50, it needs to move at 55. So ranged heroes, you have the attack land at 55. Melee heroes, because they actually stand still and attack you right away, you need to hit a little earlier, like 4.5 or something. Or sorry, 54.5 to be clear. Then just, I think this is not a default setting. Let me double check. Yeah, so this setting here, holding Alt, shows neutral spawn boxes. This one's pretty useful. If you try to stack, so ignore Dota Plus here. It does work depending on the camp, but some of them have really strict timings. If you can pull perpendicular to the box, it's almost always better. For example, the camp is here, right? So pulling out the box this way is your best bet to stack. Pulling along the diagonal is the most likely that they're still in the box or they return to the box too soon. This small camp, very finicky to stack. If you're struggling with this small camp, I struggle with this small camp. I hate this small camp. These are tough a little bit because of just like the positioning, depending where you stand. Anytime creeps have to wrap around trees, they're more likely to body block each other. What's a good example camp? Maybe like this camp, for example, like pulling this way as opposed to pulling this way. This is more likely to succeed. I used to know every single camp time off the top of my head. I don't really anymore. It's almost always somewhere between 53 and 55. 55 works for every camp for a single stack. If you're trying to double stack, you need to know how early you can do it. But I almost always just default to either 53, 55, because that's what it would be if you're trying to auto attack two camps. Like, even if it's supposed to both be 55, it just won't if you can't do it. But there are some stacks that are like double 55. Like, I think this one, they're both at 55. So I think you need to like use a spell. Not 100% sure on that one. Like I said, used to know the camps more by heart. Haven't really done it since they keep changing all over the place. Yo, watching from Japan? Nice. I really like the Japanese server. It's smaller, but I played a bunch when I was in Japan. I feel like you would see some of the same names. It'd be very like quiet, peaceful games. I don't know if the server is still like that, but I liked it. Okay, let me load the next. We're gonna load the next one in, but I saw a question, so let me just. Get this one going. Download it. Okay. I have a question about roaming. Let's say you're versus TA or anti-mage. You can roam to other lanes, but shutting down the carry is the win condition. Should you follow the enemy position 1 or get in some ganks? So that one's gonna depend a lot on the game. And I'll try to be like very specific because I mean, you're pretty much my MMR, so like I think it like all the details matter. It matters less at lower ranks. But at 6.7, it starts to matter more. So you essentially need to weigh how much you can actually do anything to the carry versus how much can someone else on your team do it if you get them to that point. So let's say you kick TA or anti-mage out of the lane, and then you start following them in the jungle. But you can't really stop them, so you split XP, but they get gold, which for most carries, gold is what they care about more than XP at the start of the game, because they're going to get the farming item, and eventually they're going to catch up in XP. Gold is the main thing, and for the most part, they should still be able to do it. You might be able to kill them, great, in which case maybe you should just follow, if you can just do it on your own, But oftentimes you can't actually stop them, and they'll still farm, maybe a little slower, but then you're doing nothing. Like, you're stealing some XP, but no gold, and no pressure on the rest of the map, because everyone sees that you're just, like, following the carry. But your mid is, like, level 4.5 or 5 or something, right? If you go double stack and then gank mid and get them to 6 and then smoke them, instead of just like watching TA and anti-mage farm and splitting XP, you could actually just kill them. So that's where it comes down to the very specific game and the heroes and how everyone's doing. But that's my overview of it, of like, you have to figure out, you have to imagine it. And this is the really hard part of like TA suboptimally farming for 3 minutes versus free farming for 2 minutes and then killed at the end of that because I was the 5, I ganked the off lane, killed the support defending it, we took the tower, and then I was able to smoke 3 heroes to actually go TA rather than just like watching her or something, like whatever the math is in the situation. And I think that's when it just comes down to like playing a lot and having a good feel for it, and then you take your best guess. Okay, this one. Oops. Soft support. Divine. Lich. 4. Divine. Timestamp. Okay, let's do this one. And your question was... Early game review, playing Lich 4 with Necro versus Dusa and Lion safe lane. My Necro kept complaining to pressure lane. I instead opted for stacks. We won, but Necro complained. Let's see.
Why am I smiling? Figure how he looks like.
I would say it's going to be difficult to... actually, what were you doing here? I'd be really careful of this. So before I even get to your question, one, some overlap in the ward here. It looks like they were placed roughly at the same time, so I'm going to let it slide. But just in case Sniper places first, this is heavy overlap. You guys don't see anyone mid, and it's happening more and more that teams invade, sometimes even smoking. You're in Divine, so it'll happen, maybe not every game, but a decent amount, I would say. You should be scared of it. So when you have people just sitting like this, you got to be really careful about moving into, like, empty territory. This is one that, like, sometimes is fine, sometimes is not fine. This is a game where it is not fine. So... be careful, wait for everyone on your team to show up and then go. Or be there first, like place your ward, whatever. Anyways, okay, back to this. So Lich 4, not the best position for... We've talked before about how it's like, okay, it's acceptable, whatever. Stick it... I also said this one earlier today, but you may not have been here. There's a little gap in this tree. I would place it there. I think it's a little better. When they try to block the camp here, you might kill it first. Just because it's behind the tree line. And also the angle's kind of funny. It's protected by this tree. So sometimes you're standing here and you still don't see the sentry here and you're like, what the heck? So you like run around this way. You still don't see it and you're like, what the heck? You run back around. And sometimes it takes a while to find. I agree with you. I'm going to see what the lane actually plays out. But in terms of the heroes, I think it's going to be really tough for you to do anything to the Medusa. One... Mana Shield, really good. So you need consistent damage to do anything about. Necro passive does shit to Medusa because she has no health. Death Pulse, you can only use sparingly. So it's not going to like really whittle down the shield, especially because she's just going to back off. She shouldn't be hit by more than like 3 Death Pulses throughout the landing stage. Yours, you can focus on her, but it's not like... It's so efficient for her to just tank your Frost Blast. The final thing is that Lion is very good versus Lich because of mana drain, and Lich doesn't regain mana like normal now. But also, Lion can then, after you guys dump all the damage into Medusa, he can just drain into her and restore her mana. This is a lost lane to me. Not that they're going to kill us and crush us, but that we can't do anything to them. So we must just try to outlast it, get equilibrium back, and do other things on the map. This is where Lich 4 isn't great. Like, Lich needs to play the lane to get the innate mana. That's why Lich 5 is good, because that's typically all you do. Lich 4, oh shit, this is a weird lane. I'll creep drag, I'll stack, I'll roam. And now, while you do that, you get absolutely no mana back. So it's kind of brutal for you. I still think it's the right call for what you're, like, you've picked it, they pick stuff, you're like, shit, okay, I got to adapt. But, like, that's why Lich 4 is not as good. For your consideration, if you want to stop playing Lich 4. But if you like him and you know the weaknesses, then, you know, that's fine. But otherwise, I completely agree with your analysis. I think just stacking into... We were just saying this. Who just asked? Risey Boy, you were asking about, like, should we pressure the TA? And I think that was more for the roaming, the jungle, or maybe that's just how I interpreted it. But in this case, it's like, oh, should I, like, mess with Medusa in the lane? It's like, I can't. I'm not going to do nothing to Medusa. So I'm just going to try to get the lane back and then stack. And I hope off of those stacks, I would have a playmaker on my team. Let's say you had a Storm, right? Storm gets 6. Storm can help me kill Medusa. Invoker gets a couple extra levels. EMP's Medusa. We can kill her, right? I can't do it. I will very suboptimally do it and slow her down a little bit. Or I can do something else more efficient to wrap back around, to speed someone up, to then come up here and they'll get the Medusa for me. I'd say Necro would just do the stacks and become unkillable in the lane, and then he can pressure Medusa through creep cutting and all that. Vendacti, let's go. YouTube algorithm, thank you. Put me up there. Lich E gives more than 100 mana back. I think it depends on the hero you use it on, right? Because it's 15%. Yeah, it's like 15%. It's also very short duration. It can give you a lot of mana back. I guess it's maybe not bad on Medusa, actually. But for Medusa, at 15%, you're getting like net 50 mana, maybe. So it's like, it's not that much, you know? It's like, it's okay. But I don't think it's something you can plan to spam out because it's like 24-second cooldown. In the time it takes for you to Sinister Gaze a second time, Lion has mana drained a creep and then mana drained Medusa back up. All right, so here's the double stacks. Who was asking about it? Let's see, 52, 55, pull diagonally. Textbook example of an ancient camp stack. I'd say like 53, but like this one has a lot of wiggle room. Yeah, wait. Let's see if it would have mattered. Oh wait, when did he do it? Oh, he knows to walk in and check, so it wouldn't have mattered in this case. Then he eventually unblocks yours. But at the same time, it's like, if it does come lower or it comes here, that's where this one works. Jump ahead again. Earlier, we talked about the Ringmaster putting his at max range here, and he wasn't ready to do this. So same deal. As Lich, okay, I want to block this camp again. But he killed my sentry, so I know he has a sentry ready to unblock. So when I place this sentry, I have to be able to kill his sentry. Otherwise, I'm just throwing away money. So when you place it from back here, this is no good because the most common spot to unblock from is back here because it's so far back and it's protected by the trees. So I need to have vision of that area here before I block here. There is a chance it's over here. If you can have seen where they placed it, then great. If you happen to miss it and you have to guess, I would try to prioritize this one because it's much easier for you to fall back here and check this than it is to like check this and then go like, oh shit, I gotta push up and I can't get into this area to check that. So this is like the limiting factor. You didn't walk quite far enough, so you're not going to see it. And now Lion should kill this once he walks up. Man doesn't give a shit about his small camp. Did you kill it? Am I crazy? No, it's there. Lion, bro? I guess just checking for a ward. Dude, Lion just doesn't give a shit. When he gets low... So you got scared, backed off. I do think you guys want to back off here anyways. He gets hit by the double hit, and he gets really low. You gotta, like, get in here, body in. I know that's sometimes scary, And if you're going to just feed, then yeah, don't do it. Just give him up. But this is a case where they used all their spells to get him low, and they're just going to have to run him down with right clicks. So this is where if you get in, you can distract them and slow them. And if they kill him anyways, you can probably back off because their spells are probably still on cooldown. Another double stack. So I do think generally stacking is good. One downside, though, is that Necro is actually not very good at doing fast double stacks. Actually, no one on your team really is. Sniper, I guess, will be able to do it the soonest. All right, and then this is what a lot of our lane will look like. Did you salve him? Look, she's gained mana since you guys started hitting her. Oh, it feels so bad to salve him. I wouldn't do it. Maybe he's tilting out. I don't know. It's no good. If I happen to have a salve from earlier and I use it on him, so be it. I wouldn't buy salves planning to use it on him, especially, I think 2. Maybe I missed it. Maybe that was his own salve earlier. He used tangos, maybe. Once Necro is 5, I mean, like, he's fine. He'll, like, do whatever in the lane. No, do the stack first! Okay, pro strats. Maybe you thought you weren't going to make it, which actually I kind of agree. It was going to be really tight if you did make it. So if you're here a second sooner, you can do the stack. And then while you're capping this shrine, stand here and then right-click the Watcher, and then you can channel this while still capping the shrine to be super time efficient. Only works on the Radiant side. Doesn't work on the other side. I saw you. I saw you want to place the sentry here. It's going to happen again. Don't do it. And now we're going to risk it in. You got to walk in first and do it. But also, blocking and pulling at this point doesn't matter as much. We're pretty late into the lane. If he loses a creep or two, it's like not as big of a deal. But also, he's now strong enough to kind of walk up on his own. So it's actually not that important for you to do this stuff. This is where if you were a faster hero, everything you're doing, like, I think how you adapted to this lane is good. And this then goes to, like, why is Lich not a good position for? Because everything you're doing could have been done more optimally by a different hero. Either a faster hero who spends less time doing all this stuff because he's just faster. You have better ganking potential mid when you show up here. You have mana regen while you're going. We are so poor as we get towards 10 minutes. This is some dirt poor Lich, and it feels bad. And I think you did everything. I think you did what you should do, but it feels bad. Now, some of it is because you salved your guy, and I kind of understood why you did it. Sad. Cool. Oof. Tough. Hell yeah. I can't believe this shit worked, though. Okay. Bro strat. It worked, but you also got pretty lucky with the bounces. I would continue to wait behind this tree line. Someone rotate in and then attempt this. But even if you're going to solo it, if you wait a little longer, wait for like 2 more creeps to die, ideally. Because the siege creep is very magic resistant. So your ult can bounce off the siege creep for pretty much the entire ultimate. And that way you're pretty much guaranteed to go Medusa, Catapult, Medusa, Catapult, Medusa. Because if she doesn't think you're here, what she's going to do is push this until these creeps die, and then she's going to back off walking this way. And it's like at that time, as the last creep is dying, you're going to walk in and be like, surprise! And then drop the Chain Frost, and then Q her, Blood Grenade. If she TPs, then you do it. Because there's actually a window here where she cuts this way right now and then completely dodges Chain Frost by luck. Or I guess your ult was actually quite unlucky at the start. I think there was like 4 connections on Medusa. Maybe not even unlucky. Maybe that's just standard luck. There was like 5 things there. Okay, I think your main question was about the early game. Let's go, team. Do these stacks. Get him, gang. Your team's draft is actually really bad this game. The combination of you, Necro, and Sniper for the off lane is very messy. Put the Sentry first, by the way, in case they have a Sentry there. Sentry first. If they don't have vision, you can then ward there. So it's not like... It's another reason Lich 4 is not as good. It's not strictly your fault, but if you ever see you have a Warlock 5, you should try to pick someone with more initiation. If you picked first, I guess it wasn't in your control. But the mid 4 and the off lane, 2, 3, 4, the most likely roles to pick actual initiation, and none of you did. So now... It's a weird game. How to kill Medusa? I mean, you guys have been doing it for the most part. I'd say you're actually good to go. The later this game goes, Sniper outranges Medusa, and when she tries to run in, he can use the grenade and the Hurricane Pike to back up. And then Phantom Assassin outscales Medusa. The early game... Medusa wins, especially when it's like offlane Medusa, because you have a lot of nuke damage between Gorgon's Grasp and Mystic Snake, and then Undulation prevents you from being slowed by the dagger. But the 2 ways to deal with Mana Shield is either Mana Burn, like Diffusal, EMP, things like that, or just raw damage, like insane damage, because... big damage numbers are usually affected by armor and magic resist and stuff like that, but that's not how Mana Shield work. Mana Shield just takes it. So when PA crits for 2,000 damage, it just chunks through the Mana Shield. That's why Sven is also pretty good versus Medusa once you get late enough in the game. So you guys are actually going to outscale win this game. You don't have to do that much. You don't have to worry too much about you dealing with Medusa. You just have to keep your teammates alive. And I would focus on the Sniper. If he's having a good game, which so far he is, it's just how Lich works. Lich is a backline hero. You just stand behind the Sniper, same as the Warlock, and they have to come to the Sniper. Otherwise, he just pokes away for free. And when they go on the Sniper, maybe Necro's in the frontlining. Tanky build on Necro. Then the supports react, counter-initiate. PA chooses her target to jump in. You should be fine. In the early game, Chain Frost is a good way to actually kill Medusa if you happen to be able to isolate her. I'd say rather than the Aether Lens, something like Solar Crest is really good because of the way we're going to play, which is just behind Sniper and PA. Solar Crest is really good for that. Otherwise, any other backline support item? Is it not possible to win lane as offlane this patch? It's very possible. I think it's very easy too. Or not easy. I don't think it's any harder than it used to be, personally. I feel like I have a lot of success as the soft support, getting the lane to come back, and then the off lane just like farms this stuff, and then you like stack this stuff. Like stack here and here. In fact, I feel like it's difficult to not get farm as an off lane. If you're playing any of the meta offlaners, like even if your lane is absolute ass, like you have so many camps to fall to. I feel like you usually get at least a bare minimum, but I don't think it's any more difficult to get the lane to come back and then do stuff. And in fact, now that this camp, so I don't know how I feel about it, but the lane meets closer to the tower than it used to, and this camp got shifted. So this makes it way easier for the safe lane to use, but also to some extent the off lane. So I think this is a slightly favored safe lane change, but the creep equilibrium change is a massive buff to the off lane over here, and you can now do things like body block back here. I think most pub players just don't know how to do that. They don't know like these different creep tricks, or they're too scared to do it to get the wave to come back here and stay here. But I don't know. I feel like it's pretty easy. When I play position 4, I feel like there's all sorts of stuff to do to get it to come back, and then you just like stack or do whatever. Robert, thank you. Yes, go enjoy touching some grass. When I'm done with the stream, I gotta go check on my plants outside too. It was raining. I had to go tip the rain out of some like pots and stuff. We stand behind sniper. He still dies to tiny toss and ES combo us. Yeah, so that's the kind of stuff. So that's why I said like Necro can kind of be the front line, which this bots into Dagon build is not it. But you would just keep solar cresting the sniper. Here's the thing. These early ones before there's blinks you can push up and do. Later you want to get the Aegis on the sniper, so when they commit on him, he has 2 lives. And in the time when he respawns, you like throw every ult to make space, and then PA chooses her target and does whatever. I know that sounds like simple. They do have counterplay. Like the tiny toss is very good versus sniper. So I know it's not as easy as I'm painting it to be, but I still think it's the way you're supposed to play. It's kind of happening right here. But see, this isn't like, oh, we stand behind sniper and he died anyways. You were behind sniper, but they also, all 5 of them, threw sniper back and the rest of your team wasn't ready. This is a good gank from them, and we were too far up without the proper vision, playing on the wrong side. So like here, we're up here, this is fine. But see how they're all missing? So we should be very cautious. So the fact that we're moving up here and revealing ourselves, we had all the heroes, so this was okay. Then we should be all retreating right now, and instead sniper's like going back forward. Still standing up here for nothing, for no reason. He's staying here. There's no creeps, there's nothing. This observer appears out of nowhere, and he decides now is the time to hit it. This should spark fear in you guys. When an observer appears out of nowhere, it means the enemy is there. And there is a chance it's just a support, so then it's like, cool, free D-ward. But they might also attack it and deny it from you, so that sucks. But it could also be, if the whole team's missing, they're looking for stuff, which is exactly what happens to sniper. So this isn't a fault of you guys or that standing behind him was wrong. This is sniper in a terrible spot and then further making it worse by hitting an observer when there was a high chance they were behind it. Yeah, Necro should have built like a frontliner. He should go aura and tanky items like phase, blade mail. Maybe this isn't a blade mail or like a armor game. I think it would be okay to start. Maybe a Eternal Shroud's better. I don't know. I don't play much Necro, but I think it should just be a tanky Necro build, and then you send him in the front. There was more in that bottle than I thought. Almost choked on it. Okay, I think we can do one more. I can feel my voice getting tired, but I think we can do one more, and then that might be where we stop today. I don't think we'll do... Maybe we could do some Hollow Knight. I don't know. I also don't mind just ending, though. I'll tell you what. My video for Friday is almost ready. I have to come up with a thumbnail, and I don't know what I'm going to come up with. But we have a Whose Fault Is It Anyways episode ready for Friday. How much I like it or not, I don't know. But hopefully that means tomorrow I could maybe just finish that and we could do a variety stuff. Oh, but I'm also kind of busy this weekend. I need to maybe make a video ahead of time. I'll think on that in a moment. Is Searing Signet better or Whisper of the Dread? For Lich? I feel like Whisper of the Dread is probably a little bit better because it's a bunch of spell damage for your ultimate. And one of the things you have available to you, so one of the reasons position 4 Lich does kind of work is that you get the gold for the shard. And then if you get a blink or some way to gap close, you can isolate a target, use your ultimate, and then put a shard next to them and then get 5 bounces in a row. It's a ton of damage, and Whisper of the Dread would be a lot better for that. Searing Signet can't stack, so every repeated bounce wouldn't do anything, whereas you would get full value from Whisper of the Dread. So my gut feeling is Whisper of the Dread's better for that reason. No problem. Happy to do the review. Thank you for watching the VODs. I always appreciate it. Give me 1 second, guys. I think we'll go back to standing, and I'll be right back, and we'll pick one more. Can you see chat in replays? You can't see team chat, but you can see all chat. Let's see. What do we want to do last? Maybe we can check out this game. This is some of the most carry replays we ever did. But this will be about coming back from behind. Sounds like you guys got kind of wrecked. Sometimes you just get wrecked. It depends on the draft, but there are often things you can do to come back, and a lot of people don't know what that is. So I think this will be a good one to talk about. We're talking about hard carry perspective, but we'll probably mention the other roles as well. It's kind of unavoidable. It's like these are things the team can do to come back, and whoever does them does them. All right, timestamp it. Immediately start talking about another topic instead. Now we got the download going. Yeah, we'll see. This Slark game, we'll see how you can come back from behind. What would you consider your top 3 specialty heroes? Ooh. I think I'm pretty good at Bounty Hunter. I honestly don't even feel... I played a lot of Treant Protector and Jakiro. I don't even know if I feel that good about them. Treant Protector maybe a little more, but I feel like towards the end I was losing a ton of lanes on Treant. I feel like I lost what was good about it. I don't know if that makes sense. So I don't even know if I feel that great about them. I think roaming heroes I have a pretty good feel for. What else? I think I'm really good at natures. I like natures. Oh, and clockwork. Lately I feel like really good with clockwork. Let's go with those 3. Let's do clockwork, natures, and bounty. Let's do a quick look at the graph. Okay, so 10 minutes. Yeah, they're winning all the lanes. And our lane is also pretty rough. So maybe we start with a quick look at the lanes to see what could have gone better there. I think you mentioned something here. You had a tree, position 5. You were confident you'd have the stronger lane, but apparently not. What happened? Should have won the lane. Let's take a look. Because who are you guys playing against? Treant Protector is not as strong as he used to be. So there is that. You guys are against a Omni Knight and a Venge. This is the pub heroes right there. Let's see. Okay, this is part of the problem. I don't think Primeval Power is very good. With that said, I think the other facet shouldn't have mattered as much in a melee lane like this. You guys even got first blood on the Treant. He then loses a bunch of health in the mid lane. Maybe this is some of the problem. He's showing up very low health. Blocks the camp. All right, so step 1, he should immediately be in here hitting things. You have to be very careful about dragging it back like this too. I actually think you should drag it forward. So who wins when you both drag creeps back? You get 3 on the range creep, he gets 3 on the range creep. It's actually him who's going to do better, because you're both going to deny the range creeps, and then he's gonna run away with the 3 melee creeps, and you're gonna have to chase him. And now equilibrium is lost over here. So I think you got to be careful about this right here. And now you're gonna try to like run it back in. Fortunately, he didn't kill your his own range creep, so these creeps didn't move. So now you've reconnected it. But I think like there's a window here where like he sees this happening, and then he focuses this range creep like right now. This timing actually would have worked out. I think there are other cases where it won't, so just be a little careful of it. Either way, you made it work this time, especially with the aggressive pounce in. I think Essence Shift level 1 is a little bit more common. I think you took it for the first blood, though. All right, you just creep dragged under your own tower, so now we're going to shove the lane. Treant is only strong next to trees. As soon as the wave comes here, Treant's really bad. So it's important to maintain equilibrium. But also, I don't think your Treant Protector is doing the most he could. I feel like he's spending a lot of time over here instead of just punching things. And then we kind of got bopped here. Stun into creeps into like the full combo. So I feel like a mix of things led up to that point. Treant could be a little bit more present in the lane, but we also aren't doing ourselves favors in terms of equilibrium. And it is one of the downsides of starting with Pounce for first blood. Like, Essence Shift level 1 would have been way better to harass Omni Knight. And we have it now, but we also just died, so now we're behind again. Yeah, I think he just has more money than he's supposed to. Like, he's already top net worth, but you're supposed to take a good chunk of this money out from this kill and from the last hits he's gotten. Yeah, now he can kind of spam this a little bit already. I really don't feel like your Treant's doing very much. I think if you want to go Primeval Power, you need like Boots, Frost, and Windlaced. And you just gotta like punch people. I'd start with like the Orb of Frost. Since you have one, I guess you can skip that and just go like Boots, Windlace, and get a lot of regen. And like spam W instead of the Q. So we can say your Treant's not doing the best, and then combine that with some of your equilibrium choices. We've struggled, and now we're getting tapped. So that's us losing our lane. What's happening over here? Drow bought back, but looks like it was a tactical buyback, because she is still playing. So let's speed up. Let's just jump ahead and see us lose. We are 6. Get the Pudge kill. Yeah, there's an old nature support guide. It's still mostly true. I don't remember if I made that guide with Ironwood Treant being a thing, though. But, like, everything you do is pretty much the same. It's worse now, though. Like, all the stuff got nerfed. The build from that guide, if I'm remembering the right one, is doable, but not that good anymore. Okay, you're going Diffusal. Not a Slark player. My rough understanding is that Diffusal is a strictly fighting item, whereas Echo Saber can be fighting and farming. And when you're this far behind, we don't want to be fighting. We want to be farming. So I think I would lean towards that. Or the Mage Slayer. Anything that gives the magic resistance, because you need to spam cast Dark Pact, essentially. This is your farming tool. So you need some kind of mana regen, which Diffusal does not give you. Mage Slayer this game is maybe not that great, though, so that's why I'm leaning towards the Echo. I don't know if people even still do that build, though. This is why I'm saying, like, I might be outdated. I know Diffusal is way more common. I don't know. I feel like we're losing. Maybe it's still fine. I kind of like the idea of the Echo, too, though, because Omni Knight is going to prevent you guys from doing damage, but if you can steal more stacks, then great. I know Diffusal does give you attack speed, but I'm currently thinking, like, we just need to spam Dark Pact and farm waves. And I think Echo would be better for that. Ancient Apparition is a better 5, but he's actually so good that people are playing him 4 as well right now. Okay, so sorry, I was reading chat there, but it's preventing me from... When you're behind, we got to look at the map, and you just need to split push a lot. Let me go back a minute. I don't like this observer. So we just want to avoid the enemy and farm as much as we can. Until... So... When the enemy is ahead... They will typically try to do things. They'll group up to push towers and take it. But pushing towers is inherently inefficient when it comes to map efficiency. Now, of course, there's benefits to it. Taking the tower gets you gold, but it also opens up the map. So it's kind of a trade-off of how fast you can push a tower and take it. So for your team... Most of you want to farm right now. Treant wants to try to hold whatever lane he can for your team to the best of his ability and just delay it without dying. A bit tough this game versus these heroes, but that'll be his job. Disruptor can be there, and that way if you guys decide to fight, you can try to glimpse someone back for a kill. And you all have to TP back. You have to make use of the fact that your defenders, you can TP home, they can't. So... Let's say they're pushing bot because they are. I saw 3 heroes down here. You want to be really careful about TPing here because when you TP here, and then they all fight you, and you go, oh shit, I don't want to be here anymore. There is no other TP. You must walk here. Walk wherever. They might be gone here, and then this TP will be fine. But because of that, you should walk, unless there's literally a bunch of creeps pushing into your tower right now, and you got to TP right away. Losing some creeps to the tower, but you walk here, and then when they show up, you can TP somewhere else immediately, because you're like, 3 heroes are here, and now I'm here farming right away, and I'm free. I think that's a little safer. Okay, 2 heroes top and Ember over here, so maybe you do have some space to push things out. That's not Disruptor's viewpoint. All right, so you're coming to fight. You do have the Diffusal, but you mentioned the Drow being pretty ahead of you. I guess we're not quite there yet. She's 2 levels up. We're at the tail end of, I guess we can try to fight our way back into this. If it gets any further, I do think you should just farm. And even now, I feel we should be farming and trying to do more coordinated plays to come back. Smokes... Spread the vision. You're a Slark, right? So you should have vision superiority. Eventually you find pickoffs and claw your way back in. And until then, until you have those confirmed stuff, you just split the map a lot. This whole run, guaranteed 200 gold plus. You can't really do ancients. I think this is like a medium camp by now. So 200, 280, make your way to another camp, you know, like 100, another creep wave, another 200, right? So this is pretty guaranteed when we count how many heroes aren't here. No one's going to stop you doing this. Instead, we're going to run all the way over. And now we got to see. If you pick up 2 kills, it is kind of worth it. Between the 500 farming we could have gotten and then like 2 kills, it'll work out. If you don't get 2 kills, or if you die, that's where things are kind of rough. And I don't think Drow is here, so she is farming the guaranteed 500 gold during all of this by herself. You end up capping this. I think you probably just run through it. The fact that they stuck around works, but... Okay, you provide vision for the glimpse. Then swap. Already used. Okay, so we do get the kill, but we die for it. Why do we die in a team fight? Because they have 5,000 more gold than us. Which is why we have to be very careful about the fights we take. And when we have to chase really far, more likely that they all make it and it doesn't pan out. So we end up getting wiped for that. And the lead's growing. And now Drow just free farming this whole time. So now she's up to 14. So then again, compare that back to what I painted. 200 creep wave, camp, maybe another camp, creep wave. Or maybe it's camp, creep wave into another camp. Very guaranteed. Just you. They have 3 heroes together. You guys scatter out. You have to just like split the map. Keep trying to get them to split up to eventually find the pickoff. Or if they keep staying grouped up and they keep going 4 heroes at a tower, 4 heroes at a tower, that's inefficient. 4 heroes are splitting 1 creep wave. You're 4 times more efficient down here on your own. And then you're also jungling. They're probably picking up some jungle camps as they go. So if they group up too much too early, you just all avoid them and sacrifice towers as a time waster while you guys all farm. And hopefully someone like Treant delays it even longer. So like instead of 1 minute to take this tower, it's like 2 minutes. That's really good. Isn't showing on map as Slark bad? If he was a true pickoff threat, then yes, to a degree, you would want to stay hidden. But when you're really far behind, you don't really have a choice. You just have to... You have to push things out as quickly as you can. And... like, that's that. Like, you've got to do it. And if you can make them split up, then it's fine. You backed off after that. The only thing that threatens... Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe Searing Chains can hit you when you're ulted. So, when Pudge is dead, Hook is the only thing that can get you out of your ult. That means you can't possibly die as long as you have, like, a second to react. Kill this guy. Ember, Omni. I'm losing. I need to make as much space as possible. If we fall back to our own half of the map, we'll get restricted. You gotta take some risks when you're behind. So you and Storm could like delete this wave together, and then you should like run into here and go farm their half of their map, or hide in trees and see if they run back and watch it. So I see like Venge coming here. Like let's say you run forward and they're all TPing to get you, and it's like Drow and Ember. The worst case is you get gusted and then deleted before you can use any abilities. So like I'm a little scared of that. But as long as I see them, if I press Alt and TP home immediately, I'm good to go. This is the issue with like TPing everywhere, is that it's not available, so now we can't do this kind of stuff. But I think you can. Like he's dead 28 seconds. I think we're a little cautious and we're like dancing in trees. But then as this gets closer to being up, I think you can like push it more. But that's why I want to stay on this half of the map rather than go all the way home. So now we're back here and pressured. Let me actually show you the full map. So here, kill Pudge, get scared. Everyone watch... Wait. Everyone watch the map and only the map. So when it's dark, it's scary to think of this stuff. But there's really only so many ways the enemy heroes can move. And when these two coming in this way, and if people were TPing in here, there's a chance here. They run through mid lane, they go through top, they go through bottom. So even if every hero was looking for me, if I'm moving through the trees as Slark, there's a chance they don't even catch me. And that's assuming they bring every hero, and we can actually see Ember and Drow are not coming here. I don't think you saw Ember. I think you see Drow top right now, though. So if you hid in these trees down here, you could be farming this stuff instead of falling back like you guys are now. So we speed this up. Now you and Storm are what? You're both farming these side camps. Storm's going to move over here. Now you're both farming these camps. This is actually where the Ember is, right? So if he has vision here, they might come over and now fight you here. Look at their half of their map. Their half of their map is empty because they're winning. So this is the part that's hilarious. If you guys have ever had a tilter in your game and they're like, I'm done. They break their items. They're like, they all chat end, and they walk to the enemy's half of the map and farm better than they have the entire game. Because they keep running into the enemies who are playing aggressively and dying, and you just need to slip to the enemy's half of the map, and when you're winning, you typically try to play up here, and all of this is empty. So suddenly the guy griefing who's like, those idiots, they deserve to lose. I'm going to come over here and farm in the place I should have been farming the entire game, and then they actually get the most gold they've ever had. You need to intentionally do this as a carry player when games are bad. Or it doesn't even have to be the carry. Like, whoever can get there and farm needs to do it, because you got to find farm somewhere. When you both fall back, you and Storm are now fighting for these camps. If one of you had stayed and taken the risk, you get 4 camps and he gets 4 camps. It's twice as efficient. And that's how you start to cut down a gold lead. And why your vision will matter and all that. Looks like you end up getting found. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go see what actually happened there. All right. So it turns out they did have an observer here. And that's what got you caught off guard. However, one, you got to watch your passives to know that they have vision or not. This is one of Slark's strengths. Got to keep an eye on it. I know it's tough, but you should actually know they have vision of you. Secondly, though, let's say you weren't even Slark. Let's say you're a different carry. What's the point of this? Do you actually want to fight 2 heroes right now on your own? Probably not. Are you asking Storm to come over, the 2 of you versus them, when you know you've been losing the whole game? So, like, can we even win a 2-on-2? Not so sure. Are you asking the entire rest of your team to all TB down here and then fight? Maybe just some of them? But what if they just turn around here, right? This, if you just farm this and you see them push up, now I'm thinking, okay, Disruptor TP in and we can get them. But when they're this far out, I'm not really confident we can force this. So even if you were a different carry who wouldn't know they had vision of you, there's actually no reason to stand here, but there's a risk, because if you think about common ward locations, this cliff is one of them. Back here is also relatively common, but where do I feel safer? Up here or back here? So when you're losing, if you're not taking a required calculated risk of like slipping past for more farm, this is a risk, but like what's the benefit of it? Nothing really. So then this is the risk that, oh shit, swap. As soon as they start moving this way, you actually should know. Again, if you're a different carry and you don't have the passive, when they start doing this, this is super suspicious. They were about to leave and then they turned around this way and they're like beelining it for you. You should immediately like jump away. You shouldn't be saving this stuff. Like, you got to get out of here. You have to assume worst case. Even if they popped out of nowhere, assume worst case they have vision of me. I need to get out of here, and then just pounce. And then you wouldn't have even died here. Also, your pathing was actually also a little off. But all that would have been avoided. You could just be farming here, and then like when they're killing your whole team, you cut a wave and then hide again. And if you get them to TP home, you're like, wait, I'm going to invite them to come get me if I cut this wave. That's good. They're winning the game right now. They're taking your buildings. They're killing your heroes. The more you get them to come back, Every time they come back, you're buying at least 30 seconds for your team because that's the time it takes to walk back down to where they were. So every time you get them to come back to their own half of their map, that's good. That's why we need to slip through and creep cut. If there was no ward, how would Vench have swapped? I think that's why he knows there's a ward now, but let's say they were walking and they think there's something there. She could be coming to ward and then swap, or she could randomly wave of terror and then swap. They might have scanned and be going over, and then she's going to wave of terror when she gets here and then try to swap. There's a whole number of reasons that you still have to be careful, even if you think they do or don't have vision. Frickin' got her with the meteor. Let's go. Okay. Off of this. Let's go back a second. So this is the really hard part of like watching the minimap during fights. Hopefully someone else on your team was doing it because you're in the middle of the fight. These guys who are dead should be doing it. Really skilled players will take a look at their minimap in the middle of fights. So they took top. You guys are killing Venge. And notice they're not still pushing. I mean, it's kind of early, so pushing high ground this soon, understandable. But what it tells me is that they're not pushing top, and that means they could be doing any number of things. They could be minimap only. They could be running home this way. They could be going through the jungle. They could be going to the mid tower here. They could have also TP'd, started making their way to like other things, or maybe they're twin gating and going through. So either way, we have a little bit of time. The high risk areas, the triangle, relatively safe right now. So is this. But then after that, moving this way, very dangerous without more information. Moving this way would be great, but until we know they came here, it's very scary. So someone who's willing to die or can get out alive can go this way. Treant Protector, if he has the shard, he should be the one immediately heading this way and like hiding invis in the trees to not only scout what they're doing, but also to eventually creep cut this stuff. Slark, as the carry, can arguably take the safest area, which is like here and here. But again, if you are the one who can push aggressively and safely, let's say Lifestealer or Juggernaut when the enemy has no BKB piercing stuns, or for you, it's your ultimate and they only have one way to hit you in the ult, you're the one who should like maybe be taking the risks because you can get out the safest. And if you weren't losing, maybe you don't take those risks. But if you are losing and you're like, shit, we got to come back, you got to take these risks. Calculated risks, but risks to try to do this. Now we have 4 heroes down here. We're going to smoke. We're going to fight again. We're trying to farm this Mage Slayer. We're trying to catch up. Let's put this in perspective real quick. If you guys take a 5-on-4 fight, which is usually good, let's take Ember out of it. It's an even fight if you go by gold. Now, of course, Dota doesn't fully work that way. Usually having the numbers, even if you have less gold, is actually still good. But just to paint that picture for you, if you don't know how far behind you are, but you know it's been a rough game, this is a blind smoke. Where are you guys going? You guys don't have information. We don't know that they're scattered. So this is very, very risky. You actually just want to farm right now and look for information. And the people who can risk themselves to get information. By shoving in the lane, people will show. Are we killing Omni Knight, or is there a Pudge in these trees? Is there an Ember on his way? Who knows? Turns out, no, it did work out. Did we have that information? No. And then, despite being very slow to rotate, they do get here, and then they kill you guys. Some of it was like not a full, complete retreat, but it does just paint the picture of how important it is to take the right fights. If they can show up and we don't know, that would have been a disaster. If that hadn't been a 2-on-1 into like a 4-on-2 into a 2-on-4, right, then it would have just been a complete stomp to start.
Damn, never realized it's been 17 months already.
17 months, Carnage, thank you. Do I stream every day? No, usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Sometimes we stream other days if there's time. Lately, I've been kicking around that idea. I think I've been enjoying streaming more than I have making videos. It depends on the exact video, but lately I really hate thumbnail title process. I don't mind making the information and doing the stuff, but between editing and then having to make the title and thumbnail, and then also like, I think there's something about reviewing your own work that is also a lot of pressure. Streaming, we do it live, and then that's it. And I don't look back on it and be like, man, this sucks. YouTube videos is constantly like going back and forth on it, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna put this out, which means I think it's in the best state it can be, but I don't think it's in the best state it can be, so I should do it again. And then at some point, like, where do you stop that? So I don't know. Lately, it's just a lot of pressure of myself on it. So there's a part of me that wants to just stream more and do less videos, or we have to hire an editor to save time on videos and do more streams in the save time, or even more videos. But editors cost money. Maybe chat can help you pick the titles. I have thought about that. About pitching thumbnails and stuff to you guys. I think we did it before for a couple things. Do you have any kind of schedule for your videos? To a degree. I used to try to get it like Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams, and then Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday make videos, and probably release those videos the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Because the theory is like, you make the video and then potentially plug your own stream, like, hey, if you're watching this video, you know, I'm probably streaming right now, come check it out, whatever. So you try to line it up. So 3 and 3. That means I have essentially 6 days of work, and any errands and any of this stuff, any of my own free time, fun stuff. I know, privileged position, Dota as a career should be fun, but it's still work to a degree. So then, like, there's just not a lot of time. And if something gets cut, it's easier to cut videos than it is to cut streams. I mean, that's not fully true. It's super easy to cut the streams out, but in terms of which one I enjoy more, I enjoy the streams more right now. They feel less like work compared to doing YouTube. Speaking of all this, guys, what do you want the next YouTube video to be? Whose fault is it anyways? Gotta finish the details for Friday. And then I probably gotta make another video, and another video, and another video after that. We haven't done a hero guide in a while. I don't think I've even done a hero guide since the API changed, and I arguably should be doing more hero videos than ever. What else? Okay, none of you guys know this. Actually, some of you might know if you're YouTubers, but YouTube recently has also been trying to make use of AI, and I don't know how tight it is to the algorithm, but I've been thinking, rather than coming up with my own ideas and videos I think are good, which is somewhat important to me, I was like, I should just do what YouTube tells me to do. And YouTube has recently added an inspiration tab, and it'll tell you, like, there's high interest for this topic, or like, here's some randomly generated stuff, and like how good we think they'd perform. And I feel like I should do something that YouTube says is high interest, because maybe it's tied to the algorithm and they're more likely to also share it if I do one of those types of videos. So I've been thinking about that. If I should do that, I might. One of the things that recently came up with was itemization. So I was like, maybe I should do that. The other thing I've thought about, guys, because I do have various video ideas and I'm like, I should do these, but the level of prep for me to be happy with it is just like a barrier of entry, and it eventually gets done, but it just takes a while. But lately, I've been thinking more about like, let's say casting. I don't like. I still feel I am improving my casting because there's a lot of actual critique you could do to it, but like who I present myself as a caster, I have like not been happy with, and I haven't fully figured it out and put it into words. And then same with YouTube videos lately, which is like, why aren't I happy with this? Lately, my fiance has been doing a presentation for her work, and she's been like doing a bunch of practice stuff. And she has to keep it corporate to some degree. I think the presentation is fine, for the record. There's not a flame at the presentation. But it's just been making me reflect a lot on like when I used to have to do more presentations, of like why I didn't like most presentations in school. It's good. It's good. When I had to do presentations in school or for work and stuff. And like, I feel even before YouTube, my presentations were generally good. And I think it's because I tried to keep it more human and personable. Whereas a lot of presentations are very like formal and boring, you know? And I never liked that because I had like ADHD as a kid. So I immediately, still do. So I immediately stopped paying attention to like any of those. And they were super boring to me. And I didn't want to be like that. And I think lately, part of the reason I've been really unhappy is I feel like in trying to create more YouTube videos, whatever, and also getting into casting, and I wasn't as used to it, I feel like I'm being like, I feel like I'm some corporate fuck, you know, like that's how I feel. I'm just like some guy, some corporate, hey guys, Dota is a YouTube thing, like, oh, I'm a caster, isn't this fight cool? Like, I don't feel like I'm me in the stuff, and that's actually been bothering me a lot. I've been thinking about it. So I was thinking maybe I would be more inspired for my YouTube videos if I changed it again a little bit and we just did it back to like how I feel what is good, and not what is good YouTube, what is something I want to do, which for the most part they are, but to some degree they aren't. And I haven't fully identified which ones I don't feel like aren't, but that's just been my thoughts lately. I think I would just cut out the intro, for example. Forget intros. Let's just get straight into it. Next time Hero Guide, I'm just straight into it. Like, I think that's what I would want. If I watched a YouTube video, that's what I would want. Forget these dumb intros. Are we gonna hear Moon Jelly presentation on stream? I don't think she wants to. I'll pitch it to her later. She's still practicing and prepping. That could be kind of funny, but I don't think she actually wants to. Yeah, it's like the authenticity. Juzzy, I agree. Ricky and I have been joking that we haven't made it until we get a hate thread, and I do kind of hold up, like, I believe in that. But at the same time, the level of positivity and support we were getting was really nice. Hopefully, other TOs will see it and will hire us. Pedro, I totally missed this. I think you're the first person to ever do a YouTube super chat. Thank you. Thank you very much. I haven't been multi-streaming on YouTube very long. Though I think it's doable on the YouTube videos. I think I didn't have it enabled. I think you're literally the first person to ever do it, and I missed it. Sorry, but thank you. Casually covered. You know what? We're in monologue mode. I am rambling about random things, and we're kind of at the potentially end of the stream, but I will pull your game up. And if we see things as we go, I'll try to provide some input. It probably won't be as... What's happening here? Probably won't be as focused. That was weird. But maybe we can get something. Who are you playing here? Oh, Bristleback. I can read. Bristleback 5. I tried it, I think, 4 times when the pros were giving it a go. And I found I could win lane, but that if the team didn't play a very specific way, it would rapidly drop. I guess there might be more wiggle room in pubs. Let's see. I mean, if you're winning and you're still having fun, just keep doing it. Will it always work forever? Maybe not. But I mean, that's Dota and it's a video game, right? Do what you want and what your heart calls to you. That's true. I do think there's YouTube people have been doing the same thing forever. Part of the worry, though, is that who knows how Dota... Forget Dota. Who knows how long I will be able to do this. This is like the financial strain, and I'm in America, which is like one of the worst places to be doing this for the amount of money we make. But like, I make a livable wage right now. It's not as much as my old job, but like, it's technically a livable wage. And if I could guarantee this wage for the rest of my life until I retire, that'd be fine. Could stop 4 years from now. And then just like, I have to switch. I fully believe I'll be able to switch into something. I don't know what, but life takes you all sorts of places. It'll work out, is what I believe. But do I want to run into that situation? Not so much. And that's where I think the pressure of YouTube is, which is like technically what we do right now between casting, coaching, Twitch, YouTube is fine. But if I had, say, 10 years to do this and then I have to have enough money to be like retired, like then we gotta ramp up, or I have to pivot into other content that isn't Dota or something. And that's kind of like the mental financial strain of this stuff. Okay, I don't think you're position 5. It was gonna be way... It was gonna be way harder to give you advice with position 5 Bristleback. Thank God you're just a normal offlaner. I will say, rushing the Ring of Health, I know a lot of people like to do it. I think it's really dropped off. I would recommend some smaller items and then go for the health after that. But probably that much Bristleback. And if I were to ever do it, these two kind of make some sense. Because they do a lot of damage over time and you're going to burn your mana, so like whatever. But I do think like Anti-Mage, you can often beat by just being able to right-click in the lane. And no stats kind of means it's going to be difficult to do that. More content, feet picks. I've thought about that. Not like actually doing it, but I was like, is there something I would do if someone was like, you know, I guess like feed picks. Like, if that guaranteed my life, would I do it? It's easy to be like, no, I wouldn't do it. But then it's like, would I do it though? I don't give a shit. You want these feet? What do I care? In this economy? Exactly. Yeah, Dota... It's funny, for a game as complex as Dota, you would think there's endless content to make. And we could say there is, right? A hero guide every single day, replays, whatever. But do people want to watch that? Like, how many times can I repeat the same information in a YouTube video and, like, that's interesting, that's engaging? Maybe I think too hard on it, and I should just, like, repeat the exact same shit all the time. But funny enough, you know, it's like, I don't think it has that type of viewership to just brute force out everyday stuff. And we don't get changes. Like, we go months without changes. So, like, okay, these are the top broken heroes. And then, like, all right, 4 months. Still the top broken heroes. Now, maybe there's some change, but it's tough. Other games where they have, like, weekly updates, small things that change, it's much easier to make, like, relevant content that is constantly interesting to the audience, I think. I think people get burned out after it's like, hey, we've been on this patch for 3 months. I'm not interested in playing Dota until the next patch. No matter how much interesting content Zach puts out or educational on how I can be better, I don't want to be better until something's different. You know? I think that's one of the challenges for Dota. Energy's in a great spot. Thank you. Ooh, Vanguard time was rough. Oh, you wanted to B5, but Venno asked to switch. I'll stick to it. I do think Bristle 5 can work. I don't think it's the best. I think there's very little window for error at a high level of play. For, you know, Crusader to Archon, I think you got more wiggle room where you start as support and you scale up. Do you think offlane Bristleback's going to be the way to go? If you're winning with it right now, though, dude, just do it, man. Hell yeah. Bot people with the bristle. I think you should take it, though. Even as offlane, I would start with Viscous Nasal Goo. Starting level 1 with Viscous Nasal Goo is crazy strong, in my opinion. Oh, no! I actually don't even know if you need boots. Maybe you can Vanguard Rush. I don't know the current build on. I think you still get power treads. Some people are going brown boots, wand, straight into Vanguard. Some get a bracer. Okay. Okay. No, I started talking about it. You guys are free to share. The funny thing is, it's actually important. One, I do value your guys' input because you guys are the ones watching the stuff. So, like, if you guys have thoughts on what's good or not, it's at least speaking for yourselves, and I get a rough feel of what people are or maybe not interested in. Now, if I still choose to do it, right, that's separate. But I can at least know, like, oh, current audience would not care if I did this, but I want to do this. So I at least go in knowing, you know, we'll have to create a new audience. I'm always happy to hear, like, what you guys think. I can filter it myself, you know, if I do or don't believe in things you guys say. But, like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know, I can filter it myself. Oh, shit. I was kind of working till the Warlock showed up. I do think switching into variety would be fun, and it's something I would enjoy doing. Am I good at it? I don't know. But I think it's fun to play other games. Yesterday we did some Hollow Knight. That was fun. Someone said variety? Yeah, JoyK's here for it. We're kind of armchairing right now. Not armchairing, podcasting right now. But yeah, I don't know. Mentally, I'm not here. I don't even know how much advice I'm giving. So far, none. Sorry. Sorry, casually covered. I've been out of it. All right, we're just at the tail end of the stream. Okay, let me try to give some useful feedback for at least a moment. Let me take a quick look. So you wanted to be support, you ended up off lane. Okay. This is actually the window where we want you to be kind of scary. And you are running down the anti-mage, and that is good. And once you have this Vanguard, you're super strong. I do think level 1 Nasal Goo's the way to go when you take Snot Rocket, even as offlane. I'm a big believer in this build, actually. I know it's still a little hit or miss. Some people do prefer Quill Spray, especially for last hitting, even with Snot Rocket, but... well, I mean, I'm sure there's room for it, but I really like QW, at least at level 2. I think it's really strong. Here, as much as you can run at them, the better. As offlane Bristle this game, you're going to have a super greedy Naga Siren, and Invoker's going to do a lot of combos. So I think the more you can just run at people and make space, the better. Let's start here, actually. So why did we go home? Why did we move that way? We're a little low. Grab the Lotus. You're buying a cloak, sure. Get yourself a Clarity. And then we have 10 HP regen and a Vanguard and a Polywog Charm. So our HP regen's really solid. If we stay on the map for a minute, that's 600 health. That's almost the full health bar back. So if we don't have to go home, like by the time you go to the fountain, you're already going to be over half health. So we would like to stay on their half of the map as much as possible. If you're scared, maybe do this pull. Do your own pull. Farm it without taking damage. Maybe don't mind taking some damage because we also have the Vanguard. So, like, do an easy camp for a little bit. And this way we're farming on the enemy's half of the map. The Clarity arrives, the Cloak arrives, tank up, get a little more mana, and then we're still on this half. If someone steps up too far and Venomancer's near and he presses Q and you press Q, they're not getting away unless they're anti-mage with Blink. So I would love if you actually stayed on this half of the map. For the Shrine, I guess I wasn't paying attention to that. For the Shrine, I guess it's fine. After you do this, I would turn around, probably head back into this lane. As long as we head back out, though, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Yeah, a lot of people like to get Soul Ring, I think, if you want to help maintain mana. Nice. Killed the anti-mage. That's pretty good. Do you actually need the Eternal Shroud this game? What is Spellcaster Shadow Fiend? Maybe it's fine. Maybe even a casual cloak is okay. Or Glimmer, though you need more mana for that. I feel like if you did... Well, do you need that either? Think about the Crimson Guard too. The Shard is also very good. I feel like Eternal Shroud's not critical enough that you couldn't do Soul Ring into Shard. Maybe the Casual Cloak in the meantime. Early Lotus, maybe. It's not critical, but it's not bad. You prefer modern Dota that's more focused on itemization, or old Dota where hero counters are more important? Cap and Avery once discussed how modern Dota allows you to solve almost every problem with itemizations. I didn't play old Dota. Never really played Dota 1. I think my cousins had me play one match when I was like, I don't know, middle school. I barely remember it. And I started playing Dota 2 when it was like 4 years in, something like that. So I don't really know if I know old Dota. At the time I was playing, it's true, you were more limited by hero matchups because there were less items in the game. And it's true, nowadays you can kind of adjust to everything. I think I'm okay with it as a pub player. I like the draft a lot. And I think the chess match of we got this hero pick, so we're winning is kind of cool. I don't get to do that. Even now, I first pick my hero blindly 99% of my games. So the fact that I can just be completely screwed in a game and I'm always going to be expected to first pick just kind of sucks. And that's like, oh, you don't have answers to like what you're being screwed by. It's like, oh, cool, right? I completely understand why Valve pushed towards more like support has power, items matter, everyone gets some gold so you get to pick it. I think it's cool, and I think it changes it to be a little bit more like you have to pick the right item order and pick the right fights. And it also offers flexibility in the draft now compared to like we gotcha with the hero counter. Now it's like, ooh, we're willing to flex this hero in a weird way, and it throws you off a bit and it gives us enough of an edge to win. It is different. I don't have a strong preference either way in terms of what I watch, but for what I play and what I think a lot of the players would prefer, I think the modern Dota is more accessible to a lot of people. Back then, heroes had a mana pool for like 2 spells. Literally, my first time trying Dota, my friend, I had played League because some other friends played it. So then another friend asked, like, let's get into Dota. Subsidian, one of the mods here, one of my oldest friends. I'm like, okay, you know, I'll download it. Probably like finish schoolwork or something, whatever. It's like, okay, let's try it out. Okay, what's this? You know, load into a bot game. It's like, okay, Crystal Maiden. Press Q. Can't press Q again, huh? Yeah, that was it. Crystal Maiden had 1 spell in her. As slow as balls everywhere. Can't do damage. Die super easy. Like, this sucks. This is not fun. Oh, man. It was tough back then. Yeah, Aiden, go ahead, ask questions. If I don't want to answer something, I'll just pretend I didn't read it, or I'll say why I don't want to talk about it. But you guys are free to ask whatever. I'm sorry, casually covered. We're casually covering casually covered's game. There's very little feedback. I like that you've been relatively aggressive. There's been some punishment on it where we go a little too far, but it's overall fine. If you wanted the halberd, you should probably finish it sooner. Because it's not that much more expensive than a Vanguard, and you could have done more disarms, especially on the anti-mage. Who you've been directly running at and engaging with.
Oh, that was a big hit.
Ah! No, even though we're rambling about random shit, you are still free to ask about Dota stuff. Well, I'm happy to try to answer whatever. This is podcast mode, but still a Dota stream. For now, until we turn into a Hollow Knight stream. No, I do. I don't intentionally ignore most questions. I'm usually just playing and then not reading chat enough. What happened to the cat cam? I do have it. The cat's just not here anymore. He was sitting in my chair off to the side. Hephaestus is looking at me right now, though, so maybe he'll come sit here and then we'll turn the cat cam on. See how he's feeling. Oh, what's the key to get from 3K to 4K? I finally got to 3K. Got it. Sorry, I misread that, so I was like waiting for a question. 3K is like high Crusader Archon, right? It's that range anyways. To be honest, it depends. I know that's the worst answer to get for this kind of stuff. I ran into this issue. The reason I made a guide, I made one video that covered the gaps I noticed from Herald to Immortal. And then I wanted to go more in depth. So I made a how to climb out a Herald video, how to climb out a Guardian. I think we did a how to climb out a Crusader. And that series has been on hold, partly because I've been busy and it's like moved on to other things. But also, where did it go? But also, the issue for covering Crusader through, I would say about Legend, it's actually all the same shit, but it's just different. And the frequency. Everyone has different skill sets. But for example, the Crusader video focused on team fighting. I see those mistakes made in Immortal all the time. So I bet a bunch of people didn't watch it because it's like, oh, I'm not Crusader. I don't need to know this shit. But actually, I covered team fighting really in depth in a way that a lot of my Immortal teammates screw up, at least in NA. So when it comes from like, okay, I made it out of Crusader to Archon. Like, what do I have to do next? It's still a lot of the same things. Because there's skills across the bar. Wow, Warlock is way too nice. I would have never given you a Rampage. Rampages must be earned. Let's say we broke it very simply into laning and team fighting. Both are important. You can get out of Archon, or let's say Crusader. You can get out of Crusader being really good at laning, or being really good at team fighting. But then to eventually get out of Archon, you gotta then be good at the other one as well. So the reason people think their teammates are so bad when it ranges from Herald and Guardian are easier because there's a big gap there a lot of the times. But from Crusader is where I consider there to be a floor, a skill floor, where most players understand a bare minimum about the game, but then what they are good at is hugely different. Some people have Immortal level itemization and are absolute garbage at using any of the items they buy. That's me. Some people are amazing at laning and have no idea how to look at a minimap. Some people stack every single moment when they have no one on their team who can do a stack. You know, it's like there are so many different skills, and what people are naturally good at or what they have worked on really depends. So one Crusader teammate or one Archon teammate, right, might be the worst laner you've ever seen, but be the godliest team fighter, and they average out to Archon. They lose many games where their lane is just bad, but they win enough games. Anytime their lane is good, or even some of the bad ones, they win because like their mid to late game is so strong. Some people are just average across the board. Some people are, you know, supports. Terrible at warding, but they know intrinsically which hero to play around. It's so varied. And so whatever you're good at, it's like, oh, of course every Archon player should be good at this. And like the fact that he's not good at laning, he must be an account buyer. But that guy's just bad at laning, but he's so much better at like buying the right items that he eventually jungles to, or like he eventually team fights and knows how to read the map for pickoffs, right? So like everyone's got such different skills, and getting out from Crusader to like Legend to Ancient is about just slowly improving each one. So whatever you're bad at, just start working on it. It will, eventually it will matter. Will it immediately get you out of Archon? Maybe not. But you're certainly not getting into Immortal without being good at reading the minimap, so you might as well start practicing watching the minimap. And once you can do that, and you're still in Archon, it's like, okay, what's the next thing I'm bad at? I don't think my builds make much sense. I just keep following the same Tortellini guide. Like, I'm gonna start thinking about my own builds and trying to buy the best items in the right order, right? And then you do that. And maybe you start climbing at Archon, but you're still there. It's like, oh, that's okay. I think I'm pretty good at it now. I think I don't have as much gold as I should. I'm gonna try to get like 500 more gold by 10 minutes every lane by doing whatever. You just like keep picking the next skill and bumping it up. I'm gonna practice my mouse movements by playing frickin' Osu rhythm games, and now I'm not gonna misclick as much, you know? How do you decide when to itemize against cores or against supports? Also, when is Crimson over Shivas or AC better? Cores versus supports is just a read of the game. What is stopping you from doing what you need to do? So, yeah, I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. In this case, maybe Anti-Mage is the problem, right? And so we need to lock down Anti-Mage and kill him. So you end up itemizing for like Fast Orchid or an Abyssal or something like that. And so now you've itemized because Anti-Mage is the problem. Maybe Anti-Mage is having a horrible game and it's the Warlock who's winning all the fights. So then it's like, well, I need to deal with that. BKB to get out of the thing, Force Staff to get out of Upheaval, a Dispel to remove the Fatal Bonds. It just depends how the game's going and how the fights happen. This is something that the more you play, the better a read you get, or you do like replay reviews. I don't know why I'm losing this fight. Zach, why am I losing this fight and what should I build? Like, that's what we can help with. When is Crimson over Shivas or AC better? So Crimson is on its own category first, and Crimson is going to be the best on tanky heroes and against people who attack quickly but lightly. Illusion heroes fall under this category. Many ranged heroes attack somewhat fast. Heroes who hit really hard are not so good for the Crimson Guard. People like Sven, PA, who's hitting for like a 2,000 crit, right? Then you're blocking like 10% of that. But the Drow, who's hitting for 200 damage, you know, 5 times every 2 seconds, and now we're blocking like 50% of that. Like, that's pretty good. So Crimson is typically an early game item because that's when the damage is the lowest. Even Sven hits relatively light in the early game. So Crimson usually is for the early game impact, and then it's still useful mid to late game because it does scale off max HP now, but it's less important in the late game than it is in the early game, where everyone is having a bunch of their damage blocked by the Crimson Guard. So that's its own category if you need that or not. If the enemy has a bunch of right clickers and they fit the description I talked about, then it's good. Bonus points if you're already a Vanguard builder. If you, beyond that, separate, whether you get the Crimson or not, and you're thinking about AC versus Shivas. Shivas, really good for amplifying your team's magic damage, really good as an anti-heal, really good for vision, and it's good armor for yourself. Those are kind of like the main criteria to consider Shivas. Intelligence is no longer like a major component of this item, so it's really the spell damage, the negative armor, or the negative heal, or the vision. It does affect the attack speed. That's good. I'd say it's like a sub part of it. If it's one of those things, it's usually pretty good. AC is like, rather than spell damage, it's physical damage you're looking to amplify while giving yourself and allies armor. And it also push buildings faster. So tempo lineups are more likely to see an AC. Things like you're getting run down by a Beastmaster and a Lycan. You got creeps with more auras, so Assault Cuirass being an aura to buff up yourself and all the creeps is good, but you're also pushing really fast, so the negative armor on buildings is really good because you do more against that. Teams that are against late game Huskars, Timbersaws, things like that, we need to reduce their healing. Necro, Shivas is good. But not only is the anti-heal versus like some of those spellcasters good, but they also have a Drow Ranger who is like doing a ton of physical damage, right? Because most games are a mix between. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Lifestealer, Dragonite, a lot of physical damage, but also healing a lot. So then Shiva is really good versus them. It's good for finding elusive heroes hiding in trees and stuff as well. Ember Spirit, using Shivas and then kind of like jumping in a little bit. You get a whole bunch of vision in the fight, lets you know what to do. We do reviews for mid-rolls. We're probably kind of done for today, but every Wednesday I try to do this. And I'm down for any role. I'm the best at support, but for a lot of the ranks, I'm happy to give feedback for all the roles. We actually didn't cover a mid today, now that I think about it. We did a lot of carries. More carries than usual, and then Some of the other stuff, I guess. The supports like usual. I'm not as good at mid, but I can give some general feedback at least. Can't play one same hero. I got to experiment all the time. Yeah, I know hero spamming is the most common advice, right? But so many people want to, myself included, is like, I'm bored. I want to go play other things. I find as I get older, I don't mind. Maybe it's not older. Maybe it's a more competitive mindset. I don't mind spamming certain heroes. I switched from full fun play to like, okay, I actually want to be really good and crush people. So I find it easier now. But if you do like to experiment, I totally feel that struggle. If you can try to do the experiment in unranked, then you can at least avoid the loss in MMR while you do it. Yo! Okay, you tell you what. I was thinking about stopping, but I was just saying we almost... And no pressure to, guys. This is no requirement whatsoever. But I only recently realized you have to enable the super chats for YouTube, so I just did. We had the very first one today, and now a second one with a replay request. I've never actually set a monetary value to the replays, but as this is chaos mode and we can do whatever we want because it's my stream, I'll totally do it. Ooh, but this one's too old, unfortunately. I think you're missing a number. I feel like this is not what you meant to send. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, I was like, I just copied it out of the blue, and then I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm like, no, wait, this is super old. Now I'm kind of curious, though. Let's take a look. Let's look at some old Dota, guys. This is from 2013. This would have been the time I tried my, like, very first game, and then I played actually, like, 2 years later. So this is even before me. Old Helm of the Dominator. I don't think was ever good on Troll. Medallion was in this game, guys. I miss Medallion. I really liked that item. It was a lot of fun. We had the old Poor Man's Shield here. What a throwback. These would have been the old disassemblable Arcane boots, too. Heart Anti-Mage. Hilarious. All right, let's look at the actual game. Ricky 1. And then what is this? Where are you? Legend. No. Martin, do you have a different one? Because this is over a week old, so I can't download it. I could look at the scoreboard and everything to give you some like quick feedback, but I can't actually look in this game. Is buying Shivas and Lotus at the same time considered noob play? I don't think I would strictly think it's noob play. It might be really cool if they have a bunch of physical damage. It's just whether you need both or not. If you don't, then yeah, that's newbie for buying items that aren't good. But if you need both, I think it's fine. I was trying to think of who would do that. Maybe something like Timbersaw. Lotus for the Dispel early and the General Reflection, and then Shiva's to buff yourself too. I think only a few heroes would probably buy both of those. Because you have to overlap between utility, but also damage. Sand King might be another one. Oh, I can't remember if it built into Satanic, but you're right. People used to get Helm of the Dominator. It had a different build. I specifically remembered when I joined RD2L, and I was still getting good at the game. I remember my captain, who he was the carry player. I remember him being really good with the Helm of the Dom and getting the stack like every single time. Like never missed a stack. Okay, let me try this one, but I realized I didn't even look at this. Let me look at your build. Let me see if it makes sense and everything. Carry Ricky. Let's see. Boots, Diffusal. Crystallis Ags, and then the BK Daedalus Basher, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to think of what else you could get rather than this. I feel like this is not strictly needed at this time. But Ricky Carry not that common, so I can't say I've thought a bunch about the most optimal Ricky builds. I have a feeling Ags first might be better. Or even like a casual Yasha. Because the thing is, like, Ricky, early game, you mostly want stats because of the way backstab works. And the Crystallis kind of misses on that. Even though it is good and eventually core Rickies often do buy things like Daedalus. I think the Ags gives you a lot better farm speed while also being stats. Tanks you up and all that stuff. I would say maybe if you swap this order, that might be better. But anyways, let me look at the other game. Let's see if that match ID will work. Have you got a favorite expensive item in Dota? Ooh, that's a good question. Let's try this one. This might be like right on the line. It's technically a week, but sometimes like 8-ish days works depending on time zones, but looks like this one's not downloading. Maybe like one day after this game, if you have any. Favorite expensive items. Wind Waker is a lot of fun. I like Arcane Blink too. Well, the old version was a lot more fun. For Tinker and Dazzle, that was cool. Divine Rapier is always a laugh. I like Octarine. I never get to build Octarine, but I like Octarine. The item I want to build the most, and I can't wait till I can make it fit somewhere, I want an armlet. I want to be able to build armlet on a support and not just like Marty. I just want to go for some like tank support and I'm like baiting everything in with armlet toggles. I really want to do that. But I just don't know who it would be any good on whatsoever. What hero do you play when you're forced to mid and you're against a really good mid player? Fortunately, I don't have to mid that often. My go-to is Dragon Knight. We tanked our MMR for a bit when we spammed how to... I felt I played too much support and I had forgotten how to play all the core roles, so spammed a bunch of off lane and I did a ton of Dragon Knight. Fortunately, Dragon Knight has been changed, but in a way that he can actually now do all the core roles. At the time, it was a good offlaner. It was like the Meteor Hammer build at that time. So now, I feel relatively confident with my Dragon Knight, so I just play Dragon Knight mid if I had to. But now we can actually do Natures, and I play so much Nature support, I feel really confident with this hero. Mid's a little different in how you lane, but I still think I can like do it. I think my one mid Natures game I like popped off. I think it was offline, which is a shame. That would have been a hype stream game. I probably wouldn't have done as well though, so maybe it worked out. But yeah, maybe these two heroes, if they're both banned, we panic and cry. Brood is like the cheese mid pick, but I haven't played Brood off lane in so long. I don't think I would even be good at mid Brood. Maybe I could take inspiration from XM, do like Veno mid. We play a lot of Veno. Even though we play a lot of Tinker support, I don't believe in myself to be able to play the mid Tinker, but maybe I could. You mostly just farm until you get a blank. Maybe I could be a mid Tinker player. Tusk is good armlet. The problem with Tusk is I feel like you really need to go Blink if you're playing support. I feel like that item is just way too good to pass up on. Or some kind of mobility to make sure you can do snowball saves or like punch initiations. I just think it's like so hard to skip the utility on Tusk to fit in an armlet. Huskar support? I want to. Maybe I should. Maybe we should just do it. We hit 7K. What do we give a shit about MMR now? Maybe it's time to explore the Huskar supports. Mid Death Prophet. I'm actually surprised Death Prophet is not more popular. I don't see it that often to know. So I can't say exactly why it's not good. Let's try this one. Ooh, Hef is here. Maybe we can do a cat cam. There you go, Hef. Sit in your spot. All right. I was saying earlier we never did a mid replay. You fit one in right at the end. Nice. Lane. Okay, and let's see. See if I have this camera in the right position. Hide all my drugs off screen real quick. Okay. Where is... Yeah, the one where she picks up the ghosts for people dying, or the one that delays her damage. I thought both could be good. And yet it doesn't happen. Dude, the speedrunning days? I know, right? Those are fun. I honestly enjoyed it. All right, Martin, let's see what we can do for you. Bad pick into my matchup. What are you into? The Tinker? I don't know if you... Did you know you were into Tinker? I guess not. Like, random. Okay, that is tough. Where Silencer wants to kind of like body the mid lane and he's got a blind and then you can't even invade well. So this is difficult. Your global is good versus him. So if you can win a couple team fights, like I could see it kind of panning out. In terms of who you would help, like let's say you were choosing where to rotate, I would try to help your Mars the most this game and support players. If you're choosing like who should we enable, I really think Mars needs to have a good game because he needs to find people to catch, like to start any fight. Silencer mid doesn't do that. And Lifestealer doesn't really do it either. He wants to actually infest gank potentially. So to me, Mars is the most important to have a good early game. See Hef looking over. Here's his brother crying in the background. Uh-oh. Please. Dang. All right. 2 for 1 is fine. You got 1 brain drain. Guess we can't complain too much. I don't know if mid silencer actually goes bottle. I guess it kind of makes sense. It's still regen. Are there any mid silencer games on Dota 2 Pro Tracker? Oh, there's some. Okay, we do get bottle builders. All right, let's see it. All right. Let's go back. All right. Whack. 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 All right. The awkward thing about that. So you have a little bit more freedom where you position versus the Tinker because you can harass back without drawing creep aggro. So like, for example, I think you're both standing on your own hills, but that makes what you're about to do difficult, which is like you're lowering this at the same time your range creep is getting low and is going to die. So then you're put in a situation where you got to quickly go for both and you end up missing the range creep. One, you can try to time it differently. Don't hit this one so quickly that you have to do that. But two, if you just stand closer to the range creep, it becomes easier. And you can do that because when he tries to attack you, like maybe you're closer to him, when he attacks you, he is still going to draw creep aggro, but you could return fire with Glaives of Wisdom and it wouldn't matter too much. Now I know you're low ground to up high ground, so like matters a little, but I think you could stand like a little closer and then get both done here. And if you had to pick one, then, you know, we want the range creep because it's the most important. Yeah, you kind of do it anyways here. But I think your positioning could reflect that. Yeah, I think it's good in the... It's part of, like, analyzing how you're going to win a game. One, you could pick, okay, we're going to outscale them. We're going to outscale so we can play slower and play for the late game. But then, even if you're going to do that, still understanding, like, well, what do we do in the early game besides AFK farm? Playmakers are often more important in the early game, whether you're early game focused or not. So when your team only has one initiator, they go up in importance because, like, there's a lot on their shoulders. You reveal you have an observer here, by the way. So you use Q here, but you see how you're kind of far from him? If you can force him to use a spell at this time, that's the best. But also, if there's something you want to zone him off of that he's like, oh shit, I've been arcane cursed, I want to back off, that's also good. These creeps are all healthy. If he backs off for 6 seconds and then comes back, he probably hasn't even missed one. You should actually wait for this creep wave to get lower and then force this and make him back off, and then that'll help you secure all the creeps or denies. But also, you're attacking uphill and both your creeps are in the river. So for sure, you have high ground wards. Now, most mid laners are going to assume there's a mid ward somewhere. So it's like not that big of a surprise. Oh my God, there's a mid ward. But it might give him a little information on which side it is or not. In this case, he's like dead in the center. So again, not the worst to really reveal. But I do think he's kind of far away from you, so you're not going to get as easy of a chase as you would like. He's fortunately like running in circles, so I guess you are going to get some extra attacks in. But if he had just backed off, like I don't think he would have been able to do much. We end up missing 2 last hits too for that. How are we doing? 5-1. Not too bad. Go for these range denies. Shit, first blood? Oh, I've been blinded. That's a keyboard hef. Okay. Bottle. Okay, when he starts going this way, you can start moving this way. Like, position yourself here. Clear these out, and that way you're already like towards the bottom through this. And you don't even have to go right now. You only need to go when he gets to about here, because you don't want to suddenly he base races you, or not base race, you know, he rune races you, and then you're like both running for it. Then that's a problem. But that's why if you like stand here and just focus on auto attacking, you can actually kill most of these creeps, and then like the range creeps left, so you start moving this way, you just get that last one, and then you're always ahead of him to this. And then you'll have a big wave, so then you'll actually have an option. If he walks in and you're like, oh, I can play aggressive, you can hit him with the Q and then chase him with creeps. And if he tries to go to the rune, like, he's gonna die. So he just has to go to the tower, you chase him for a bit, and then you walk back, get the rune, and come back in this way. Jupiter, come here. Come be in the thing. Hey, I don't know if you're new to the game or like you're finally doing ranked and you've played a lot of unranked, but yeah, I mean sometimes you're just better than the rank the game thinks you were at, and so you'll just have a fun time climbing. They'll get into some easy games. It'll balance out eventually. You know, enjoy the free wins for a while. Oh, here's Jupiter. Okay, let's speed up a little. I think the lane's been okay. There's some last hit missing you're doing. I know you're trying, so it's just like a matter of practice to get the last hits. So I'm not going to worry that much about it. Nice. Yeah, sure. Oh, we lost Hef. I guess we can close the cat cam. I'm higher MMR than I deserve. For example, playing an OP here that makes it easier to win. That's fine. Do it. If you play... I'm going to talk about this because I've heard this before about being worried like, oh, if I'm playing someone too OP, I'm going to rise to a rank higher than I should be, and then I'm going to drop immediately like once it's nerfed. That might be true, but what's the big deal? Like, you get to go up, you go back down, it doesn't really matter. As opposed to like playing an appropriate, honorable hero and staying at the same rank the whole time, right? What's it matter? I actually do think there's a difference. If you do rise to a higher game playing a broken hero, you get to play versus better players. And maybe they're better than you on worse heroes, and that you need an OP hero to keep up with them. But for those games, you are going to be exposed to good players, and that can help you. You might see things that you don't usually see, like, oh, I'm getting punished for this stuff. That's actually bad of me to do. I didn't realize that. Or, wow, these guys are like always calling what they're going to do. That's actually really good. I should do that too. You know, it's actually good when you shoot up like that. You get to play in these better games and then drop back down. And then even though you're back down and now you're like, now I have like regular heroes, you had that insight into higher MMR and you can try to implement it into your game. So I actually think it's a perfectly viable thing to play these OP broken heroes and like the other players are better than me. That's fine. Any given game is an average of either how good you are as a silencer spammer compared to the guy who randoms. This guy might be a 6k randomer and you're only 6k on silencer, but in that matchup, when you're a silencer versus his random hero, it's roughly even. And yeah, if you played a different hero, you get wrecked by that guy, but like for that game, it'll be fine. And when you drop down because you're not silencer, you'll still have learned stuff to now apply to the other heroes. So I think it's perfectly fine. And you don't have to sweat too hard. If you play enough Dota, it will eventually put you in the right spot. If you truly are not as good as your peers, you will fall over time. And if you never do, then it turns out you were good enough to stay the whole time. I like position 4 more. Agreed. I like the creativity to position 4. And a lot of the heroes and playstyles I enjoy are available to position 4s, but not position 5s. For example, the greedy roaming playstyle, or those are separate, or can be. But I like greedy styles and I like roaming styles. And position 4 can usually do those, and 5s cannot. Not as much. Tinker 5? Nice. Nature's 5? Nice. But most heroes, you know, playing Jakiro, playing Crystal Maiden, there's only so much I can greed out or rotate and all that. I like the haste rune into the movement. I think that's really good. And you even still had some to like run back home, so you didn't even have to use the TP. I think that's fine. You're never going to take this tower versus a Tinker, so I do think shove the lane and then see what you can do, either through a rotation or I would say stack for yourself, but like you're not even gonna, it's not gonna amount to much. So this is where Silencer as a mid hero is awkward, and why I'm gonna go back to emphasizing some of the last hits you were missing. Last hits and denies. Silencer, he's at the edge of viability as a mid laner. Like, you're not going to see him in the pro matches very much, but of the heroes you could play mid, it's like, it's understandable why you go Silencer. You got to crush your lane. off of the early damage and the glaive stealing int so that you get bonus damage and maybe even reduce their damage if they're also an int hero, and you need to pick up a lot of denies and last hits on that. Because once you reach the point that their wave clear is online, like this Tinker, but let's say it was a Zeus, a Lena, they're going to keep doing this to you. They're going to shove it in and then go stack and farm. And you will never be able to match. You will always be on the losing end from that point forward because you don't have that kind of wave clear. So you have to slowly deal with the wave, slowly push it out, and by the time you like go to do this, you take so much longer at this than any of the AoE wave clearers. So your strong point is that your first few levels are supposed to be way better than theirs. And so when you do miss last hits, it actually matters a lot. So I know it'll be something you work on over time, so I didn't make that big of a deal of it, but I do want to highlight it does matter a lot when you're playing Silencer. And that's why if this part of the game feels weird, like that's why. Okay, I think your global saved your teammate, and then kind of close. Wah! Uh-oh. I think if you switch to strength, you'll take a little less damage. Because Witch Doctor ult uses absolute values, if I recall. So, like, if it applies to you at, like, 1452, like, that's what it's comparing to, is, like, the 1,452 health if you're below that or above that. And it doesn't really matter if your max health changes or anything like that. This angle is very scary. I think these creeps did half your health. The angle is kind of okay, but your team needs to be ready to go in. And also, check your ult, how close it is to being up. So if you want to, like, wait around a little longer before engaging in that fight, then you'll have global, and then it'll be better. Let me find your question again to make sure we're covering everything. I think the main thing to take away is the last hit importance. This part naturally does feel weird on Silencer. Kind of close. Global to prevent the ult. I appreciate it. No. Okay, Silencer's kind of slow, so like walking ganks feel bad. This is why you usually want to dominate the lane and be able to like take the tower freely, but that won't work versus Tinker. I recommend, you know, maybe buy a smoke, would help you move around a little bit more on these plays to kind of guarantee a better chance at the success. I don't know. Yeah, besides that, it does feel weird. I just feel like there's a lot of walking that's been a little time inefficient. And now we're like immediately walking to the next fight. Gary. Got the Witchblade. So this goes back to why Mars needs to have a good game. Oh, Mars is going very different build. So I really think Mars needs a blink this game. If he wants to get one item before it, I'd be okay with that. I think Vanguard's very strange. You don't see this very often on a Mars. I think it should just be like phase boots into blink. If you want to do Yules after, I'm open to that. Vanguard after into the Crimson, potentially. I don't think this is a very good Crimson game for the record, guys. This Death Ward is not affected by Crimson Guard. You learn that lesson once, and then you'll remember it forever. I learned that lesson once when I was an offlaner building Crimson Guard. Once you know that, you'll remember it forever. It doesn't work. I think maybe that's some of the logic behind this Vanguard. Maybe he's thinking about that. But otherwise, it's like, it's okay versus Drow. but the other heroes don't really care about it. So it's not going to be that useful of an item this game. Blink is much more important because without Mars blinking in, no one else can do anything. But if he does have a blink, then you guys can now do stuff. So for example, we can go for bottom tower, and one of you just hits it, maybe it's you, and then if someone shows, you have like the blink arena initiation, global fight, someone like TP's in, you can like set stuff up. You want to take towers. So versus a Tinker, your team wants to organize, take towers. You guys have been taking like random fights, but haven't been getting any tower pressure off of it, which is tough into Tinker. But that's kind of what you need to do. You need to take the tier 1s. And then, unfortunately, he's already level 14 at this point. So he'll still be able to move around the map. But if you can get some deep wards down, so the cliff is not the worst at this time. It's sometimes unexpected. But even if it's over here, whatever, let me tell you where Tinker's going to be. Tinker's going to be pushing a lane. Or he's going to be here. He's going to be here. He's going to be here. He's going to be here or here. These are the most common spots because they're all the double spots that you can hit with March. So you need to have a couple of them warded, and he's going to go between them. And so you want to be in the area and ready to like go kill him once or twice. Anytime you kill a Tinker, it's huge because of how efficiently he farms. It's like one hero farms 500 GPM. So if you kill them for a minute, they lose 500 GPM. Tinker has 1,000 GPM, so he loses 1,000 if you kill him. So even though they're both being killed for 1 minute, Tinker's global ability and for how he ramps up, it's like it's more impactful to kill Tinker, especially because he's a global hero and he's doing multiple things. So it's huge when you take out Tinker even once. Old Tinker, if you killed him once, like that was the end of the game. New Tinker's a little more forgiving, but still somewhat similar. And your team needs deep wards to do that. Like when you're free to hit, you do a lot of damage, you know, and nice. You're going to get the Tinker now too. So this is why like the Mars needs to be the initiator and you guys have to work together. Every time you have global and arena, you should just force an objective as a team and you'll most likely win the fight. Okay. I think we at least got to cover some stuff, which I'm glad. We can speed up for now, but I don't think it'll change too much from what I said. Our farm is pretty low since we didn't crush the lane like while we could. And then, of course, we're just not a fast farmer. I think you said you eventually won? Yeah, you guys do eventually win. You guys have been finding some favorable fights as time goes on. Eventually we wrap back around. A lot through kills though, and not via farm. Mars also struggling with farm. So maybe something for you, and even with a hero that doesn't farm as well as like Silencer, 112 at 30 minutes is still low for a mid hero. So try to find some time to work in some extra CSing. Or really it's just the CS we missed earlier. You actually would have more CS. Tying back to that. 62 brain drain though is massive. Oh, this is how we throw. Let's get out of here. Yeah, just take the tower, guys. That's why we don't all need to be there. Fortunately, some of them are dead. What's the rundown on Meepo? What do you mean? Like where he's at right now? I don't know if I'm the most qualified to answer that because I'm not a Meepo player and I feel like only Meepo players know Meepo. Most people thought he was dead, but Paravision Satanic started pulling him out a little bit, showing some signs of life on the hero. think he still mostly does what he was known for, and I'm surprised he's not better than he used to be. Wait, what am I saying? I'm surprised he's not better because of the whole global rotation thing being very good on these maps. And he's got the meepos. What change was it? I remember he just got a series of nerfs for the longest time because he was too good. He became ridiculous. It looks like losing some stats, losing some health restore. Got a little slower. Poof damage down. Clones only get 85%. They used to get 100, right? Or was this a buff? They didn't, and now they do. I honestly don't remember. Just to show, right? Like, I really don't understand this hero. Was Pack Rat Facet? Was that the one people were taking? And then it's gone? Martin, no problem. I'm happy to help. Thank you so much for the the donation. Thank you. I wish I could offer even more advice. I'm just not the best mid laner. Is hitting Immortal still a meaningful thing considering the MMR inflation? I mean, it's all self-imposed value. It's a video game, you know? Even if it's no longer like the representation of top 1%, it's still what, top 2, top 3%? It's still really cool, right? And you get a cool badge for it. So I still think it's nifty. Can you say like, oh, I'm now top 1%? Technically, no. But like, whatever. It's still a cool badge. It's still a level. We can recognize, yes, the level of play is probably not the same as it used to be due to MMR inflation. But I still think it's pretty good to reach that point. Any thoughts for Abaddon support? Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't enjoy Abaddon, so I don't play it that much myself. I think in a lot of pubs, it gets underestimated a lot. So usually it has a really high pub support win rate, or just pub win rate in general. People overcommit on you, and you've got the ultimate, and then the shield's really good to just keep saving people who keep running in, and you can keep up to them because you're Abaddon. The Aghanims is really good in pubs because it just like reflects all the damage everywhere. Or not reflects, sorry, heals, so it's like damage reduction for your team, essentially. Yeah, Steeny's MMR is not as high as people would think, but he's a very smart guy. It's been said in a joking way, but also truthful way that like MMR is just a number, and it's true. I do think there's a difference between the game knowledge versus actually acting on the game knowledge. I think I fit in this category, actually, where I think my understanding of the game is higher than what I am actually able to play and execute. And maybe Estini's the same. I only talked to him a little bit. I ran into him in the lobby at Raleigh. He seemed really nice. He kind of told me ahead of time. I didn't leak it, of course. He told me ahead of time they were hoping to do the Terrorblade thing that they ended up doing in the grand finals. He's like, we're waiting to get to do it if it works out. I don't think it did as well as they were hoping, but it was cool to see it finally come out. We were waiting the whole time. Once he told us, we were like, yes, please do it. It'll be so funny to watch. Do you think they'll ever wipe MMR? I mean, they did it once, right? And then they were like, whatever after that. I think it wouldn't hurt, but I also don't know what the point is. Like, if all the same stuff is in there, if they keep doing double downs, if win trading's not punished heavier, you can wipe it, but it'll reach the same point, right? It's a system. So I don't know if you even strictly need to wipe it, But if you want to reduce MMR inflation, then just implement the things that reduce it. Do you think you'll ever get to 10K? If I stopped streaming and talking and playing, like, I think when I stream, I don't play as well as I could. If I went full focus mode and only played, I think my MMR could go higher. I feel like 8K at least would be doable. I don't know about 10K. Even though there's MMR inflation, beyond a certain point, I really can't speak to it because I've never been that high. I want to believe I could just because I have the self-confidence, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know if I could do it. There's people who are streaming and chit-chatting and they're playing at much higher levels, right? So it's not really an excuse for me to say, oh, I stream, so that's why I can't do it. I mean, it is, but like also there are people who do it and are above 10K. So I think maybe I was just not cut out for it. I got to play a couple of games when they was it Immortal Draft? I don't know. They did some change where the matchmaking got all weird. So I got to play a couple games. Like I actually played with I think I played a game with Bryle when he was like rank 2 in NA. I played a game with Fear when he was like really high ranked. So I got to experience playing with some of them. So I feel like I at least got to do that once, or a couple games, I guess. But whether I could do it all the time and maintain a high win rate, I don't know. We need a streamer MMR. For me, I ramble and I talk more than I should to the chat, and that distracts me. I could just go full focus Dota, but I don't see the point. Like, if you wanted to see a high-level support player just focus and not talk to you guys, go watch Dubu. Go watch, like, you know, any of the top support streamers. Admittedly, there's not a ton, but, like, they're better than me, and they just focus on the game. I feel like what I offer in the Dota content ecosystem is that I do want to try to engage and talk about what we're doing, so it's an educational stream, or at least a fun, engaging stream. It makes me play a little worse, but at least, you know, I think it's like, it's different from just like the quiet music playing, focus Dota, mini map blocked. You know, I try to talk about why we're doing stuff. That's true. See, my camera movement is good, but not good enough to be pro. If you watch pro supports or any pro players, the camera movement is so jarring. I am excessively bad enough, guys. My camera movement won't make you too sick because I don't move my camera enough. Hey, Jake, what's up? I'm glad you managed to tune in because we're getting to the tail end of the stream, so we're probably going to stop soon. I don't play Dota frequently enough to climb out of 2K. Support played heart. Feel like I need to play core because people don't know things. I feel that. What do you think from playing? What do you think about carrying from the support role at low MMR? So I think completely doable, but it sounds like you don't play frequently enough. And personally, that is always going to be the number one. Climbing MMR is playing your best every single game, but it's also a numbers game because we are an individual in a team game, right? As much as my advice to you guys is to focus on yourself and everything, and that's true because it's what we can control, you will be affected by the teammates, and you can't win every single game on your own. So there is some amount of losses and wins that will happen no matter what you do. But there are enough games, like even if you think in 100 games, only 10 games are actually in your control, then you need to make those 10 games 10 wins. And then the remaining 45 wins, 45 losses totally out of your control, they cancel each other out, and the 10 wins are the MMR gain. And I think whether you play support or core, you just have to do your best every single game because you don't know which game is the one that is in your control. So every game you have to assume is in your control and you do your best. And then you have to do enough games for it to like matter. So that's the hard part of climbing whether you're a support or a core. But I will say some stuff comes more naturally one way or the other to people. For example, when we were talking about 4 or 5, I think I'm a very natural 4 player, and it took me a while to get good at hard supporting. Before I made the guide, I had to like really nail down my mechanics and the timings and everything. But the natural roaming that used to be more position 4 came naturally to me. Some people are way better at playing with gold and understanding farm and items and stuff like that, so they're good core players. They know what team fights to take, all that stuff. Other people know how to position really well with nothing, and that's why they're like amazing support players. They like never die, even though they have nothing. So they're doing way better than their peers who are dying all the time, even if they're richer. It really depends what you're naturally good at or what you want to work at because you enjoy the style of play. So I would worry less about the role and just worry about playing well. But if you feel this itch of like, I really think you would work playing core, I say just do it. If you know you're a 2K support player, play core. Turns out you're bad at it and it's not as easy as you thought. You drop to 1500, oops. Just go back to playing support. You'll rise back up to 2K because you're a 2K support player. If it does turn out to be easy and maybe you drop for a little bit, you get used to it, and then you climb, then great. You'll go up to 2.3. If you go back to support, you might still be a 2K support player, so then you might drop back down again. So that's why, at the end of the day, I really think it's just about playing well, whatever you end up playing, and it will... The concentrated effort and certain number of games will go up over time. Just the faster you do it, the faster it'll happen. Some people are really quick. Tell them 3 things to improve on. The next 3 games, they never make those mistakes again. It's like instant. Some people, we got to play hundreds of games to like build the habit. How do I block creeps? Make sure your hotkey is bound to the... It sounds like you do have a hotkey for it, but select hero, right? Bind that to something. And then... Is it under options? Where is this shit? Oh, here. Hold select hero to follow. Actually, I usually have this enabled. I don't know why it's not. But now when you press that button, it should follow your hero and it shouldn't lose track of it. If it's happening, I'm not fully sure why. But that's how I do it. Some people don't. Some people will just move the camera manually. What's up? Okay. Yeah, I'm about to end in the next few minutes. I'll come eat. So like I press and hold my button. Oh, actually, I think, hold on, wait, let me see. Okay, maybe there's another setting for it. So with that setting on, when you just press it once and hold, it locks to your hero. I have that setting off, so when I press and hold, it doesn't immediately lock. However, if I double tap and then hold, it still does. So this is what I usually use. When I body block, I just press and hold on my mouse and then I move back and forth. I have noticed some pros don't do that. They just like go, move the camera, go, move the camera, go. Whatever you're good at. I do like the hero lock though. Yeah, the selection group's console command is good, right? I forget what pro was doing it. Was it 33 that was kind of doing it? And then people were like, so Valve just made it an official thing. I forget who, but yeah, that helped me a lot as well. Could also record and play offline, then explain on stream. Yeah, that's true. We could do something like that. I wonder if people would find that more interesting or not. Yeah, Dubu does engage with the chat as well. That's why Dubu stream is good. Mar playing with cat. He saw that. That's crazy to me. I can't believe he plays with camera shake. This is actually a little later than we usually do. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I usually stream from around like 12 to 6-ish, give or take a couple hours depending what's happening. We're usually done by now, but just things kept coming up. We kept rambling and talking, so we've been here a bit more. But that's usually the rough time frame. If you can't make the live streams, the VODs on the YouTube channel are there if you're interested. Time stamped manually when I forgot to do it. I don't have any auto exec keybinds, so none of those. Console properties, I don't think I really have anything there. Oh, you do watch the VODs? Thank you. You like the Night Stalker 4? Yeah, right? Night Stalker 4 is pretty cool. It dropped off in pros, but I still think it's fun. Okay, guys. I am gonna finish the stream now and go eat some dinner. My fiance just finished preparing. Let's go. Looks like Lyrical streaming. Let's go there. Oh, thank you guys for watching the VODs. I used to have to manually do it. There was some extra work, but I myself am usually a VOD viewer, watcher, so I was like, gotta do it for the people like me. But now that we're multi-streaming to YouTube, it's way easier. YouTube just has the VODs up on their own. And we don't go beyond 12 hours, so it's never a problem. Okay, Twitch people, I'm going to send you all to Lyrical. We'll start the raid. YouTube people, you'll just be free to go in a moment. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Friday, we'll be back playing games for sure. And then depending how quick, if I decide to make an extra video, since I'm busy this weekend, if I start working on it tomorrow, or if I just wrap up the video for Friday and then decide to do like either a quick stream, maybe we'll do something tomorrow. If we do, I think it'll be variety. Either more Hollow Knight, keep working on Steel Soul, or I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thank you for all the support. Twitch people, I'm going to send you on your way to Lyrical. Goodbye, Twitch people. And then, YouTube people, thank you. Peace out. I'll see you all either tomorrow or Friday. Whose fault is it anyways? Coming out on Friday. I can't decide if it's funny or cringe, so watch it and decide and let me know. All right, bye everybody. Oh, I can end it here? I didn't know that.